I was talking to somebody called me when word got out that we were talking to Farhan, who is I'll leave his name out of it, but he's on the field person, in uniform person, who said, who's had a direct experience with Farhan, and said, let me just tell you something about Farhan. First of all, he's a great leader of people. He loves scouting. He loves listening. He loves players. Has the highest integrity possible. And he's super competitive. So you put all that together, it's a pretty good combination. And we're thrilled to welcome Farhan. And then one other thing, in our conversations, what was especially compelling given the Giants organization, the way we like to present ourselves, is that he had a very much of a values-based approach to management and to the organization and to leadership, and all of that made it a pretty compelling opportunity for us to bring Farhan to this organization. So, welcome, Farhan.
Oh, baby, do things age well around these parts? Good morning to all the overnight dancers, all the graveyard shift workers. Boy, we had a day yesterday. We popped bottles, plenty of bottles, because Farhan is now gone. And that was back on November the 9th of 2018. He had accepted an offer to join the Giants to become the president of baseball operations November the 6th in 2018. And, of course, that was Larry Baer, longtime partner with the San Francisco Giants, introducing Farhan, and then we later learned it was Farhan Zaidi, and of course, a lot of those things that was said ended up not being true. And the Giants, after missing the playoffs under Farhan Zaidi for the 5th time in 6 seasons, said, Farhan, you can leave. Here's the door. You're out. And they hire Buster Posey. That's right, your potential Hall of Fame catcher, 3-time World Series champ, multiple Gold Gloves, All-Stars, MVP, Rookie of the Year. He is now your new president of baseball operations. So we're going to get into Posey and all that stuff. But first question, 888-957-9570, because the news broke 2 minutes after we were off the air. And, unfortunately for us, but we're back this morning, and we will dive into it. We asked the question, what went wrong with Farhan Zaidi? What went wrong? And that's going to be our starting point. We'll get to Posey. We'll get to everything. But, boy, that did not age well. Farhan was none of those things. I got excerpts from the McCovey Chronicles. Some people are going to catch heaters out there on the streets. It's going to be a day here on the road, Shasky.
I hate to say we told you so, but I'm going to start it off with we told you so. No, I'm dead serious on this. We'll get to Posey in a second. Because we've got a long time to chew on Posey.
Yes.
I got a long time to chew on Posey.
I want to chew on Farhan.
I want to start with this. You and I are lifelong Giants fans.
Yep.
I grew up near Candlestick. We all have an attachment to that baseball team for a variety of reasons, whether it be family related, whether it be what they meant to us in a certain period in our time. Maybe you were going through something, and them winning the way that they did after all those years of losing in horrific ways. Like losing the 1-game play-in, losing to the Marlins the year before that with Renneria up the middle multiple times, losing in the World Series the way that they did with Dusty Baker, losing Dusty Baker and Jeff Kent, going wire to wire, losing with a guy who's the Gold Glove right field winner, booting a ball down the line. Like, think of all the moments. The obviously 89 World Series we talked a lot about last week. For the older fans, I know there's so many more, but I'm just talking about you and me. We're about in our 40s, right? We probably represent the majority of people listening to this. Heartbreak after heartbreak after heartbreak. And when they finally won one, after building that crown jewel in downtown San Francisco, it felt so part of the fabric of the community of the Bay. Hunter Pence and Tim Lincecum and Buster Posey and Bruce Bochy, who's everybody's uncle, kind of reminded him of somebody. And it's just like, there was a character on that team for everyone. My mother-in-law loved those Giants teams, loved the Affelts and the Lopez and all those. And to see what they became, not just at the end of the Sabian run, because it's cyclical, you're never going to win forever.
Right.
But to see them become a faceless turnstile avatar during the Farhan era, and they just became a robotic experiment that wasn't working. And I look at it now, and it's like, we got our team back. We got our soul back. And I think it's gonna be a long haul. This is not just some, turnkey, just, make it work type of a situation. But like in all situations when you take over, when Shanahan took over the Niners, boy, it was an expansion team. A year and a half later, you're like, Jimmy Ward's a keeper. Eric Armstead's a keeper. DeForest Buckner's a keeper. We didn't know that at the time when he took over.
But
and then he overhauled the roster, and it looks a lot different. When Larry Riley gave the reins over to Bob Myers in 2011, 2012, basically, like, we knew Curry was solid. We didn't know he would turn into this.
No doubt.
Right?
No doubt.
So there's going to be some pieces that Buster's going to inherit and whoever takes over. And we're going to say, look, Farhan, do this. But the reality is, it wasn't good enough.
It wasn't good enough, Shasky.
It just wasn't good enough.
Wasn't even close.
The totality of the run was pretty straightforward. The fans didn't care. You didn't win enough to make us care. And at the end of the day, you never felt like you cared about us, the fans. This is so much about the fans and understanding the consumer as it is anything on the baseball field.
Well, I would agree with that with the fans because you drove fans out. But it's also a baseball philosophy, too. And it does go hand in hand with what's going on the field. And what's going on the field is just not good enough. The philosophy of how you play baseball wasn't good enough. It felt like, you know what, I'm smarter than you. Let me do my thing. And I always talk about the Sacramento shuttle. That's shuttling guys back and forth from Sacramento up 80, going back and forth, yo-yoing guys left and right. So to that point where, I remember I came at you and Kate about the names on the back of the jersey. I hate the names on the back of the jersey. But the selling point was, people don't really know who these players are. So we need to put names on the back of the jersey to get the fan base to know them. And then you still bring in a lot of no-name players, and we still don't know who these players are. So, he brought back the names of the players because of Farhan, because you're yo-yoing guys back and forth, the whole platooning thing, everything about it. But you talk about the person in the community. And I'll start off by saying this. I ran into somebody yesterday at Warriors Media Day who works with the Giants, and she basically said, Bonte, he would walk down the hallways and wouldn't speak to anybody. He'd always look bad. 3 years ago, we were discussing Farhan Zaidi and basically said, and you have some of the same sources and some of the people who work in the organizations basically telling you the same thing. He just wasn't a good people person in the offices. So then when I see him out and about, Bob Myers, I was texting with Bob Myers a couple Fridays ago, just shooting the stuff.
Did you tell him I said hi?
I did not bring you up. I knew that was going to come.
Damn.
But no, I did not bring you up.
Bob, if you're out there, I miss you, bud.
Shasky misses you, Bob. He wants to say hi.
I do.
But that cachet that Bob would speak to everybody.
100%.
I watched John Lynch give a football to Pam Oliver. Obviously, he worked with her at Fox Sports. They showed it on the broadcast. But also, John Lynch, when he walks out that tunnel on game day, he shakes everybody's heads in the end zone and says, what's up? He has cachet. Larry Bear, say what you want about him. He's going out shaking hands, kissing babies left and right. He gets the job. You have to be not only good in the front office, but when you're out and about, you got to put on a smiling face, and you got to be personable, and you got to be likable. Mike Dunleavy, we just saw him at Fight Night at the Olympic Club.
Great guy.
Just chilling.
He let me rip him. I don't know him that well. He let me rip in a teasing, loving way about the marketing trade, and then he was like, he leaned into it.
He leaned into it. And said, hey, Joe Lacob gave you the day off, Mike, and he's just
That's a great
but Mike's cool. He gets it.
He does.
Farhan never got it. I'll tell a quick story. 2 years ago, Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, Buster Posey actually got inducted to the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame that day. And it's like, giddy, right? She's like, oh my God, that's Buster Posey. Come on, let's walk up. Buster, man, congratulations. Board member, personable, his wife, Chris, great, talking, quick little joke here and there, blah, blah, blah. But you can tell Buster Posey, he can work a room. He has personality. He doesn't always show it, but it's a reason why he's doing all these Toyota commercials. It's a reason why he gets all these endorsements. We're in the bathroom live, Chasky. If Farhan is standing, there's a guy behind me, and then there's Farhan. I'm like, wow, that's Farhan Zaidi behind me. I'm thinking about hey, Farhan, how am I going to jump in on Farhan or introduce myself? So a fan walks up and goes, hey, Farhan, man, great win today in Milwaukee. And Farhan just kind of looks at him and goes, hey, yeah. I'm like, gee, golly whiz, this guy probably, it took all the courage in the world to come up to you and say, hey, great win. And right then and there, I was like, boy, he's a little odd. So then I watched him at the Positive Coaches Alliance 2 years in a row. And I'm like, boy, this guy's, it's kind of an odd. He just doesn't, maybe that's just who he is. But here in this market, you got to be something different. You have to be personable.
Monte, it costs you nothing to just smile, shake someone's hand, and give them 1 minute of your time. It costs you nothing. It costs you nothing. You know what it gains you? Just that little bit of positivity, because when you're not with that person, they're going to say, I met Bonte Hill, and God, he was the nicest guy in the world. They still might not like our content.
No doubt.
They might not think we're good, but it gives you just a little bit more wiggle room when you're not in the room when people discuss you. And this brings me to my bigger point. And I've seen a lot of beat writers, and I've listened to a lot of people.
Can we wait?
No, we're going to get here. Analytics. There is a misnomer about analytics.
Right.
Okay. Joe, you're a big Neanderthal, and data, you don't want data. You reject data. No. I think that all of the people who write about the game who've never played the game don't understand. Analytics is a buzzword that you throw around that you don't even comprehend. I heard many beat writers who covered this team. Well, they're going to hire a guy who's going to be analytically driven. Okay. What do you mean by that? What do you mean? Do you mean they're going to hire somebody who is going to force the lefty versus righty matchup every single time? Yeah. Do you mean they're going to be looking for someone who sprays the ball away on 80% of their swings? What data point are you pointing to?
Well, Larry Bear mentioned this when they did hire Farhan and relieved Bobby Evans. People will say new school versus old school, analytics versus scouting. And I think the new next generation general manager is able to do both. And we will bring both into the mix.
Well, and that brings me to my point. Real analytics applied in a baseball game has been happening for 150 years. I'm the shortstop, for example. I'm giving you an example. Hey, this guy just hit 3 to the left side. Everybody take 3 steps over. Hey, right field, he's coming your way. Right. Last 7 or 8 at-bats in our 3-game series, he's hit it that way. And then you take a couple steps that way, you shade in the line. We're pitching him away in this situation. Everyone shade that direction. Hey, we're going to pitch him hard and in. Go toward that line. That's been happening since day one. Do you know what every single catcher does on every single team from Little League all the way on down? Hey, this guy's got a big hole in the middle of his swing. If you pitch him up and in. Is that analytics? No, that's called smart baseball. That's called thinking man's baseball. And that has been happening forever. So they already hired an analytics guy. His name's Buster Posey. He's been doing analytics every single day since he started playing back in Little League. This guy had a Rolodex of every player in the league and understood situations and how to pitch someone and how to attack someone since day one. So I am rejecting the spreadsheets. And I'm telling you right now, the last 2 winners of the World Series, Dusty Baker and Bruce Bochy, are those lifelong baseball men or not?
Lifelong baseball guys. Lifelong baseball guys. And you know, Cleveland's in the playoffs. They have Stephen Vogt, lifelong baseball guy.
Exactly.
Aaron Boone, New York Yankees, lifelong baseball guy. Dave Roberts, LA Dodgers, lifelong baseball guy. The list goes on and on and on. And so, you know, we'll get to Posey because I think he's going to be a good hire. I really do. And I read Dieter Kurtensbach's article in the San Jose Mercury Bay Area News Group, and I think it was absolute trash. It was garbage. To say that, hey, the Giants had no choice. They were desperate. This is Buster. It's the reason why Buster moved back here, which we'll get to. We'll get to a little bit later because, you know, there's a lot of disrespect that goes on. And I'm starting to get very uncomfortable with the disrespect that comes our way for having opinions. And it's been happening here in this market for the last couple of years. For some reason, people don't think we're credible around these parts. Well, we're more than credible, folks, and we keep hitting home runs around this part. We can laugh at ourselves about Trey Lance all you want to, but when you disrespect, and then when you hide like little children, and all of a sudden it's crickets and quiet on the set. I don't want no apologies through text messages. I don't want to see stuff on the public forum, but we'll get to that. Don't trust me. We will get to that. But the Posey and the analytic thing, I'll never forget the day. Tuesday, June 21st, we did a morning show. It was the day after they lost to the Braves in mid-June. And we did that crossover with Mark Willard. And I'm not trying to throw shade at Mark Willard whatsoever. But I came out and just said, you know, I don't think this is sustainable. This brand of baseball. Now, it sounded ridiculous. Yeah, and a lot of people called me ridiculous because at the time, the Giants were 8 games over 500.
Yeah.
And they were rolling. And I just thought, I just don't think this is sustainable. You can't keep platooning guys and shifting drastically and dramatically, and you don't got pitchers going 5 innings, and you don't let them go around the line. You don't let them face the lineup 3 times. I just don't think it's sustainable. I don't think this brand of baseball is resonating, and this is coming off a 107-win season, and a lot of people disagreed, and that's okay because that's what sports is all about. We're not always going to agree with things, but I just thought at that point I go, I don't like where this is going.
Well,
the farm's not getting better, Shasky. You're not getting big-name players.
In 2018, he inherited the 27th, by most accounts, the 27th best farm, okay, in terms of ranking. What do you think they are today, by most people's ranking? 24, 25, 26.
Wow.
24, 20. They're not any better. But to your point about the sustainability, and I think this goes back to the analytics BS, because that was the whole thing. Oh, we're going to be, and I'm going to get to some of the rule changes, which have just like nullified analytics.
Nullified everything.
But Bonte, like the day they lost me, I'll never forget it. I watched a young, struggling Joey Bart, who I don't even know if he's a real starter in the league. I don't know. Maybe he is, maybe he isn't. But this is the point that lost me. I watched him get called back up to the bigs. This is 2 years ago. He had 2 great at-bats. He had a home run on one, and he had a warning track shot in Arizona on the second one. His third at-bat comes up, and what do you think they did?
Pinch hit.
They pinch hit for him. They pinch hit for him. And I watched him get into that dugout, and he's talking to Evan Longoria, and I go, this is ridiculous.
Yeah.
This is ridiculous. Yep. And you know why? They went to the lefty, and at that moment was Lamont Wade Jr. to pinch hit for him. Right. And I said to myself, does form not matter?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're going to go analytics, and Joe, it's in the spreadsheet. Well, what about I feel really good about myself in the batter's box right now, and I'm seeing the ball well, and I just had 2 big hits, and my confidence is sky high, and then you pinch hit for me, and how do I feel? As low as you can feel.
Oh, no doubt. They sapped his confidence. Which is why he went to Pittsburgh, and all of a sudden, it's like, wow, there may be a Major League Baseball player there.
So you ask me why Farhan isn't here, and we could just, the big thing is like, the results aren't good enough. You know what it really boils down to?
What went wrong?
The young players never developed.
No.
It's not just about identifying the right players. That everyone's going to have hits and misses. It's about the infrastructure and the situation you put young players in to survive. And the situation they had the last 3 years, no young player was going to have sustainable success, because every time they started doing well, they'd look over their shoulder and go, is this the at-bat I get yanked?
There's a lot of that going on. But I think overall, I just look at the totality of everything. One, the farm is still... all the rankings say the farm is even worse than when he took over. Now, I don't know. I don't get into farm rankings.
Not great.
But the farm system doesn't seem to be turning out talent. Now, hopefully Bryce Eldridge or something, and he'll get props for that. But we better hope he pans out here, and everybody says that he's the real deal. You didn't sign big time free agents. You were unable to close a lot of deals here. Not only that, you look at the way the crowds turned out. They started dissipating. The attendance just slowly but surely started eroding. And then when I think about the big rivals, right, the Dodgers. I've never seen Dodger fans take over Oracle Park over the last 6 years. The first...
It's sad.
From when the park opened to about 2018, I've never seen that many Dodger fans in Oracle Park.
But it's true.
They felt at home over the last 5 years and laughed at us. And so for all the people who told us in, McCovey Chronicles... Here's just something that, and a lot of people were duped here, because we opened by playing the introductory presser with Larry Bear introducing Farhan Zaidi. McCovey Chronicles the next day. I'm telling you, there's nothing to fear about Farhan Zaidi. The Giants might have just hired the smartest guy in the room, but they've also hired a curious mind who incorporates all information available to him when making his evaluations. He's not a machine, and he's not an instinct-driven grit master. He's a baseball fan.
Oops.
And didn't look like a baseball fan to me. He didn't look like he was the smartest guy in the room to me. Maybe he thought he was, but he turned out to not be so smart in terms of baseball and running a team. And hopefully he does better in his next job, his next endeavor.
I wish him well, but you got to go. You got to go.
But it was time.
Yeah,
you got to go. We'll talk more about that. 888-957-9570. 888-957-9570 is the number. What went wrong with Farhan Zaidi? How did we get to this point? We want to take your calls, Giants fans. That's all coming up here, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Farhan Zaidi is out.
San Francisco Giants have fired Farhan Zaidi, and Buster Posey is going to be the Giants'
I actually just got off the phone with the White House. I called to ask if negotiating 3 deals with Scott Boras in one offseason qualifies you for a Presidential Medal of Freedom.
What up, what up? This is Big Pun from South City. You are now listening to the morning motherfucking Rose with my boys Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
I was Farhan cracking some jokes before the season with Scott Boras, but nobody's laughing now, and I don't think nobody laughed then. Maybe we're laughing at him now because of how this tenure went. It did not go well. Did not go well. And Farhan's gone, and Buster Posey is now your new president of baseball operations.
You're a high-level loser, bro.
Because, last year in August, we had a slow day. And it was a day, we had 2 questions. I threw 2 questions out there for everybody. One, did Posey move back to the Bay Area to become the manager of the Giants? Because I don't believe that, I'm just going to move back to the Bay Area because my wife loves it here and we got a lot of friends there. We're just going to live there. No, come on, man. There's something bigger here. Read between the lines. And then 2 was the day we asked the question, should Trey Lance go to the CFL because he needs to play? It was a legendary day. It was a slow day, but there was articles written about the show. There's a lot of heat we took. We're called attention seekers and, hot take artists, and these guys are desperate for ratings and blah, 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 blah. And boy, let me tell you, the apologies came through the text messages yesterday. Bonte, you and Shaska are onto something. Yeah, we know. We know. We know. And we will take our victory lap. But not this minute. Not this second here. Don't miss the kickoff show this Sunday with Evan Giddings and Lorenzo Neal live 2 hours before the start of the game. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay Area. Presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. We got Baldy coming up to 7:30. Rich Arroyo at 8:30. 888-957-9570. Giants fans, where are you at this morning?
Today's your day.
What went wrong? What went wrong with Farhan? Or is there anybody who thinks the Giants made a mistake? I'm very eager to hear from people who think that Farhan should have maybe got another season.
Well, let's talk about Farhan. So when he got brought in, okay, the game has changed dramatically since 2018, and I'll go over some of those things. We were going to platoon. Go to the matchup, okay? Every time. Good, right, or wrong. Hey, Slater, you started the game. Hey, but if a righty comes in, we're going straight to gas. Do people like platoons?
I don't. I can't speak for everybody, but I don't.
Okay.
I want everyday players.
I don't think the players like it either.
I like to drive to the ballpark knowing who's batting 1 through 9 every single day.
Positional versatility was something he kept talking about. Now, I think that's a great thing to say. I think it's a lot harder when you have a bunch of guys who are deficient at multiple positions, playing multiple positions. Like, I don't know if you've noticed this, Bonte. They have a huge hole at shortstop.
Huh.
One of the most important positions in the game.
That's the only hole they have?
No, but
I see like 4 holes.
I'm just using that as an example. All right? The opener, okay? Do people like not knowing who the starting pitcher is?
I think we all like to see the starting pitcher. And last year, not this past season, but the year before, 2023, I think they had 2 starting pitchers by the end of the season, Alex Cobb and Logan Webb.
It's been a theme every year that they use the opener as much, if not more, than anyone else in the game. Okay? Have the fans rejected the opener?
Absolutely.
Okay.
The opener. Oh, my God.
It's the most ridiculous thing I've heard.
I hope I never hear that ever again.
How about this one? Closer by committee.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, that means you have no closer.
Exactly.
It's like saying, hey, I have 2 quarterbacks. No, you have none.
Yeah. By the way, we'll get to Will Smith in a second. He didn't love that either. How about 1-year deals where you have all the control as the player and you have all the opt-outs in your court?
Oh, we see it all. We see it all.
Did that work out at all for them?
No, it didn't.
Okay.
It didn't.
Did the fans like the 1-year deals?
I don't think the fans do.
It was really hard to embrace.
I mean, it depends on the player, too, though.
No,
I don't mind it with Carlos Rodon because I wasn't a fan of giving them a long-term deal. He's been okay with the Yankees.
Yeah, but
I wasn't a fan of that.
But gets me to my next point after we get this. How about the GM making the lineup? Do fans like when the GM, not their coach, not their manager in the dugout, the GM makes the lineup?
They don't. But in today's game, the GM does have a lot of influence with the lineup. They do. It's just the way it is. But you got to have some cachet as a GM. Now, I think for the most part, all these managers that we see in the playoffs right now have a lot more sway in what they're going to do. And I think Bob Melvin moving forward, Bob Melvin's got to prove He's got to prove that he could manage his ball club and take him to the next level. Because the San Diego tenure did not end well, and San Diego's in the playoffs right now, and they haven't looked back after losing Bo Mel. The A's, I know A's fans, they have mixed feelings on Bob Melvin, but at least he gets sway over how his lineup card looks.
See, I get your point, and I know that a lot of teams do this.
Trust me, I'm not a fan of it.
No, I know.
I'm not saying I am.
I think we hate it, and I think also it makes the manager's job almost impossible. What if, like, for example, Tyler Rogers has pitched one day, and for whatever reason, his arm's just a little strained or whatever, and he's just not feeling good. And your pitching coach is in the bullpen like, ball's just not coming out of his hand really well. But the GM's like, no, we go to Tyler Rogers in this situation every single time, case be damned. Like, no, I'm sorry, I'm overriding that.
You know what bugged me through, and I'm going to read this text from the Comcast Business Text Line 650. And this bugged me from day number one. Because you could ask Big Dog City this. I was a closet Tampa Bay Rays fan, like from afar. I was like, I like the way they play baseball. I love the Carl Crawford, B.J. Upton, Evan Longoria, David Price, you name it.
Yeah.
Garza. But Andrew Friedman, who came over from Tampa Bay, started running Dodgers. 2 words about Farhan, 650 says. Andrew Friedman. Farhan got way more credit for Dodgers' success when it was Friedman pulling the strings. And that was something I'd asked. And every Giants fan, I'm smarter than you, Bonte Hill, told me that Farhan was the architect. He was really the brains behind the operation with the L.A. Dodgers. And I said to myself, wait a minute, Andrew Friedman's been doing this a long time. Are we sure about that? Are we just trying to prop up our own guy and gaslight him to make it seem like we got it? Now, Paz, to his point, and I love Paz. Paz is a partner of mine at NBC Sports Bay Area, and I think he does excellent work. But he had this to say shortly after Farhan was signed with the Giants, or named president of baseball operations. For the Giants, this is a coup, Paz said. Zaidi was high on their wish list from the beginning of his search to replace Bobby Evans, but it was always unclear if they could lure him away from the Dodgers, who are light years ahead of the Giants at the moment when it comes to roster construction and farm systems. The move weakens the Dodgers front office while giving the Giants a highly thought-of executive to take the organization in a new direction. Well, we went in a new direction, all right. We went south while the Dodgers went north. The Dodgers are as strong as ever. So I don't think pulling Farhan away did anything to the Dodgers. All they've done is win division title after division title after division title after division title, including a World Series, and shine Shohei Ohtani and Yakamoto and trade for Mookie Betts, and the list goes on and on and on. So, you know what? It didn't work out.
No.
It didn't work out. What Farhan did was weaken the Giants.
I know.
But that's what happened.
But also, think about it, like all those concepts that I said to you that we've rejected, that he was going to bring to the table, okay? Platooning, the opener, closer by committee, the 1-year deals. Oh, I'm going to make all the lineups. Okay, we rejected that as a consumer. How about this? How about these rule changes? Well, you can't shift anymore. You told me you were going to shift, and the Giants did shift more than anyone in baseball.
Yep.
Well, they banned that, so you actually have to play defense now.
Yep.
The pitch clock. Do you have any feel for what it's like to have to throw with the pitch clock? No. Okay. How about 3 times over, you can only pick off 2 times. On the 3rd time, you better pick that guy off, or he automatically gets the next base. That's a rule change that has dramatically changed things. And the Giants are the worst at holding runners on. And the worst at stealing bases. Yep. Oh, speaking of the bases, they're actually larger. And so you need to be more athletic and you need to run. That's old school baseball. How about the 3-batter minimum? That's a rule change that came in since 2018. And then the last one is the wild card spot. Again, all of the things you told me you were going to be smart at and all of the things you said you were going to be cutting edge, actually you're dead last in all the metrics. Where are the analytical nerds on that? Where are you on that? We are the worst team in baseball analytically at holding runners on, giving up stolen bases, and stealing bases ourselves. I mean,
well, the smarter.
What?
Well, there's a lot of Farhan I trust, and Farhan I trust, and Farhan I trust. And look, I trusted him at some point. 2021 was special.
I gave him a shot.
107 wins. But Game 5, take yourselves back to Game 5, Giants fans.
I'll never forget it.
The 24 hours prior to Game 5. And it was this thing, the Dodgers are going to start. Who did they end up starting?
Urias. It was
they
were going to start,
but they brought him in the second inning.
Exactly.
So they started an opener.
And the Giants
were freaking out. I was like, oh, we got to change our entire lineup because they're starting an opener knowing damn well Urias is coming in the second inning. So wait a minute, we're going to flip our entire lineup because they're going to pitch a guy for 1 inning? and he's not a lefty, so we need to switch everything. And it was like, wait a minute here. You're the Giants. You won 107 games. To hell with what the Dodgers do. Here's my lineup. It's game 5. May the best team win.
But we won 107 games that way, Bonte.
So yeah, and the guy who helped win some memorable games, and Mike Tauchman, the home run at Dodger Stadium.
I know.
The catch at Dodger Stadium, I should say. The grand slam in Texas. Well, he wasn't even on the roster by that point. So I just, what went wrong with Farhan? There's a lot of things that went wrong with Farhan, and we'll get to Buster Posey, and we'll get to some of the strays we're going to send out today, because we will send out some strays. That will happen today. Trust me on that one. There's a lot of people who barked up the wrong tree over the last year, and I've had it. I've had it with the disrespect when it comes to the San Francisco Giants.
Corey Nebel.
He
We
freaked out and flipped the lineup for Corey Nebel.
Knable.
Whatever the hell is.
Whatever.
Corey Knable.
By the way, the Giants let Tommy LaSella bat once. They let Donovan Solano pinch hit for. Okay, we'll get to
Game 5. That's what you're doing. Game 5. Tommy LaSella for 1 year. For one at bat.
Adam, it's too much for me.
Yeah, it is too much for me, Draymond. What's coming up on the game brought to you by Fremont Bake, celebrating 60 years of full service baking with no compromises. Folks, we're just getting cranked up. We're in second gear right now. Just wait until we get to fifth gear. That's coming up.
BMO knows that for business owners
Like me.
time is money. So BMO.
Hey, it's Verducci from EDH, and you're listening to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game. Sprinkle me, man.
Woo! River Island's guest line. Baldy 7:30. Rich Aurelia 8:30. Former Giants shortstop. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Island's guest line. Is it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? And shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. Oh, Farhan's gone. Is there anybody that cares? 888-957-9570. I expect to hear from more Giants fans. By the way, the YouTube chat, I guess, has been disabled. I'm sorry about that. I'd love to interact with you this morning, but YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. If you want to get the takeoff, 888-957-9570 is the number for the Comcast Business text line. I would love to read your text, because I know a lot of people in the chat was not a Farhan fan. Now, you had your Farhan apologists, and there's still a lot of them out there. But even Hank Schulman came over the top on Dieter Kurtenbach yesterday. For people who don't know, Hank Schulman is a former Giants beat writer. And, I read a few graphs of Dieter's article, and I closed it because it's just why waste? Come on, man. Like, what are we doing? Just basically saying it's a desperate hire with Buster Posey. Now, was John Lynch a desperate hire? Was Bob Myers a desperate hire? I think Posey, who's had a year in this front office to kind of see how things work. He's had a year to be around an organization, and he's been around the team a lot more. Now, will he do the nuts and bolts? I don't know about that. He'll hire a GM, and he'll get somebody and they'll work hand in hand. But already, just Buster Posey, baseball lifer, what has he ever felt out in his life?
Instant credibility.
Instant.
I think this is one of the most unanimously approved by the fans moves of all time.
And before you move on,
I'm not ready to move on Farhan.
Oh, no, we're cooking.
Yeah, because I got a list of players that had grievances.
Yeah, well, a list of players. Alex Wood on line 1.
Oh, I've got...
J.D. Davis on line 2.
I've got plenty more.
Ross Stripling on line 3.
Wait, let me just... So...
Rodado on line 4.
Before you get to Posey, let's just do this then.
Because
the grievances, okay? Yeah. This is a guy who's supposed to have the understanding of players, okay? That's what they said in the introductory presser.
What they said.
So here are the grievances. Guys that had issues with either Farhan or the way Farhan used them, lied to them, contracted them, whatever. Sean Manaea. Okay? Wow. Alex Wood, you referenced. How about Ross Stripling?
Remember, I said that, line 3. The Phantom IL.
Thank you. John Brebbia.
Oh, forgot about Brebbia. Yeah, forgot about Brebbia.
How about Blake Snell being mad that they were forcing him back early from the rehab?
And you know what? They didn't force him back, and he produced a dynamic second half of the season.
Will Smith and his closer role.
Oh, my gosh.
That was going way back. How about Evan Longoria? You think Evan Longoria was happy?
Oh, my gosh.
All right, just crop him. How about Brandon Crawford getting yanked first ever game of Kapler during the COVID season 2020
Dodger
in
Stadium.
the 7th inning?
Dodger Stadium.
Yeah, I'll never forget. How about Tommy LaStella? And his Achilles that's hanging by a thread.
Oh, my gosh. Not only that, but I want to go back to when Bochy was manager. How about Bochy going down to Petco Park and Farhan hands on the lineup card? He's like, wait, I got to play this guy. Who is it, Michael Reed Michael Reed?
Connor
and then
Joe.
I got to play Connor Joe? Who are these guys? And Connor Joe was gone literally in like 3 weeks.
Yeah, Bruce Bochy.
Now he's turned out to have a nice little career.
Yeah, no, I know. But, I mean, it kind of goes to speak like you didn't give him a chance. If you're going to, like, put him on, like, give him a chance. Okay, Austin Slater, he was mad that he wasn't used more. Elliot Ramos last year.
Hold on. I'll defend Farhan on this one, and I'll defend the managers. Who the hell does Austin Slater think he is to think that he's going to play more? Like, Austin Slater, you're not that guy, pal. Like, I mean, some of these guys, these guys are just not good.
J.D. Davis?
Yeah, J.D. Well, J.D. Davis is not happy. J.D. Davis is not happy, but Austin Slater, let's pump the brakes a little bit. All right?
By the way,
Austin Slater stands. Well, he's batting. He's so good batting against left. The hell with that.
How about you? So what's funny is the day that we suggested the Buster Posey thing a year ago.
We'll get there.
The beginning of our conversation I listened to the whole segment.
Yeah.
The beginning of our conversation was me defending a 5 for 12 after coming up in the minors, Elliot Ramos getting pinch hit for Austin Slater, and Kapler defending the decision even though Austin Slater was 3 for his last 57. And I cited all the data saying it made no sense and that form matters and that Elliot, even though he's a young player, should get the opportunity to get the hit. And that's what he got it. And this is Kapler, got in a spat with one of the beat writers. Was it Evan Wiebeck, Sam? I forget who. He went back and forth, and he was defending Slater. He's like, well, isn't Slater one of the best pinch hitters in the game? And he's like, well, he hasn't been good lately. And I cited the numbers, 3 for 57. Yeah. It was, again, Austin Slater.
Real quick, Farhan, you talked about Q rating and instant credibility for Buster Posey.
Absolutely.
When John Lynch got hired with the Niners, I was working with Papa at the time.
Yeah.
And 20 minutes after the hire, Papa goes, this is a good hire. He'll be a lot better than John Elway, who was running the Denver Broncos and was lauded so long.
Why did he feel that way?
Well, one, and it's still not really reported. Maybe it is, and maybe nobody touches on it, but he went back to Denver after playing. It was at the Combine with the Denver Broncos brass. It was learning the nuts and bolts on what it was like to be in a front office, what it was like to be with an organization after his playing days. Mm-hmm. So he took those notes, then became a broadcaster, was really good as a broadcaster. People forget John Lynch was excellent as a color analyst. Excellent. He was on a playoff. He was in a playoff rotation. He did the Falcons-Seahawks game in the divisional round. And Pete Carroll said, man, that production meeting, John Lynch asked some questions that's normally not asked in these production meetings. I thought it was a really strange.
Interesting.
But Papa thought, and it made me think, was like, that experience of just being around the Broncos and seeing how things are run and taking your notes and taking your data points and writing down your data points with all this stuff. It's like, whoa, okay, I think it's going to work. And I think we all agree, brick by brick, John Lynch has been a home run and higher for the 49ers. He's had his misses.
Yeah.
But the guy's been aggressive, and we've got a bully on the block, and we've got a Super Bowl contender. Now, with Buster Posey, before we get there, because Farhan's his Q rating, I think he's got the worst Q rating of any president of baseball ops GM that's ever been had here in the Bay Area in my lifetime. I'm 42 years old.
Yeah, probably.
By the end of it, even Mark Willard turned off Farhan Zaidi. Even Sam Lubman turned off Farhan Zaidi. And they was holding off for dear life. Hey, Farhan knows what he's doing. And finally, they just gave in. They gave in. And it's okay. It's okay to give in sometimes. Sometimes it's not okay to die on the hill all the time, all right? I like to do it, but you know what? With Farhan, jump off the top. Buster being here for the last year. You don't think he was around Farhan or Larry Bear or Greg Johnson and having their ears and being out here. That's why the whole Matt Chapman deal. You got Bagley reporting that Posey had to step up and get the Chapman deal done. 2 days later, Slusser writes that, and she's quoting Scott Boras, and he's trying to defend Farhan Zaidi. Well, who was lying? Who was lying? Bagley's got that right. There's no doubt Buster Posey closed that deal.
Of course he
did. There's no doubt he closed it because that's not a Farhan operation. He doesn't do things like that. He doesn't get it because he's not really a baseball guy. He's a computer guy who looks at his spreadsheet and thinks it's fantasy baseball. It's not fantasy baseball. These are human beings.
I'm not done with the file of grievances here because I got to get through these. If we don't get these out today, we're going to move on to Buster, and I'm going to be pissed that I didn't get to these. Wilmer Flores had a grievance.
Did he really?
Yes, he did.
Oh, I forgot.
And I don't blame him. How about Tyro Estrada getting yo-yoed back and forth? Joey Bart. Do you think Joey Bart had a grievance? Okay. I can't believe I'm going to go here. Jock Peterson and Farhan had a falling out at the end. Remember?
Yep.
How about Mauricio Dubon?
Well, Jock Peterson, you know, I'm saying that. But Mauricio Bourdon, he had the funky Gabe Kapler. He hated Gabe Kapler, which is Farhan's guy, which is the biggest mistake that he made. You have move off from Bruce Bochy, and you hire Gabe Kapler, where Angelo Cataldi out there at 94 WIP and Howard Eskin out there at 94 WIP told us, you guys hired Gabe Kapler?
I know.
They laughed at us.
Okay, how about Bryce Johnson tearing it up in spring training only to not make the regular season roster in Yankee Stadium and get called back down? Remember that?
What about Casey? What about Casey Smith?
You remember the guy who they replaced him with, Shasky?
Matt Beattie?
Yeah,
because I came in the opening day.
He broke Shasky and I on opening day.
That was laughable because I came in to start the show and say, guys, I'm not really excited about opening day. I know. So do you remember that? You guys were like, well, Bonte, you're being negative and yada, 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 yada. And I was like, really? And then Matt Beatty got traded here, and you guys went crazy. I'm like, wait, it's okay for you guys to get negative about that. But anyway, my whole big thing about that was Casey Smith was the best player in spring training. He wins an award for being the best player in spring training.
I know.
And you start at Yankee Stadium, you say, you know what, go start in Sacramento, kid.
Well, how about saying Marco Luciano is going to be the starting shortstop, and then Nick Ahmed becomes the starting shortstop?
I mean,
just wash, rinse, repeat the same nonsense over and over and over again. And you said how, I was holding out on Farhan. Yeah, there was a time where I thought, you know what? Maybe Farhan can figure this out. I always believe, imagine if like the Moneyball A's never had to break up their team. That's what I thought could happen with Farhan Zaidi. Eventually you get to a point where it's just like, yeah, this guy, he doesn't have that point. He really has no idea where he's going with it. It's the same cycle of these nonsense moves, creating all these grievances that force us into this situation.
Joey Bart this year has more home runs than Patrick Bailey's career.
Yeah.
Okay, for the Pirates. I'm not done. Luke Jackson had a grievance. David VR had grievances. Blake Sable, who was on the big league roster all last year.
I want to push back on some of these.
I'm just saying.
Some of these guys.
I'm just saying.
Posy, you're not good enough to have a grievance. Like, come on, man. Come on, Austin Slater, Blake Sable, Luke Jackson. Like, I don't care if they're filing grievances. I should be filing grievances against you as a fan for stealing money out here, and I got to watch a pitch every goddamn day. Who the hell is Luke Jackson and Blake Sable? Right, so some of these guys are just, come on.
No, I agree.
But that's Farhan's groceries.
But that's my problem.
He's picked the groceries.
Exactly.
These guys are not good enough. And you're trying to force them onto us. You had Blake Sable, Luke Jackson competing against the Dodgers, Padres, and Diamondbacks. You had him competing against the Braves and the Mets. We're sitting here talking about Luke Jackson filing a grievance. Ross Stripling.
Luke Jackson's terrible. Man. He's terrible. But Bonte, at the end of the day, all right? At the end of the day, their inability to be self-aware and to diagnose where they are in the standings and who needs to play is ultimately as critically a big miss as the lack of development of the youngsters. And I'll get it. So you signed Mitch Haniger. Mitch Haniger?
Well, got Mitch Haniger, though. Do we got that soundbite? Remember that one? Another one bites the dust? We got Mitch Haniger, though.
Mitch Haniger, Mitch Haniger and Conforto to clog up your outfield when you've got 50 outfield prospects? Why? And then I look at the deadline. When they had an opportunity to move Rodon, when you knew you weren't going to get him, you knew you were not going to keep him, you had an opportunity to get something. You got nothing. And then when you signed Blake Sable, you basically essentially gave up a second-round draft pick because that's what you do. And I'm fine with that. Everyone knew you weren't the best rotation in baseball. You went one time around, okay? And instead of getting a haul for one of the prized possessions of the deadline, your last 2 years, this is what you got back. Mark Canha and A.J. Pollock at the deadline.
You know what?
Mark Canha and A.J. Pollock. Remember the A.J. Pollock thing?
Yeah, I do remember that. But Mark Canha's good for the culture.
Zero home runs since getting acquired.
Good vibes.
As soon as he left the Tigers had like the best record in baseball.
I know. Scott Harris, who came from the Giants, is running the Tigers.
You could make an argument the three best things of the Farhan era were inherited by Bobby Evans: Logan Webb, Elliot Ramos, and Camilo Duvall.
Yeah, that's sad. And Camilo Duvall's, the handling of him has been a little suspect. Grievance. Mike and Salinas, what's happening?
What's up, Mike?
Yeah, I just, I never saw the guy with any type of branding, any Giants gear. Not a hat, not a pen. I thought, it's like a poser. It's never took on that identity of being a Giants guy.
No doubt. What went wrong with What else went wrong with Farhan? Like what really grinded your gears with the way he ran this organization?
Well, let's face it. If you're a true Giant fan, you don't like anything about the Dodgers. So, sort of the fact that he came over from the Dodgers could have been like a plan,
Well, can I ask you a question on that? Because Dusty was a Dodger, and yet Dusty was embraced. Now I know he was part of the staff prior, but we always embraced Dusty as a Giant. Is it? I don't know. Is it just that they stunk? Like, had they won, would you have been won over?
Yeah. Okay, yeah, definitely. If he pulled out some wins and gives us some titles, then we're gonna forgive him for that. But this whole time we just sort of it's stuck in the mud, man.
I'm with you.
We're stuck in the mud. So I'm going to go back. Now's the time. And I got a text from Alex Simon yesterday, who's the editor of SF Gate. Basically, he apologized and said, hey, man, you know what? I love you guys. Enjoy the victory lap. Buster getting more involved. And I said, no, do it on Twitter. No, I had a laughing emoji.
I want you to be publicly beheaded.
No, because a lot of people, and look, man, a lot of people like to disrespect on Twitter. And it does bother me when I see things on the internet saying that we're hot take artists and we're throwing 15 for clicks. We need attention. Trust me, I don't need attention from anybody out there on the internet. I have a nearly 4-year-old daughter who is Papa. I can't even get on a show called I Love It without baby chest. Papa. And then Anna, who of course, babe.
She's the best.
No, she is the best. But I'm just saying, basically what I'm saying is, I don't need attention from anybody out there. I get enough attention at home. I got NCAA football. I'm good. So when I see these things on the internet, and I know people driving around saying, what the hell are you talking about, Bonte? Well, we have opinions on the show, and we cook up things, and we just have sports conversations that we'll have in the bar, that we'll have at our luncheons, that we'll have at our barbecues. But for some reason, we get cooked about certain things. So a show happened, and I want to say it was August 17th, maybe? August 17th. Anyway.
It's a year ago.
Over a year ago. The day before, I ran into two people. One of them was my boy Bernie, Ben the Wildcat. Went to Reardon High School, by the way. Went to Reardon. Nice. Ben the Wildcat. Went to Arizona. Worked at Enterprise with Big Dog City. He's doing well. Was in Boston for a long time. Now he's back in the Bay. And I know Bernie's listening.
Weekday at Bernie's.
Weekday at Bernie's.
Well, weekend, but you know.
August 16th, 2023 was a show.
Okay.
And we had two questions that day. One, should Trey Lance go to the CFL to play? People thought I was nuts. I was like, the guy needs to play. But it was some of my best work.
I'll never forget when you
I like to snort right there.
Shasky, I've got something for you. And I was like, okay, let's hear it.
And the other thing that I had for you was, why is Buster Posey really moving back from Georgia? Why is he moving back from Georgia? And we came up with we thought he was going to be the manager of the Giants. And one of the quotes, and I can't even open up the whole story, but he goes, I think Buster Posey's being groomed to manage this team in the future. And we got lit up. He's a family man. Let the guy enjoy his family. This and that. Well, where are all those people at right now? Should he still be enjoying his family? Or do you want him running the baseball club and make your team better? And we got roasted that. I'll never forget. I go, boy, were we off base with that?
No. There's a Too Short album after he retired that he titled. He came back and said, Can't Stay Away.
Can't stay away.
There are certain people in life, okay? My dad was one of these guys. He was a plumber for a long, long time. He worked as a stationary engineer down at the airport. He retired. And then you know what he did, Bonte? He went back to work after that. Because he was addicted to the work. Okay? There are certain people in life who are lifers, especially when it comes to being a competition-aholic. And when I look at John Lynch is a competition-aholic.
He needed a scoreboard. He said he needed a scoreboard.
Absolutely.
The broadcasting booth was fun, but he needed a scoreboard.
You think Buster Posey is more John Lynch or is more like, hey, I'm going to go retire in Georgia and be on my palatial estate?
Well, we just have friends out there and our kids grew up there. We just thought it was better for us. I never believed a second of that. A second. But I also thought he was going to manage the club. I thought, okay, maybe he's going to manage.
I did too.
But president of baseball operations, we knew what role was coming. I just thought he was going to be in a clubhouse.
I actually like this role for him for a variety of reasons. When you're the catcher, okay, and you are assessing the other team, you're basically doing the job of a GM. You're literally scouting every single guy on the other team, and you're coming up with a strategy as your staff to attack those players' strengths and weaknesses.
No doubt. But the underlining thing was we had a show, and people were saying, yeah, we like the idea. We love it, blah, 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 blah. And Ben the Wildcat, I give him credit, he goes, the day before, he goes, Bonte, why do you think Buster's coming back to Georgia? And I hadn't even thought about it. It's a
great call.
I was just like, Ben, you're on to something. I'm bringing this up on the show, so I want to make sure I give him credit. Because he was kind of the mastermind behind it. I go, you know what? I'm taking this to the airways because you're right about something. He's not just coming back here, which is why it ticked me off when they introduced him as the owner and they did it through the Zoom.
I know.
This is Buster Posey. Get his ass out here. But this is where Farhan's operation was small time. His end of season pressure last year in the dugout. You're not at a dais. We don't have chairs. We're not in the auditorium. Buster Posey gets announced by Greg Johnson, and it's on this crappy-ass Zoom, and you need to buy more minutes because you didn't buy enough minutes for the Zoom. It was awful. This is Buster Posey. Hey, Buster, when can you come to the Bay Area? Let's roll out the red carpet, get the private jet, as you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and AC 1 San Francisco, and IC Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Like, why aren't you bringing Buster Posey out here? But moving back from Georgia. Oh, yeah, he just because his kids loved it. Buster could go live anywhere in the world. Anywhere in the world.
You know, everyone's going to point to John Lynch. They're going to point to Bob Myers. I'm going to point to someone who's in the game of baseball. And maybe you're going to think, Joe, Nolan Ryan. No, that's not the guy I'm thinking of. It's actually Chris Young. Chris Young retired in 2018, basically, and took a job as a MLB guy under Joe Torre. And then a year later, became general manager of the Texas Rangers. And what did the Rangers do? I don't know. Hired Bruce Bochy and won the World Series. Oh, and signed a bunch of sweet free agents.
Yeah.
And then drafted and developed a bunch of sweet on-field players.
Got some young, great players. Now, going back to that show.
But Chris Young pitched for a long time.
Pitched for the Padres. Big 6'10" guy.
Yeah.
He's the deal. He used to be with PV, right? He was in PV's rotation.
Good call.
You and I, back on August 16th, 2023.
I got to hear this.
I'm not trying to. I just see the caption that says, Buster will get that itch again. Buster will get that itch again.
Are we sure Posey's not getting that itch to be back in the clubhouse? Now, who knows if Buster Posey wants to manage? I don't think he wants to do the day-to-day GM grind.
No.
I don't think that's in his cards.
No.
I think he likes being on the field. I think he misses that.
When you are a catcher, you like controlling every pitch. You feel like you're involved in everything, and you're a part of the decision-making. You don't think he wants to be a part of that? Look, B, when you're a basketball lifer, a baseball lifer, a football lifer, if you're a carpenter, right? My dad's a plumber. Great example. My dad's a plumber. Okay, he retired, quote unquote.
Right.
What do you think he's still doing?
He's still working.
He's still working. All right, that's what they do. You think Buster Posey, the age that he retired at, is just going to go off into the sunset and we're never going to hear from him again?
Yep.
I highly doubt that.
So we were wrong about him being the GM. I did not think he would be a GM and do the day-to-day. I thought he would be on the field. But I ain't mad at him being the GM. I love the fact that Buster Posey's involved because all the guy does is win. And, yeah, we need new material because we're recycling new material.
I mean, look.
No, I hear you.
It's just, when it's a good take, it lives on forever.
Look, will the Giants fans be patient with Buster?
I think with Buster Posey moving back to the Bay Area, this is another step into getting him to manage the Giants. I really do. I think Kepler, Farhan, if you're Greg Johnson, there's no way you could possibly extend these guys.
Is there even a move in the back pocket that would endear themselves to Giants fans quicker than doing what you're saying?
I think you want to get Giants fans excited again. Giants fans will be patient with Buster Posey. We trust Buster Posey. We love Buster Posey.
I mean,
how excited are Giants fans now?
I'm going to start calling you the Vineyard because that aged like fine wine.
Boy. Oh, boy.
Wow.
Oh, boy.
Wow.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. We get some things right here and there. We got our Trey Lance takes.
Hey, Willie Mays was a 300 hitter, greatest player of all time.
What's coming up in the game? Brought to you by Frontier Ford, Nick in Berkeley, Jose in Oakland. And then we'll get to Baldy. How excited are you about Buster Posey? Huh? How excited are you? Does it reek of desperation? Yeah, I don't agree with Dieter Kernbach from the Bay Area News Group on that one. I know Hank Schumann does, and he has some tweets. Ooh, he was coming down his road hard. He broke a backboard yesterday. Anyway, we'll get to your calls. Can't wait to hear from Nick in Berkeley. Jose in Oakland he's saying that it took too long with Farhan. I wonder why. Frontier Ford, Spadoni. The end of summer sales event is on at Frontier Ford on Stevens Creek in Santa Clara. Now's the time to get a great deal on a new Ford car, truck, or SUV, so stop by or visit frontierford.com for incredible savings and drive away in your dream Ford at Frontier Ford or frontierford.com. I'm actually excited about the Giants.
Farhan Zaidi.
What's going on, Roasters? It's Brian Baldinger with the NFL Network, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Giants fans, how happy are you? We got what we wanted. We got what we wanted. Farhan is gone. Now, maybe a year too late, maybe 2 years too late. And I don't wish, it's a tough world. I know a lot of people lose jobs left and right. And, Zach Lowe at ESPN, who was really good, just lost his job. And everybody, I don't love it when people lose jobs. Trust me, I may lose my job one day and people are going to take victory laps and I'm going to feel really bad about it. But when you're in the pro game and when you don't have a personal touch and you ignore the community and you're not a people person, and people who work in that organization for years say, this guy just doesn't really speak to anybody. He's in his own world. And then you have the corny jokes like you did when you signed Blake Snell. You're in no position to be cracking jokes.
Bonte, he's going to be fine. He was making 7 figures. He's going to be fine. No one is trying to dance on somebody's employment grave, but the point is...
It was time.
Exactly.
It was time.
Come on, it was exactly... You know how many people ask for my job every day? And I make a fraction of what Farhan's making. I'm sorry, it kind of comes with the territory.
Trust me, I know. People want me fired every day. I'll never forget the tweets from this guy named Bayani, folks. Everybody out there in Twitter land, this guy Bayani told me in 2017, we're going to throw a party on this app when you get fired next year. Hey, he heard me. I was like, damn, like that? You gonna pop bottles? Well, I'm still ticking, buddy. I'm still here. I'm still here. Hopefully he got those bottles on ice. However,
yeah,
when we had played that cut, and by the way, I got to let everybody know, now I'm really going to go to this concert. I'm feeling good. Most wanted tickets to the Bay Area are here, and it's hip-hop made in the Bay. Starring Too Short, Ja Rule, Both Thugs, DJ Quick Friday, November 1st at the SAP Center. Tickets are selling fast, trust me, especially now because we want to potty. Get yours now at Ticketmaster.com. We just played the cut going into the break. Giants fans will be patient with Buster, and there's no doubt in my mind Giants fans will be patient with Buster. But we knew once they got rid of Farhan, and they did hire Buster. Now, I thought he was going to be the manager. You thought he was going to be the manager, but whatever. We're all good. President of Baseball Operations, you got Bo Mel. Here's what Ken Rosenthal said yesterday. Was this on Willard or Dibs? Joey Willard Dibs, or just him in general?
The Athletic.
Athletic, okay. Here's what Rosenthal said about Buster Posey being named President of Baseball Operations.
Bob Melvin might be more simpatico with Buster Posey than he was with Farhan Zaidi. Not that they didn't get along, and remember, Bob Melvin and Zaidi knew each other from Oakland. But Buster Posey is more kind of an old school type, I would think. He's not going to be averse to the analytics or anything like that, but he has a certain sensibility that was built with those great Giants teams. And that to me would seem to be in line with the way Bob Melvin sees the game as well.
What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense. I think that they're going to probably have a good feel for each other. You got to understand, Bob Melvin came in like, 03, 04, right? So it was like right on the front end of the analytic kind of stuff, but he's more of an old school guy.
Yeah.
And Buster came in the 2010s, and analytics were already, this whole buzzword analytics drives me nuts, but like it was already being implemented. And so I think that both guys share a very old school feel, don't you?
Mm-hmm,
Buster
absolutely.
and Bob Melvin. And I think that they're going to think very much like, it doesn't mean that he's married to him long term.
Right.
I think the number one thing that I'm thinking about, and I just want to go through it. When you have a run like they had in the 2010s, you're going to have some down years.
No doubt.
No one thinks that the train is just going to go on forever, right? When you're first in the NL West in 2010, second in 2011, all right, you go back to number one again in 2012. I'm just trying to make a point here. 2013, you dropped down to third. 2014, second in the NL West. Second in the NL West in 2015, second in the NL West in 2016. You're going to have some down years. So then 17 and 18 is what did in Sabian and Evans. Fifth and fourth. So he inherits a fourth place team. They jump up to third in 2019. In 2020, they're third. 2021, they jump up to first. It was an outlier year. The 107 was unbelievable. But it really, and I know they're going to say, Lamar Wade and Yastrzemski. Dog, Posey had a monster year.
Monster season.
Crawford had a monster year. Bell had a monster year. So that's the prior regimes. Now, you get credit for that as a GM.
Right.
You inherited that. But when you fall back to third, and then here's the kicker, fourth in the NL West in 2023 and fourth in the NL West in 2024, that's where I draw the line.
Yep.
And as a Giants fan, I go, hey, look, I'm self-aware to know, hey, right now the Dodgers are up high.
Yeah.
I'll look up at them. I can accept that.
Can't look up at the Padres or Diamondbacks.
The Padres, okay, maybe.
No,
not the Diamondbacks and the Padres. It can't be both.
No, it can't be.
It can't be both. So I'm looking up and I'm saying, when you fall behind the Dodgers, fine, all right, I get it. It's not our time. It's cyclical, sports, whatever.
Padres, Diamondbacks, come on. Like that, both. Like that's the problem.
And I think that is where we're at today.
And Greg Johnson's looking at those bleachers.
Yes.
And he's looking at those seats.
Yes.
And he's looking at the attendance. And he's saying to myself, and you could say, oh, the Giants have more fans and people are going to the game, yada, 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 yada. I'm watching the game. I see a lot of empty seats. See a lot of green seats available for sale. Greg Johnson's seeing that, and the bottom line is getting hurt. The bottom line is getting hurt. And you know what? Anna loves to go to Giants baseball games. My fiance. She did not ask me to go to one baseball game this season. Not one. Not one. She just did not care. So the casuals are out. Casuals are out. You and I, how many times have we rejected tickets? Sweet tickets, behind the plate tickets. Like I've never been privy to that. I was a kid who didn't go to his first baseball game until he was 15 years old. And I was in the left field bleachers. And I'm out here saying, yeah, I'm kind of good off of that. That's the problem with Farhan Zaidi and what he did to this organization. And that's why today, like 925 says, today feels like Christmas. Today feels like Christmas. And NorCal Sports Network has been with you for 2 years to get rid of the computer. That is Farhan Zaidi. Giants fans, rejoice.
The day I read the Andrew Baggerly piece saying that Buster Posey grabbed the steering wheel of the organization and got the Chapman deal done, I knew it was a wrap.
Listen,
right then and there. I think it was September 15th.
No doubt.
I was like, it's a wrap. And I think I speak on behalf of the majority of Giants fans out there. Thank you, Buster Posey.
Thank you, Posey. Let's go to the calls before we get to Baldy here at 7:30. Let's get to Jose in Oakland, and then we'll get to Nick in Berkeley, and then we'll get to Baldy.
Giants fans. Today's about you.
Today's about you. We're going to talk Niners for a couple minutes, but Giants fans, I want to know how you feeling this morning. Jose in Oakland, what's happening?
What's up, Jose?
Hey, guy. Good morning. Look, we don't know if we're going to get Matt Millen or Yuri West on Buster Posey, but one thing we do know, we're not going to get Farhan Zaidi again, okay? The guy was consistently bad. The farm system should be better. You can say it's better, but, I mean, even a broken clock, it's right at least once a day, okay? But it should be better. He had opportunities to trade some of the players that he had signed for 1 or 2 years, trade them and get more pieces for the farm system. He never did it. For some reason, he always stuck with them and tried to re-sign them. They were not coming back, okay? It's a big difference between Farhan coming into a meeting, trying to negotiate a deal with you with a nice, shiny, Berkeley grad ring, and having Buster Posey with 3 shiny World Series rings, okay? One demands respect. The other one is getting respect. It's not demanding it. It's getting respect right away. Like I said, we don't know what we're going to get with Buster Posey, but at least we're getting something different, and we definitely needed that because the team was growing stale. I mean, I love the Giants, and to be honest with you, I didn't watch not even one game this year.
Wow.
Okay, and that was bad.
That's bad.
For my standards, that was bad because I'm a big-time Giants and Niners fan. And even with the 49ers, even when they were really, really bad, at least I would watch 1 or 2 games. But with the Giants, it was just really bad because, like I said, you just didn't even know who was playing. Yeah. And I think that was a big part of the problem.
Good call, Jose.
Good call. Let's get to Nick in Berkeley real quick before we get to Baldy. Nick, it's time to cook, Nick. Don't disappoint me.
Hey, man, first of all, cry equals cry. But I'm glad that Posey's back because I was actually going to call in because remember last year, at the end of last season, they were like, oh, Posey's coming in to do something or other. And then I was like, where was he all year? Like, he's hiding out. You know what I'm saying? But he came back from Georgia because his family's probably driving him crazy. And everybody got to leave the house to go to work. Otherwise, you will drive your family members crazy. But let me tell you something, man. Thank God Farhan is out, dude. I mean, dude, analytics I don't even like analytics. I think it's a joke. It's just like a con game. It's like, dude, like they just making up numbers. Like whatever happened to expertise and cats that's been around the game. So we expect that from Posey now. All I want to know is, Posey, do you have the checkbook? Because if you don't have the checkbook, you know what I mean? What are you doing, bro? You're going to be up there asking the owner for money, and if he can sell the team to Joe Latham, as far as I'm concerned, because our owner's stuck, bro. You know what I mean? Yeah,
well, they did sign. Let me just jump in. They did sign Matt Chapman already.
They did. And you know what? To be fair, they have a $200 million payroll, Nick. They just didn't spend the money wisely.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Oh, hey, look, this goes back a few years, though, man. This goes back after we won the World Series, and then they were talking about getting rid of Bochy, whatever. But when they were re-signing Big Lefty and all that, man, we paid the wrong person. That crap third baseman Longoria, we were spending a lot of money on bad players, man. Like with the insane contract that they got. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I was thinking about this, Bonte, a lot, and we're getting a lot of these texts. Today is my 36th birthday. Yeah. This is from the 510. The Giants have already given me the best gift you possibly can in replacing Farhan. Hope in life is an intoxicating drug.
It sure is.
And when you have hope as a fan base, it's one of the great feelings in sports. It just is. Like right now, Commander fans, you know what they have hope in? Their quarterbacks.
Yep,
right? They feel like the next 10 to 15 years is going to be so different than the last 10 to 15 years.
They sure do have hope. They're feeling good out there.
And I read you off all of the where the Giants landed in terms of NL West.
Right.
They won the West one time in the 6 years he was here, and they finished third or fourth every other year.
Yep.
The bar is not that high for Buster Posey to climb.
It's not.
It's really not.
Now, I will say this, because this next text, 669, Comcast Business Text Line. So is Melvin his guy? If things remain the same, Melvin will get the heat first and Buster will get to choose his guy. Also, maybe I'm thinking too far ahead, but if things don't work out with Buster, will it change the way he's viewed as a Giant? That's an excellent question. Excellent question. Do we view Chris Mullin the same way or any differently after his GM stint with the Golden State Warriors? There was some good, there was some bad. Chris Mullin's an all-time Warrior. And he's as lovable as he's ever been before.
Beloved.
Right? So I don't think that changes. Dwight Clark left the Niners, went to Cleveland. It wasn't pretty. How much do we love Dwight Clark?
I mean, he's beloved.
We have Dwight Clark Day.
I think he's beloved.
Dwight Clark Day. So I don't think this changes the way we're going to view Buster Posey. We just are happy. I think it's more so we're happy that Farhan is now gone.
I mean, you got to have optimism. And of all the people to trust, and you and I spoke about this forever, the credibility of having Buster involved in things, look, until we see otherwise, how can you not be excited?
How can you not be excited? Real quick, before we get to Baldy, let's get Dave and Fremont on. Dave and Fremont, as we connect with Baldy here. Dave and Fremont, what's happening?
What's going on, fellas? It's actually Dave, formerly of Fremont, man. Had to make a move on out to Oregon, but I'm so glad you guys are on YouTube. I'm so glad you guys are on YouTube so I can listen to you guys out here.
Thank you, bro.
Honestly. Anyways, really, you guys are amazing. I just wanted to make a quick comment about Farhan. I'm actually really, really glad that, he's out, Buster's in. We've kind of seen like a pattern when catchers come in, either as managers or, get in the front office. They just have a really good. What I'm really, really hoping is that he's going to be able to, one, like you guys just mentioned, just because he's Buster Posey, hopefully that will be able to lure some, names and, other people to come in and help the organization get back on track. But I just wanted to make one quick comment about Farhan. And I don't really give him a hard time for him trying to bring in, big name players to the organization. I think he tried that like every year. My biggest problem with him is when we brought him in, I wanted to see the farm system go from one of the worst to one of the best. Mm-hmm. And here we still are. And that was my biggest issue with him because when he came from the Dodgers, the A's, and that was just it. So I'm glad he's out. I hope Buster is going to, get us back, on track and hopefully be able to develop. So anyways, you guys have a great day.
Thank you, Dave.
And take care.
Thank you, Dave. Have fun up there in Oregon. Thanks for listening all the way up there in Oregon. Real quick, as we try to connect with Baldy, let's get to James in Castro Valley. James in Castro Valley, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, Bontan Shafsky, how y'all doing?
I'm doing great this morning.
Hey, I agree. So I was a lifelong A's fan and I was at the game on Thursday, and man, if I wasn't heartbroken. But as soon as I found out that Chapman and Olsen were out of Oakland, the first thing that I did was go to Lids and put on a Giants hat.
Wow.
And I didn't like anything about it at the time. But then at the same time, I couldn't help but to think, you know, the A's organization, I felt like let me down as a fan. But the Giants, all of my friends that are Giants fans, they were all enthusiastic about the Giants organization. They would go to the Metallica Day. They would go to all these events and stuff, and it really seemed like the organization cared about the fans. So for me, I'm looking across the bay going, man, seems like a hopeful place to be.
Absolutely. Well, welcome aboard, buddy. Welcome aboard. Welcome back to the Giants at the top of the hour. 888-957-9570. Line them up. Farhan is gone. Give us your thoughts on that. Buster Posey, your new president of baseball operations, and there is new hope in the Bay Area when it comes to the San Francisco Giants, because just the other day, they had become the most irrelevant team in this market. But let's talk about a team that is relevant right now, and that is the San Francisco 49ers. It is Shark Week, folks. Baldy coming up. That's right. Baldy joins us here on the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Baldy now indoors after being in that mess at MetLife Stadium watching the Broncos beat the Jets there in a nasty game, but a big win for the Denver Broncos. But we're talking Niners here. And Baldy, the Sharks were eating on Sunday against the Patriots. 6 sacks and all. Brissett got hit over and over and over. But I want to start with the quarterback because it wasn't the cleanest game for the 49ers. A lot of mistakes, a lot of things to clean up, special teams, defense, all that stuff. But it feels good to know you got a damn good quarterback, and that's Brock Purdy. The guy's just in total control in his third season in the NFL. And again, outside of the one decision where he forced the interception and double covers to Brandon Ayuk, I thought Brock Purdy was Brock Purdy, which is one of the best quarterbacks in this league, Baldy. And good morning to you.
And there's no doubt, Bonte. I mean, you just watch him play, and, you know, whether he has to get out of harm's way, has to extend a play, I thought it was a really not clever, but it was the right game plan by Kyle to get all the guys that missed the week before, whether it was Kittle or Debo, to get them involved. You put Debo at tailback position in the first play, get the ball in his hands. Ayuk got involved early in the game. Like, I just thought the game plan was smart, got the guys involved right away, and that's Brock Purdy's job. Brock Purdy is like, okay, here's the script. This is what we're practicing. This is what we're walking through on Saturday morning. Now let's go out and execute. And you give that guy a game plan. He's in the ear with Kyle and, you know, with Greasy and the whole group all week long. Like, that guy's going to go out and execute. And I know people still question, I guess, like, just what he is for whatever reason. That's fine. Like, it's kind of old.
Right.
You know, you just watch that guy go play football. And the Patriots are a sound defensive team. They really are. They've got good players at every position. Keon Waite's a good young player. Gonzalez. They've got the safeties are active. I mean, that's a good defense that he carved up.
What do you make of their red zone struggles, whether it be offensive line, play design, quarterback? Why are they struggling in the red zone, I guess is the question.
It's, most teams either play one or two defenses in the red zone. They generally are either a quarters team or they're a man team. Probably man if they're blitzing to try to pressure the quarterback, or they're playing quarters. And when you're playing quarters, the windows are going to be tight. If you're going to the three-man side, Joe, all right, and they box those three where it's just really cloudy, and then you try to come back to the two-man side, you might not have time, especially if they're blitzing. So I do think sometimes it could be the quarterback decision where to go first with it. I'll never forget this, Joe, and I always remember this. But I remember Kurt Warner telling me one time about red zone offense. And, this is the greatest show on turf, and he's a Hall of Fame quarterback. He goes, sometimes, Baldy, it's good to have Larry Fitzgerald and Anquan Bolden, just to throw it up to him, let him go get it. And honestly, like, it shouldn't be just that simple sometimes to have those kind of guys. Sean Payton, had a great tight end for a long time in New Orleans. basketball player, just threw it up to him, let him go get it. Sometimes just having a guy like Jawan Jennings in that part of the field isn't a bad option sometimes.
Well, you saw George Kittle come down with, I thought it was like the best catch, not like play, but catch of his career. It was an incredible play. And I've been screaming for weeks on this, and Shanahan's great, right? But this is one area I think he can get better at. Why don't they use Kittle in the way a Jimmy Graham or a Gronkowski or whatever, where you just ISO that guy on the side in the red zone because he's such a mismatch nightmare? I would love to see it. Is that something you'd like to see from this offense?
It's a great point, Joe, and they never do it. Like last night, you saw DK Metcalf one-on-one away from the three receivers. You watch Houston play Nico Collins as the single receiver. And so whether if it's a tight end or it's Mike Evans in Tampa, I mean, these guys, these red zone threat guys, these guys that eat in the red zone, the way you're describing, Joe. I mean, when I come out there in a couple weeks and we get George Kittle back on, we need to ask him that, Joe.
Yeah.
Because honestly, the reason why he caught that ball the other day is he timed his jump right. Like he wasn't any higher than anybody else. He just jumped it better than anybody else. And there's two guys right there going up for it, and he just, the timing of him going to get that ball is the reason why he caught it. Now he came down with it, the whole thing. But still, I'm with you. I mean, he's 6'5". He's he's a quick leaper. He's an explosive kid. I'm with you. I don't know why you wouldn't try that. And I've never actually seen that.
No,
from the 49ers offense.
We haven't. We were talking about Gronk in the Super Bowl against Bobby Wagner going down there on the fade route and scored a touchdown before halftime or whatnot. And hey, it's just you've been on this too, Baldy. You always. I recall a couple years ago they ran this play, I think, for Ross Dwelly, and you made the point like, why aren't you running that for George Kittle? Like you see Detroit last night, they're running plays for their playmakers, and yet Shanahan, he's a hell of a guy, but. To that point, I say even Jawan Jennings, they have a big body guy, Jawan Jennings, who's 6'5", can go up and get it. Isolate him if you're not going to isolate George Kittle.
The thing is that on that, if you're isolating a player, typically let's just say you're at the 5, and you're first and goal at the 5, that if you're going to throw that ball, usually that's a first down play. Now, the best way to score in the red zone, especially when it's the tight red zone, you're inside the 10, you're at the 5, is to run it. And Jordan Mason's a hell of a player. McCaffrey scored half his touchdowns from, probably inside the 5 last year. So, I mean, you want to run it first. Then your second option, if it's first down, you'll take the shot on the fade or the jump ball or something like the isolation out there that you're describing. But it's typically not a play that you come back to because it's kind of a 50-50 play. Mm-hmm. George came down with that one, but if you don't, you're like, okay, it was worth a shot. It's a good shot, but let's find something where we have a little better, higher percentage of a completion.
Baldy here on the River Islands Gas Line. We talk to Brian Baldinger every single Tuesday at 7:30 a.m., breaking down the 49ers in the previous game and looking ahead to their opponent, which is Arizona, of course. And we'll get to them in a second. But you brought up Christian McCaffrey. Jordan Mason's running great. I want to get your take on Jordan Mason. But Christian McCaffrey came out earlier this week that he has bilateral Achilles tendonitis. So in both legs, he's got some sort of tendonitis here. And I believe that if the 49ers get any production from McCaffrey this year, it will be an absolute bonus. I don't know what he's dealing with here, but it doesn't sound good, Baldy. Should we expect anything from Christian McCaffrey this season on the football field?
Well, the hardest thing for Christian McCaffrey to do is to rest. It just is. He posts all his workouts on social media. It's great. But after the season he had, we said it last year, 400-plus touches. Just go look at the history of anybody that's had Curtis Martin, Sean Alexander, anybody, Deuce McAllister. Look at any guy that had 400 touches, and look what they did the next year. Look at McCaffrey 4 years ago in Carolina when he had 400, what he did. And then you combine that with his offseason training. Those poor Achilles are just, I don't know what you can expect right now. But I know this. Probably the only chance he has of getting back out there is to do what he hates the most. And that's probably to rest and just let the inflammation, heal and to go away. I don't know how capable he is of doing that because mentally he doesn't feel like he's keeping himself in shape, the training. And most of that is psychological for any athlete, not just Christian. But it's hard. But the good thing is Jordan Mason, outside of, the receiving, ability that McCaffrey gives you, you couldn't ask for any runner to be better than Mason is right now in that role.
I mean, I kind of want to follow up on that. He made a great catch that got called back for a hold on George Kittle. I mean, he just snagged it in the air. He's clearly been working on his hands. Just as a running back in general, I feel like he's a top 5 guy this year. I know there's a lot of great talents. I mean, Gibbs, the kid up in Montgomery, they're just a hell of a tandem. Obviously, Saquon's having a monster year. Derrick Henry is still one of the all-time greats. I mean, Jordan Mason's on a short list, though. I mean, he's right there. Is this sustainable to run him this way and the style of play that he plays with? Is this a sustainable thing for the full season?
It's a good question, and I don't know. None of us do. He's on pace for 1,800 yards. Like he might set a 49er record at this pace right now. Right? So you go, okay, he's never had to do this before ever. He's young, so he's got that going for him. The line is blocking very, very well. The tight ends were excellent last week in combination. But he's not missing any holes, and he punishes players every time he does run into them. Like he's a top 5 back. I mean, I don't know how many guys are going to hit 1,800 yards. This Arizona defense isn't very good. There's probably a chance for – I know. Every time in the 3 of the 4 games right now, he's had 20-plus carries. He has had over 100 yards. So he had 19 carries in the game that they lost to Minnesota. He didn't get 100. But, I mean, he's a 100-yard-a-game guy right now, getting 20. That's a lot. That adds up. You got to figure out a way, especially when you got a lead, to get him the hell out of the game. Like, I would just – if you're up 2 touchdowns in the fourth quarter in Arizona, get him out. And you just got to, like – we said this last year to McCaffrey. Get him out of the game and save him. You need him. Because I'll never forget talking to Nick Bosa a couple years ago about who's the defensive player of the year, and I was like, Max Crosby is. He's like, yeah, that's fine, Baldy. He plays all those plays. I'm trying to win a Super Bowl. The 49ers are trying to win a Super Bowl. They've got, 3 or 4 postseason games in addition to the 17. So you have to start thinking about that, even in week 5, if you got a lead, to get them out, stop them at 16 carries, get them to the 20th game. That's what's going to be the most important, especially if you're not going to get much from McCaffrey right now.
Well, what do you see from the backup stand, Baldy, in that case? Because I will push back and say, I don't know if Shanahan trusts Isaac Guerendo. He's fumbling on kickoff returns, not hitting the holes right. Do you really want to use Deebo Samuel at running back as a backup when he's so deadly in the pass game, and you need him for, these next few weeks here, and you need Deebo, period, because he's such an ultimate playmaker. What can they do with the backup spot? Is Isaac Guerendo ready? What have you seen from him so far?
Well, I mean, look, he had a great Rose Bowl last year. Yeah. He's got, he had 220, he ran a 4.39. So, I mean, he's got speed. It looks like he knows how to use it. We haven't seen him pop one to see if he's got real speed or not. He just hasn't had many carries to get any kind of a rhythm. Right. So, there's certain places you got to be at that running back position in this style of offense that you got to get to. But, any coach that has hesitation about fumbling issues is not going to put him out there. You look at these runs by Deebo. I mean, he's taking punishment.
Yes,
it's not. He's built strong. He's built like a running back from the waist down. But they take years off your life at that position. If you start getting to that 6 or 8 carry. Again, if you keep it at 3 or 4 carries and a change up here and there, all right, it's fine. Fly sweep here, put him at tailback, fine. He's good. I don't know that you want to get him into that 6 or 8 carry, a game type back right now.
Fred Warner, another play, another Hall of Fame play to pick 6, 45-yarder. I mean, he bumps a receiver off his route on the drag route. He gets back into his zone, into his drop. He picks it off, the run after the catch. Now he's got an ankle injury. He's day-to-day, and I'm really concerned because I don't know what these other linebackers are doing. But Fred doing another Fred thing, we could talk about Fred all day long. What are you seeing from these other linebackers? Because I'm really concerned about these other linebackers as Drake Greenlaw works himself back. Devondre Campbell, Flanagan Fowles. What have you seen from those guys so far in this defense, Baldy, through 4 games?
Well, I mean, they've been aggressive. They've been aggressive, but, Devondre has always had trouble in coverage. Like, he's not – like Fred is just so smooth in his drops and the depth that he gets and what he takes away in the passing game. That has not been Devondre's game. And he's made a lot of tackles in this league. Look, significant. You go from Dre Greenlaw and Fred Warner to maybe not having both. Maybe. I mean, that's significant. First of all, those guys have played 6 years together. They know everything about how they play together and how they play off each other, spilling a run to the other guy. Like they're split in man zone coverage. It's just elite the way that they play together. Look, Fred has one mission in life right now outside of winning the Super Bowl and being probably Father of the Year, Man of the Year, and all the other awards you could give Fred. All he wants is the ball. Like, that's his thing. He wants the ball. Any way he can get the ball, whether he's punching the ball out, whether he's picking it off, whether he's taking a fumble, like, he wants the ball. And I don't know if a lot of linebackers think like that. A lot of linebackers are pretty content, going to make tackles and pumping their chest up when they do and all that stuff. Fred wants the ball. That's the most important thing to him.
He's such a stud. Oh, so he's out of that game in the second half, and I know they had a nice cushion. So, again, I don't know how to evaluate this, but looking at the defense as a whole, Malik Mustafa played a lot at safety, which it was great to see the Rook out there. Obviously, Nick Bosa played with tremendous effort in that second half, recording a strip sack and recovering the ball. I thought Floyd flashed. Malik Collins looked good. Just the defense overall.
showed up.
Who? Okuwanu, number 91.
Yes, 91.
Okuwanu. He came out of nowhere, buddy. We didn't know who he was 2 weeks ago.
I didn't know either. I didn't know how to pronounce the name for a long time. I've been practicing, though.
Samuel Okuwanu.
I want to make sure I got it right on the show.
We got it for you, Baldy. We've been butchered it. Here you go, Baldy.
Samuel Okuwanu.
Okuwanu. We just saw him 2 weeks ago. We're like, who's number 91 just having a free rush against Matthew Stafford? We had to look at the practice squad.
Yeah. No, but I mean, there was a couple other guys I was like, that I was kind of studying here, getting ready for this today. Like, I didn't know Evan Anderson. I mean, he punched the ball out. Like, if some of these guys, they're getting into their depth. And look, they keep losing guys. I mean, I don't know how, but I mean, they won the game. The defensive front won the game. They really, everybody, Malik played great. I'm always been a big fan of Kevin Givens. He probably played his best game he's played in years. Nick got home. I know everybody else getting sacks was pissing Nick off that he wasn't getting one. So he got his at the end in the fumble. But that was good to see. Look, they're a very inexperienced offense line. The left tackle probably isn't a starter. The right guard is a rookie. Caden Wallace comes in as a third tight end. He's a rookie. I mean, they ate up against, a pretty inexperienced group up front.
Arizona. You mentioned them, and I'm not going to claim a team to quit, not at this level, professional level, but Washington just took – I watched the second half. I was like, wow, Washington just did whatever they wanted. Kyler and company looked frustrated. Obviously, they didn't have Trey McBride, but it is an NFC West divisional game, and division games are different. But what's going on with Arizona? Because I was high on them, not to say they were a playoff team, but I thought they were ascending. This last couple of weeks haven't been good for the Cardinals, Baldy.
No, actually, the week before against Detroit, they played them tough.
Played tough, 20-10.
They gave up a hook and lateral, for a touchdown right at the end of the first half. They shut them out completely in the second half. That defense plays really hard. That was disappointing last week because we haven't seen Washington go up and down. We have seen Washington go up and down the field. They couldn't get off the field, and they're really losing players at an alarming rate up front on their defensive line right now. They have always played hard for Jonathan Gannon. Their defense coordinator, Nick Rales, he's 30 years old. He's the youngest in the league. They've always played hard for him. Buda Baker is I call him the Cobra. Like, he shows up everywhere. But they just got worn down last week, and Cliff Kingsbury's doing a great job. That was an unusual performance by that team. They've been much more competitive than that. But I thought Kyler, really missed some throws in that game outside of the touchdown to Marvin Harrison Jr., who's got 4 now in the last 3 games. He's their go-to guy, so you have to have a plan for Marvin in this game. And they have always run the ball well. Last week they did not do that for the first time. But Connor is a good back, and Kyler you have to account for. That was if they think that's the Arizona Cardinals, that team that Washington slaughtered. That's not really who they are. They play tougher than that, be honest with you.
All right, Trey McBride should be back. I expect a tougher game, too, at Levi Stadium. Divisional game. Kyler and company, that's a desperate football team. I'm with you on that one, Baldy. Where are you going to be at this weekend as we let you go? Where's Baldy going?
I'm going to go see the Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase show. See if they can, put up, see if they can slow down the Baltimore Ravens rushing attack right now. That's, Derrick Henry is, they might as well just put him in Canton right now the way he's going.
Baltimore looks good. They've outrushed each opponent this year by at least 100 yards in every single game. Thinks that's an NFL record. And Lamar's throwing well from the pocket, Baldy. He's looked like he's coming alive here.
They're a dangerous team. The only thing that was a little bit odd the first couple weeks of the season is the field goal kicker has been the best in the business, and he's missed some to the left. I don't know what's happened to his stroke, but other than that, Baltimore is just a well-coached team, and they're a well-run organization. And after starting 0-2, they figure some things out. Now they're rocking and rolling.
No doubt about that, Baldy. We'll talk to you next week when the Niners take on Arizona, Baldy. You're the best, man. Thanks again.
Yep. Thanks, Gary. See you, Joe. See you, Bonte.
All right, Baldy. Baldy here on the River Islands guest line here as we talk a little football. Niners handle business, get the Patriots. We expected that. A lot of good there. Brock Purdy, Jordan Mason, they're doing well, but we got to get to Farhan Zaidi. We got to get back to Farhan Zaidi as he was let go yesterday by the San Francisco Giants at about 10:01. It was a couple minutes after we got off the air.
Yeah, they did it out of spite.
Yeah, I feel like, boy, remember we did 10-2 and the Ayuk report came? Oh, man, breaking news. Steiny Guru with a layup yesterday at Media Day. Can you believe that? Anyway, we're going to get into it. Farhan Zaidi, what went wrong? Are you happy, Giants fans? How excited are you about Buster Posey being the president of baseball operations plus Rich Arroyo at 8:30?
Was there anything he did right? No, I want to hear.
There's a couple.
Yeah, I would like to go over some of that, too.
No.
Like, I know we want to look over all the negatives, and there's plenty of them. Trust me, I aired the grievances earlier. But was there anything he did right? And what did we learn? What did we learn throughout the process? I'm thinking about it. Like, first season, you don't trade Mad Bum, and you say goodbye to Bruce Bochy, and you say hello to Gabe Kapler?
Well, the Mad Bum thing, I kind of get. I think they missed the boat on that, and I think that goes back to Bobby Evans.
Okay.
Also, we got to get into Pete Rose passing away. I have some thoughts on that.
I've got a picture I'll share with the group.
I felt a little different about Pete Rose after watching that documentary. May he rest in peace. But I felt a little different about Pete.
Well, the person?
The person.
Yeah. Well,
big time. The baseball player is undeniable. He's a Hall of Famer. Yeah. He's a hell of a player.
Well, as a baseball fan, the player. The guy literally played almost every single position and is one of the great baseball minds of all time. As a human being, as a person away from the diamond.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan.
He's as, scummy as they come.
Not a big fan. Not a big fan at all. So we'll get to that. Dikembe Mutombo passed away. We'll touch on Media Day. Draymond had a very interesting interaction with Scott Osler from the San Francisco Chronicle. We could get into that as well as what Steph said. We got a lot going on. We got 2 more hours to go. But we're going to lead with Farhan Zaidi. 888-957-9570. Folks, line them up. Line them up. How you feeling now about the San Francisco Giants? Feels like Christmas. Feels like Christmas to me. But before we break, we have the injury report. All right, Kyle Shanahan provided a few key injury updates on his morning conference call, Monday conference call, I should say. Perhaps the best news he shared was that Fred Warner's ankle injury is not that serious. Shanahan said that Fred avoided a high ankle sprain and is considered day to day. Hallelujah. Shanahan is confident that Warner will be able to heal up this week ahead of Sunday's contest against the Arizona Cardinals. The injury report brought to you by Boxer Girls of Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What is coming up in the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Your phone calls, 888-957-9570. Giants fans. Buster Posey, you in or out on that? What went wrong for Farhan? What went right for Farhan? Let's have the conversation before we bring Rich Arroyo on at 8:30 here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Are we alive back there?
Hey, it's Willard and Dibbs for Safeway.
I was talking to somebody called me when word got out that we were talking to Farhan, who is I'll leave his name out of it, but he's on the field person, in uniform person, who said, who's had a direct experience with Farhan, and said, let me just tell you something about Farhan. First of all, he's a great leader of people. He loves scouting. He loves listening. He loves players. Has the highest integrity possible. And he's super competitive. So you put all that together, it's a pretty good combination. And we're thrilled to welcome Farhan. And then one other thing, in our conversations, what was especially compelling given the Giants organization, the way we like to present ourselves, is that he had a very much of a values-based approach to management and to the organization and to leadership. And all of that made it a pretty compelling opportunity for us to bring Farhan to this organization. So welcome, Farhan.
That was November the 9th, 2018. Larry Baer, one of the owners, the San Francisco Giants, one of the partners, introducing Farhan Zaidi. He was named the president of baseball operations November the 6th, 2018. And yeah, that did not age well. Did not age well. As Farhan was shown the door yesterday, let go after 6 years, and 5 of the seasons he missed the postseason. Had the one outlier, 107 wins in 2021. But in the last 3 years, 3rd place, 4th place, 4th place. And Zaidi turned out to not be a savant, as McCovey Chronicles wrote a day after he was hired by the Giants. The headline was, the Giants didn't just bring their own organization into the 21st century, they moved right to the bleeding edge of baseball. That was the headline. They moved right to the bleeding edge of baseball. And then, quote, McCovey Chronicles, and it's a good site. I respect any site that covers a team and gets into the ins and outs or whatnot, but here's what he said. I'm telling you, there's nothing to fear about Farhan Zaidi. The Giants might have just hired the smartest guy in the room, but they've also hired a curious mind who incorporates all information available to him when making his evaluations. He's not a machine, and he's not an instinct-driven grit master. He's a baseball fan. He's a baseball fan. Well, he may be a baseball fan. And I, read that he was a Blue Jays fan because every other summer he went to Canada after his family moved to the Philippines, and he's there to witness Joe Carter's home run. He's an 11th grader out there. Whatever. Baseball fan, whatnot. He just wasn't good at his job. He wasn't good at his job, and I think it was clearly obvious, Shasky, over the last 3 years that he wasn't good at his job.
Why do you say that?
There's a few things. One, you replaced Bruce Bochy with Gabe Kapler when nobody wanted Gabe Kapler, and Gabe Kapler's a nice guy. But that was your home run hire? You're the smartest guy in the room? And you hire a cast-off from Philadelphia who had all the talent in the world, obviously.
And then you threw him under the bus 3 years later.
You threw him under the bus to save your own ass, which is fine. Okay, whatever. I get it. It's big business. Saves your own ass. So Xavier, the 6-year-old who says, I like it when Bonte says ass, and he cusses. Well, I'm going to cuss here. He saved his own ass by getting rid of Kapler. It made him the fall guy, even though he was writing out the lineups. The platooning, the style of play, the lack of athleticism, the way you manage your pitching staff, your starting rotation. All the signs were there over the last 2.5, 3 years. It was. And I go back to that June 20th or whatever it was in August or in 2022 when they went down to Atlanta and played the Braves. And you sat here with me on this crossover. Remember, Shasky, I went crazy. I said, I don't think this is sustainable. I'm sorry. There were 8 games over 500. We should have been enjoying the fact that the Giants were rolling. I said, I don't think this is sustainable. And a month later, they were nowhere to be heard from. And so the signs were there. The signings, the yo-yoing. We come up with the Sacramento Shuttle. The Sacramento Shuttle, which is, I thought the Giants missed the boat on the whole sponsorship on the side of New Jersey. Instead of having Cruise, it should have been Amtrak because guys were going back and forth to Sutter Hill Park. Am I in Sacramento or San Francisco? Should I change my area code to 916 or should I keep it to 415 or to 628? What should I do here? The Sacramento Shuttle used so much mileage, Shasky, of train tracks need to be replaced.
If we were ranking the list of failures of why someone would get let go at the GM job for the Giants, I think a lot of people are going to click on articles that talk about free agency. And to me, that's so wrong.
No.
It's so wrong. Now, am I frustrated with free agency? Yeah. But you know why? Because you were reliant on free agency because you failed to draft and develop.
Which was supposed to be his strength.
Okay. And then the other part is you made no trades. No good trades. Like none. Look, like in your mind, if you were to say, of the 3 World Series, what's the one that's probably the best team?
The best team?
Of the 3 World Series that they won.
I may go 2012.
No, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
Okay. So can I just give you just the roster?
Right.
Buster Posey, drafted and developed. Brandon Belt, drafted and developed. Okay. At second base, it was Scudero. That was a late season trade. Brandon Crawford, drafted and developed. Pablo Sandoval, third base, drafted and developed. Melky Cabrera, a shrewd free agent signing. He ended up not making the roster for the playoffs.
Right.
Angel Pagan, who was a shrewd trade that they made. And then you had Hunter Pence, which was a great trade that you ended up making.
Yep.
Gregor Blanco was the guy who ended up playing left field at times for them. Farhan built a team of Gregor Blancos. And I love Gregor. Gregor could be a great 8th, 9th, 10th guy on a roster. He cannot be your 3, 4, 5 hitter on a daily basis for 6 years. And that was the problem. Then I look at their pitching staff, okay? Matt Cain, Bumgarner. Zito was a big part of that 2012 team. I'll give him credit. Big free agent sign. He inherited, the big money. Ryan Vogelsong was a Giants guy. They traded him away, brought him back. Lincecum, Santiago Casilla, obviously Sergio Romo. Brian Wilson got hurt that year. But the constant theme is what? Drafting and developing. Or drafting, identifying, and trading. And so to me, we could talk about free agent signings and the missing of Harper and Judge and Correa and Ohtani. You're wasting your time. Right. The biggest mistake that this organization has made is the drafting and developing simultaneously with the identifying in your minor league system who's not here to stay. And making shrewd trades to get rid of those guys. You know what I think Buster Posey is going to do no matter who takes over? I think you're going to see some big-time player movement in the minor league system this offseason. Because you know what? If a guy doesn't have an opportunity to thrive here, you trade him for somebody who you think does.
And I also think Buster is not going to stand for some of the lack of hustle, the attitude, the lack of effort from some of these guys. He's not going to stand for that. Things are going to change.
Don't you also think as a young, and I didn't mean to cut you there, as a young guy, when Buster came up, what did they do with Benji?
Moved off him.
Okay. They cleared the way to allow him to play. Yep. And when I think of someone like Bryce Eldridge, I was thinking about this long and hard. It's like the perfect guy to have as your GM or your president of baseball ops is Buster Posey. They're not going to bring in a Pete Alonso. They're not going to bring in somebody to block the playing time every day of a Bryce Eldridge.
It's your job right now.
Or you bring in a Paul Goldschmidt for 2 years. I'm just hypothetically, right? And you say, teach this guy how to be a big leaguer.
Right.
One of you is going to DH and the other one's going to play first base.
Right.
But you're both in the lineup for the next 2 years together. That's where I think a Buster Posey having the feel of what it was like being a young player and understanding that when you gave Brandon Crawford shortstop and you just said, I don't care about your bat, just play great defense.
Right.
When you put Pablo Sandoval at third base, say, young man, I know you don't have a great eye for the strike zone. You just swing and just do your thing.
Just play.
I think that the empowering of the young players is the most important aspect on why Farhan failed here in San Francisco.
Which you brought up Crawford, and those are great points. Brandon Belt, I thought it may have hindered him throughout his tenure with the Giants. Who knows? But I thought the yo-yoing of him early in his tenure set Brandon Belt back. That wasn't my favorite move with Bochy and Sabian and Evans. It's like, just let the kid play. Just let the kid play. Now, I get how we feel about Brandon Belt now, but at the time I said, boy, you got him going back and forth to Frisno because the AAA affiliate was in Frisno at the time. Got him going back and forth, man. Just let him play. Let him play at the big league level. But with all that said, I want to answer this question here from the 408 Comcast Business Text line. How did you guys feel when he first got hired? Were you out on him from the start? I wasn't. I was in favor of the move because I felt like, okay, they need a regime change. Sabian, Evans, Sabian, it kind of ran its course. I get it. They had a hell of a run. Hell of a run. It was time to turn the page. We saw where it was going. And so I was open-minded with Farhan Zaidi. Everybody talked that he was the mastermind behind the Dodgers next to Andrew Freeman. I didn't believe that aspect of it, but I was open-minded about Farhan, saying, okay, let him cook. Okay, and then 2021 happened, because I'll give him an outlier for the pandemic season. Whatever, it was a lost year. Everybody's playing 60 games. It's a sprint to the playoffs.
Buster opted out.
Buster didn't play that season. It was weird. It was wacky. It was a lot of wackiness. All right, you get to 2021, you win 107. It's like, wow, okay, maybe he is the guy.
Yeah.
Maybe he is the guy. That offseason came and went, and then the farm system was not really churning out talent, and it kept platooning. And I was like, wait, is this the plan 4 years in, 3 years in? Is this the plan? Is it the platoon and dramatically shift? And, we're going to have openers and we're going to have starting pitchers go 5 innings? This is not fun to watch. So the entertainment value started to dip for me. It started to dip. And then midway through that season, I was like, yeah, I don't know about this guy. I started having my doubts. And in 2023, it just reared its ugly head. I was like, oh, I'm so out on this guy. But early on, Shasky, I want to get your thoughts. Yeah. How'd you feel when he first got hired? Because I was open-minded about the hire.
I was very skeptical, okay? Very skeptical. And the reason why I'm skeptical, look, I just believe in my baseball mind, there are certain principles that I subscribe to. Pitch, play defense. It's pretty, put the ball in play. That's to my core, right. I will go to my dying death thinking of my dad, put the ball in play great defense, throw strikes. That to me has always been a winning formula. It has always been a winning formula in AT&T, a.k.a. Oracle Park as well. And yeah, are there teams that I like that slug? No doubt. Timely hitting is very important, and we know that. And having sluggers is extremely important. We won championships, and I've always seen good baseball, like the Braves, for example. Yeah. They had great hitting, but you know what they did? They played great defense. They put the ball in play, and they pitched their butts off. That never goes out of style. And so when I saw a de-emphasis on putting the ball in play, when I saw a de-emphasis on defense and they were shifting everything, Wilmer Flores, God, I love Wilmer. He was the worst second and third baseman I've seen in my life. And they kept putting him out there like, well, with the shift, it doesn't matter. It's like, no, it does matter. It does matter. And then not being able to control the running game, like I was skeptical from day one because it went against all my baseball principles. All of the principles, and I kept saying, well, maybe I'm a relic of a past that doesn't no longer exist. And then you know what baseball did? They changed their own rules. They said we're going to shift they're going to ban the shift. We're putting in a pitch clock. You can only throw over 3 times to first base, a 3-batter minimum. The bases are going to be larger, and we're going to add an extra wild card. And so, look, man, I was always skeptical, and I was probably first at the trough of, like, I'm out. And Lubman and I did podcasts with Mark, and I've done a million podcasts with Lubman as well, and there were certain things that would happen. It would drive me nuts. Yeah. For example, you guys don't know how to hold a runner on. No. That's Little League stuff. You guys are throwing the ball around. Well, you lead baseball in errors year after year. You can't steal a base to save your life. No, You're the least athletic team in the league. And every year to end the season, you tell me we're going to get more athletic.
We're going to run more.
Slower.
In a league that was shifting to running and displaying more athleticism with the likes of Ronald Acuna Jr. and Mookie Betts and Bobby Witt Jr. and Gunnar Henderson and so on and so forth. There's a lot there. We haven't even got to some of the things he said about the city.
Well, that's a whole
and blaming the city, and that's an entire different show. And so when you do that, when you don't acquire the talent and you don't build up the farm system, because we got a couple examples of Marco Luciano, shortstop is his to start the season. No, it wasn't. You lied. Why'd you lie? Just say Marco Luciano's not ready. He clearly wasn't. He couldn't field a grounder better than me. You saw me out there at the softball diamond in West Sunset. I can't field to save my life with my damn bad hammies and poor Achilles. Luciano's the same way, so you don't know what position he is after having him in your system for many, many years. Where's the development? Casey Schmidt. Boy, he started off great. I was hyped up about Casey Schmidt. You got me hyped up about him. And he comes out here, and he doesn't even know what the street. He's just swinging at everything. And Contos comes on the show and says, well, he's swinging at 50% of the pitches. It's not going to end well. And we were in denial. And he still hasn't been heard from. The guy's been yo-yo back to Sacramento about 15 times. He's been to Sacramento more than last year than I've been to Sacramento in my life. And I've been here my entire life. Seriously, it's terrible. This guy, so the player development, and then blaming the city, what do you say, the idiosyncratic nature of the city or whatnot, the ballpark, and I went down to the presser and he shot back at me or whatnot. And it's like, dude, these are your quotes. You said them. So that aspect of everything, not playing to your ballpark, and then the handling of the Alex Wood. Like, I know Alex Wood is not some major league superstar. But when you're playing with Alex Wood and he's like, you know what, 5 innings, that's your limit. Yeah, we're not going to go a third time around the lineup because the data says, well, if the pitcher's rolling, just let him see if he could roll. There's no feel. There's no baseball feel. And I think that's what we'll get from Buster Posey, a feel of the game.
I'm going to put his stuff out there because now it's all over. But I used to get text messages and phone calls from Mark Ibanez. And I love Mark Ibanez.
He goes crazy about Farhan.
He goes crazy. And the thing he kept saying to me is like, Joe, he lacks emotional intelligence. Yep. You could be the smartest. And this is the problem with people that are really book smart, sometimes lack specific social cues and can be awkward in certain settings. But there's a feel for how to treat people and how to talk to people and understanding the human element. And they just lack that. They completely lack that. Yep. And so, you know, they had to move on. The proof was in the pudding. You brought up Luciano, and I do want to stop here.
We didn't bring up Carlos Correa and that whole debacle. I mean, that was, remember that one? We didn't even bring that up. We forgot all about that. The physical. And yeah, 2 minutes before the presser. 2 minutes before the presser. Yeah, we're not going to have this. We need a physical. We need to check something out. We still fine with the Twins. Now, I know they failed and they flopped and they didn't make the playoffs because the Tigers surged and ascended and they're in the playoffs and the Minnesota Twins basically blew it there. But the whole Carlos Correa situation, and you sign him without telling Crawford, hey, he's going to be our shortstop. You're moving to third base. It's just the tact, the personal feel. It's just, oh my gosh, this is the worst executive we've ever had in the Bay Area, I believe. I may be wrong, but in my 42 years of living, I've never seen anybody worse.
I don't know. I don't know if he's the worst.
He might be worse than Terry Donahue, dog.
But I do want to bring up Luciano because, like, when you inherit certain pieces, it really, you can benefit from utilizing them properly, right? Sabian, did he inherit Barry Bonds?
Yep.
Okay. Did he utilize Barry Bonds pretty to the fullest? Mm-hmm. Did he inherit Matt Williams? What did he do with Matt Williams?
Flip Matt Williams from Jeff Kent and Company.
And it ended up being one of the great trades in Giants history. Yep. It broke my heart. I mean, I'll never forget, it broke my heart. When you inherit Luciano, no one is saying you have to keep him, death be damned. But it is your job to identify what position does he play?
Yeah.
Is he worth investing 6 years of patience into? And then you are tasked, if you're going to keep him, with making sure he does develop to a specific position. This is a guy who came up and didn't even hit a warning track fly ball, let alone a home run. Well, the bat didn't translate. And then he can't play any position, and you wait until the end of the year and you go, we're going to have him shag some fly balls in the outfield. What? See, to me, Luciano, it's not even that Luciano stinks. It's that you failed to understand what he was. Yep. You didn't even have the awareness to identify what position he was. You didn't understand how to properly develop him. You carved out time for him only to put Nick Ahmed there because you realized almost immediately he couldn't play the position.
Well, how about trading Jorge Soler saying Luciano's going to pick up the DH at bats. He doesn't play for 10 days.
And then you got Canada.
He doesn't play. And then you bring in Marquette, and people say, well, he's a good vibes guy. He's going to bring professional. Canada didn't hit a single jack coming back to San Francisco. And the guy's a local guy, and I don't want to crush the guy, but you said Luciano's going to get at bats at DH, and he doesn't play for like 10 days. So what are you doing? Speaking of Luciano, how about Kyle Harrison from De La Salle? You piped him up to be this lefty of the future, and he still may be. I got high hopes for Kyle Harrison. But in AAA, you decide, you know what? We're not going to let him go more than 4 innings at a time. He's going to go 3 innings here, 4 innings here, but we want you to go into the rotation to start the season. And then he can't go more than 4 innings. He gets to the 5th inning and he flails. Jordan Hicks. You signed Jordan Hicks, who had never been a starting pitcher in his career, had never pitched more than 78 innings in a season. Hey, Jordan, we're going to sign you. You're going to be a starting pitcher. Well, what do you know? He's got all kind of arm troubles, shoulder troubles. Couldn't even pitch the last 6 to 8 weeks. So these moves that you made where you tried to be a mastermind and convert guys from whether they're a natural third baseman to a second baseman, a starting pitcher who all of a sudden you got to pitch in 3 to 4 innings in the minors, and then all of a sudden you're asked to be a starter, or Jordan Hicks, who was a bullpen guy, a reliever who threw 100. Hey, we want you to be a starting pitcher. Go figure. Even Jordan Hicks to get to the 5th inning, you're like, damn. He's wilting. He's done.
Bonte, their number one guy who actually made an All-Star game this year, Elliot Ramos, one of the few pieces you feel good about, was stuck behind Austin Slater, Jung-Hoo Lee, Mike Yastrzemski, and Michael Conforto. And had injuries not happened to Slater and Jung-Hoo Lee, we would have never seen him.
Never. And you know what? We don't even know who Jung-Hoo Lee is. Yeah, we didn't sing that song much. He's making $16 million next season, 23 the year after, and we don't even know who he is. Let's get to the calls real quick.
What was the most bold thing he did, Giants fans? I'm just asking out loud.
Was it trading for Chris Bryant?
It was a rental.
I know.
For your, like, 13th best prospect.
I know.
I'm out.
I know. Let's go to Adam in the city. Adam, what's happening?
Hey, Adam.
Hey, guys. Good morning. I just wanted to say how happy I am that this move has finally happened. I wanted to know, Bonte, if you were playing Another One Bites the Dust as you were driving into work this morning.
Oh, that's a good call, Adam. I should have played it. Another One Bite. Nah, we're going to retire that because the one guy's gone. We all want him. Bye-bye, bye-bye, bye-bye. We don't need no song for him.
Yeah, well, I just know that it's this hire kind of makes me care as a Giants fan again, and I'll be honest that I haven't cared for a few years because I said as long as Farhan is, directing this ship, I just have zero interest in this team, and I think Buster Posey is going to bring back the old school type of baseball. I feel like analytics baseball for this team is out the window. Guys are going to play every day, see what they can contribute. So I love the hire. It gives some new hope to this team, and we'll see what happens.
Good call, Adam. Good call. Let's get to Larry in the city real quick. Larry, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning, Larry.
I know I'm not calling about football and all this stuff, but I want to pay tribute to one of the greatest players as me as a kid in the 60s. Wanted to watch one of the greatest baseball players that ever played the game. I mean, I've seen a lot of great players. Don't get me wrong, because I'm African American. I've seen a lot of great African American players. But nobody played like Pete Rose. I don't give a damn who it is. Pete Rose, Mr. Baseball. When we came up, I was looking for baseball games as a kid because I love the game of baseball. You know what I'm saying? In the 60s. That's how baseball was like basketball is today. Everybody looking for basketball games. Well, that's what we did in the 60s. Looking for a baseball game because we wanted to play like the great players of the 60s, like the Mays and the Cubbies and the Pete Roses. But I just want to say about Pete Rose and baseball and his family, thanks a lot, Pete Rose. There'll never be another Pete Rose. And if you ever see Pete Rose play, he played baseball like it should have been played. With everything he gave it, everything he's got. And if you see Pete Rose go to the plate, or the plate to the plate, you wouldn't want to be a catcher. With that, I'm out.
Hey, it's a great call. And, my dad was 67 when he passed away, and his favorite player of all time, Willie Mays. And then the team that he claimed was the most impactful on his baseball-loving life was the Big Red Machine of the early and mid-70s. And the reason why is because that used to be on national television, and he'd watch them all the time. And Pete Rose, Charlie Hustle, played the game the way my dad thought the game should be played. Balls to the wall. I could play every position on the diamond. Now, I'm talking about the player.
Yeah.
The human being is someone completely different, and that's a whole nother can of worms. But the player, to be able to play high-level, gold glove level ball at literally 7 different positions is one of the most incredible things of all time. Switch hitter, one of the greatest hitters of all time, 17-time All-Star. And to me, he signified going from the end of the beginning of the 1960s till the end of the 1980s as an impact in the game of baseball. What he did with the Phillies is obviously just incredible, but he's one of the most polarizing sports figures of all time.
He is.
There's no other way around it.
There's no doubt. There's no doubt he is. What hits king, hits leader, MVP, batting average titles, you name it, World Series champion 3 times. However, it's hard for me to separate the baseball player from the person because we know he's been banned from baseball, from gambling on his own team. Now, he said he never bet on his team, and he ended up lying. After watching the documentary, I don't know what's what when it comes to Pete Rose. The baseball player, hell of a player. Hell of a player.
I assume he's a bad human being. That's what I would say.
But watching that documentary, maybe, and Matt, he can share the clip because we used to have Pete Rose all the time on 95.7 The Game. He would come on no matter what. He'd give us great sound bites, and he was funny or whatnot. But watching the documentary, And this for just Pete Rose, like, and I don't want to dump on him. He's dead, and I know his family's grieving like that. And but I can't help myself when I saw this moment during the documentary when Joe Morgan died, and Joe Morgan's wife, name is evading me, but she was expecting Pete to be there at the dinner, and he doesn't show up. And then there's honoring him at Synergy Field or Great America Ballpark, I should say, Great America Ballpark, and he's not in the suite or whatnot. Next thing you know, he pops up in the 7th inning. And they're like, Pete, like, what's up? Doesn't get along with Johnny Bench for whatever reason.
Johnny Bench.
And then the stories with Pete Rose and the allegations and everything like that, it's hard for me to separate, man.
And I'm convinced he was on roids.
He's a compulsive liar.
Yeah.
Hell of a baseball player,
no doubt,
but a compulsive liar.
I do believe it. I don't know if you saw Radnich, who doesn't tweet often, but Radnich put out that he thinks he, in part, died because of a broken heart. And I would take it a step further to Gary. And I don't know if Gary saw the doc on him.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying it's the end all be all. Like everything in there is true.
Right.
It's up to you to decide how you feel.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a big believer in guilt eats at people.
Yep.
It eats at your soul.
Joe Paterno, I'm convinced he passed away because of the guilt that what happened over there in Happy Valley.
I'm
and
with
those
you.
poor kids.
I'm 100%
guilt ate him up. In the HBO documentary on him with, who was it, Al Pacino playing Joe Paterno. I'm convinced the guilt ate him up.
So you and I are aligned.
Yeah,
with
no
that.
doubt.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Look, is there an element of a broken heart and not being on the hall and all that? Yeah. And to all the people, they got what they wanted, who wanted to keep him out. I don't know how I would have dealt with it in real time. I thought he should have got in the entire time into the Hall of Fame. And because as a baseball player, he deserves to be recognized. And as a baseball player, you can't write the history of the game without his inclusion.
No doubt.
The individual to the side is completely different.
Yeah,
I do separate the two.
I try to separate the two. It's very, very hard. I even called my guy Marty Larry about it after I watched the doc, and I thought of him immediately. And he goes, Vontae, that's the real Pete Rose. You should read his book. And I meant to buy the book. Now I'm reminded I will read the book just to see what was in there. But, yeah, that's tough. That's tough. We're going to bring in Rich Aurelia, longtime Giant, NBC Sports Bay Area pre- and post-game. And I love Richie. He keeps it real. He'll keep it a buck. We'll get his thoughts on the firing of Farhan Zaidi. Well, they said the Giants and Farhan parted ways, but we know what happened. He's been replaced by Buster Posey as the president of baseball operations. We'll take Alamo and the Rich. We'll get a call in before Richie, and then we'll get Scott and Deli Boy. Deli Boy, what up, Deli Boy? Scott, we'll get to him and Alamo. We'll do all that coming up here on the Morning Roast, brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Did you know when you purchase lumber?
I would rather be the White Sox.
What up? This is Turtle Pie Turtle from Frisco. If you're anything like me, you're getting hella roasted every day on the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game. Yay!
How do you like that, Mr. Bonte?
Oh, I like that a lot because I'm sure a lot of people got roasted yesterday after Farhan was let go by the San Francisco Giants. We will air the live presser with Buster Posey, Greg Johnson, and, of course, Bob Melvin. We'll air that as soon as it starts at 10 a.m. We'll toss to it. Buster Posey, the presser will happen today down there at 3rd and King, 24 Willie Mays Plaza. You know, I like to get the addresses in there. Let's get a call in before we get to Richie, before we get to Rich Aurelia. Let's get to Alamo and the Rich. Actually, let's get to Alamo. He wants to talk. You know what? No, let's get Deli Boy. Alamo, hang tight, Alamo. I want to get your thoughts, but hang tight. Let's get the Deli Boy on 280. What's happening, Deli Boy?
What's happening, guys? Long time no talk. How you been?
Oh, man.
Hey,
Doing
let me
great.
just say, are all Giants fans today? Shouldn't we all be celebrating? Listen, the one thing I'm not hearing from you guys is what Buster Posey now brings to the Giants is hope. We haven't had hope in years. We've been just stuck in mediocrity for, 7 years, 8 years now? Forget 2021. Yeah, 107 wins, fantastic year. But let's be real. It was a fluke. All right? We should never have even been there. And if we were there, Farhan, that was your chance to double down, make some moves. Let's keep competitive. Didn't do anything. And being stuck in mediocrity, I think, is even worse than being with the White Sox. I'd rather tank. I'd rather just be like, yeah, we're tanking. This is it. 100 losses. Oh, well, it is what it is. But being stuck at 500... I've been stuck at 500 for 7 years with no direction. Who are we? Are we a slugging team? Well, we haven't had a slugger since Barry Bonds hit 30 home runs in, 2006? Well, what's that? Are we a defensive team? Well, we have the most errors in the league. Are we a batting average team? Do we hit for a high average? Well, we don't do that either. So what are we? What kind of team are we? I think with Buster, we're finally going to find out this is our identity, and I think you guys hit on it. We're going to be a defensive-oriented team.
Deli Boy's cutting out a little bit here. Give us a call back. Alamo and Scott will get you
that airport cellularness.
Right after we get to Rich Aurelia here on the Morning Roast, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Is it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Our boy Rich Aurelia, who was a Giant from 95 to 03, came back from 07 to 09. Of course, the Giants Wall of Fame, Silver Slugger Award in 01, All-Star in 01, an All-Star person as well. Does a hell of a job on NBC Sports Bay Area on the pre- and post-game show. And Rich, good morning to you, man. What a day for the San Francisco Giants, and a day a lot of fans were waiting for, the day that Farhan Zaidi was let go. Richie, good morning to you. Welcome back to the show. What was your reaction yesterday at around 10:01, 10:02 when the Giants announced that they were letting go Farhan Zaidi?
Oh, well, good morning, guys. I don't know if I was fired up like that caller you had there, but
that's my brother, Richie. That's my brother. He's excited.
We weren't supposed to hit that nepotism here on the show.
My brother. It's my brother. You know.
I mean, that was pretty good, and I got to be honest with you. There wasn't a lot of what he said that wasn't true. Getting the news yesterday, I think the whole thing for me was, I think I was working the games the days that those articles came out with the Athletic and then the Chronicle. And I think at that point, at least in my mind, a pretty good idea that Farhan might not be back. When news like that or stories like that leak, it's never a good thing for the person involved who's supposed to be in charge. But was I surprised at the Buster decision to come back and take over the role? Yeah, I was. I mean, we've heard Buster say, as recent as a couple of years ago, he was just going to be kind of a go-between between the players and Greg Johnson and Larry Baer and Farhan. But now, I don't know, maybe he saw enough to coerce him back into the role of running this baseball side of this organization. So I think for 99% of the people out there who are Giants fans, I think there's a good feeling today. The press conference is coming up soon, but I'm sure, as I've read a few things this morning. I'm sure there's some people that are probably dogging the move, based off of no experience, but I think they're just dogging the move because they want to be different than everybody else.
I mean,
spot on with that one, Rich.
Richie, like the experience thing it's like laughable almost because, I mean, Buster has prepared by scouting out the other team and building a strategy for his pitching staff his entire career. I'm not saying that translates to understanding contracts and all that stuff because there's a lot that goes into president of baseball ops. Like there's so much that goes into it, but like just a baseball mind, a guy that was behind the dish forever, understanding what it takes to be a high prospect that come through the system, to take a starting spot, to lead a team, to be the centerpiece of an organization, to build strategies on what's the best lineup to trot out on a given day or how to pitch around a guy or whatever it is. Like I just think we're underselling that he's actually been doing portions of the job for like 15 years.
Well, I agree with you 1,000%. And, I think, for me, if I just look at it just on the surface, right, I think, the term or the title baseball of president of baseball operations, right, that's a vast title. I think right now the way I look at it is what's Buster Posey's new title? To come in here and get this team back on track to where they should be. That's how I look at it, right? I mean, a guy that's played for a number of years, one of the most beloved Giants of all time, a guy that's had ultimate success at the highest level, both individually and team-wise, and a guy who I think everybody who's watching play over the years really looks at him as an intelligent individual, not an intelligent baseball player. We already know that, but intelligent individual. So I think this says a lot about Buster in the sense of I think he's a consummate professional, a consummate winner. And I think what he's seen gone on here the last, 6 years or so, I think, he lived it for a couple of years, right? Yep. He was in that dugout. Mm-hmm. I think it kind of, and I don't know if this was his plan, when he came back in as part owner. I don't know if this was part of it, but I think he's seen enough and probably heard enough from players that he played with that were there in the last few years to have him make this decision to come back and try and get this organization as a baseball team back to the winning ways.
Richie, you're spot on with that. And to Shasky's point about bringing in Posey and the experience thing, well, John Lynch, they said the same thing about John Lynch with the San Francisco 49ers, but he was in the Denver front office and going to combines and workouts and taking his notes. And Posey's a guy who just doesn't fail at many things. But I want to ask you, Richie, because we've talked a lot about this team and the way they play and the style of play, and it wasn't entertaining at all. Let's be honest. It was just not an appealing product, especially the last 3 seasons. What went wrong for Farhan Zaidi during his tenure, Richie? What do you pinpoint and say, boy, that one really hurt him over his 6-year tenure?
Well, I can't, listen, first of all, in these articles that came out a few weeks ago, first of all, I hope Farhan's okay health-wise because we read that he had some health issues, right? And, and I really don't know Farhan that well because he was never really readily made available to us.
Did that hurt him?
He wasn't.
Real quick to stop you, Richie, and we can fill this, but we've just touched on that this morning. All the guys, whether it's Larry Bear, Sabian, Evans, and John Lynch, and Bob Myers, and you see Dunleavy, they have made themselves accessible to the community, and I think that really hurt Farhan. He was kind of closed in, and this is not the market to do that in.
No, I agree with you. I mean, I don't know. Final straw, does that matter? I don't know, but I know as a member of the media now, it probably would have made his life a lot easier if he was a little more available. I mean, listen, I played for Sabes and, for years, and, as surly as Sabes could be and as great of a guy as he is and how much I love him, he always made himself available regardless. So I think a lot of times when you, I'm getting off your last question, but a lot of times when you are put in a situation, you're making the types of moves he's making and you're not readily available there to explain them or to make a comment about them. Yeah, I think that hurts because I think for your basic fan of the Giants, I think what bothered them more than anything was the constant picking up of players off waivers or trading for guys nobody had heard of. And they basically got a few at-bats or pitched an inning or two, and then they were gone the next week. I think that's what fans got tired of. And that was just the way Farhan kind of went about it. And I don't know if it was searching for lightning in a bottle, because he did have a couple guys that hit. Yastrzemski, has been a productive player. Lamont Wade was productive for a few years, but, they Reclamation Project and Gaussman and, stuff like that worked. I mean, I also think he made some good trades for them as far as kind of dumping salary. He got the Mariners to take Haniger and DeSclafani for Robbie Ray. I thought that was a good deal. But I think in the long term, they just couldn't land a big free agent. I mean, they tried. They tried for a number of guys, and they just couldn't land a big free agent. Don't know why that is. Don't know if that was Farhan or anybody else. Who knows?
But Richie, don't you think, and I don't mean to interrupt you here, but I hear you on the free agency. I just think we put way too much stock into that. When I look at the great teams, right, that the Giants have had, and everyone's going to point to Barry Bonds as a free agent, maybe even Barry Zito as a free agent. Fine, I'll grant people those. And Bonds is huge. It's it's an all-time outlier situation. The best teams are draft and develop and then make shrewd trades. I was going through the 2012 team and the entire infield was homegrown. And then the outfield, you made trades for Angel Pagan. You made a trade for Hunter Pence. And the entire pitching staff essentially was homegrown. And the bullpen was pretty homegrown with a couple of trades in there. I would make the argument that their identity was supposed to be we're going to draft and develop, and they didn't do that, so they couldn't swing big trades for guys that were available. They didn't have a young stockpile of talent coming through, and then you had a bunch of no-name, faceless avatar guys like a Nick Ahmed soaking up spots, that young guys we were hoping would play in, and they never would get the opportunity. I brought this up, and I'm long-winded here, but Joey Bart comes up. He has this is a couple, a year or two ago. He had 2 great at-bats. He smokes 2 balls. Third at bat, here comes Lamont Wade Jr. to pinch hit for him. I'm like, wait a minute. The young guy just got called back up. He just got 2 great at bats, and you're gonna pinch hit for him because a righty's coming in. They never gave opportunities, and they didn't develop any young players.
Well, yeah, and I think I agree with you on that. And I mean, listen, the whole way they played, through the Gabe era with the analytics and the platooning. I mean, you could say it worked in 2021, but everything went right that year, man. Find me one thing that went wrong in 2021. Mm-hmm. There's not one thing. But I go back to the fact of, you brought up Joey Bart. Good example. Joey Bart was not that regime's draft pick. He was not their draft pick. And I just personally think that, they maybe didn't like him as a player or what he was developing or the level he was developing at. But to me, it goes back to scouting. And from everything, at least I'm not saying I know 100%, but from everything I've heard, it's like the whole scouting idea had changed when this new regime came in. I mean, they let go of a bunch of scouts. They do a lot of stuff via video as opposed to maybe, going to see a guy play and sitting down with him and talking to. There's a lot of intangibles when it comes to players, right? I mean, don't you think? I mean,
psychologically, Richie, you know this. I want to talk to you. I want to talk to your coaches. Right. I want to talk to your teammates. Like when you're you're not just recruiting the guy. You're recruiting their family and their friends and what are they like when they're in a slump. I don't know. I'm
human
totally
touch, Richie. Human touch, Richie. It's just too much behind the scenes, spreadsheets, computers. We want the human touch here. But
here's an example for you guys, and I'll tell you because I love this guy and I think his career ended way too soon. But everybody's like, well, why was Joe Panik a first-round draft pick? He didn't hit for above-average power. He wasn't above-average speed. He was maybe a little above-average defender. He put the ball in play. But you can't dictate how a guy plays the game and his emotion for it and his drive by just watching the video. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that guy had a pretty big impact on this organization for a short period of time he was here. But I look at a guy like that and, that's what I'm saying. Like, you have to know the person or the background or something like that to judge it. And I just think that is an area where maybe they've been lacking in the last number of years with the draft because, realistically, Luciano's been there for a long time.
Yep.
Elliot Ramos has had opportunities, and this is the first year that he really, kind of stood out and made the most of his opportunity. But, Chess, he brought up Nick Ahmed, right?
Right.
I mean, they anointed Marco Luciano as shortstop. I mean, for this year when the last season ended, but I mean, all you have to do is watch the guy play a couple games at shortstop. He wasn't ready, and then he wasn't hitting
at all,
and then he's injured all the time. I mean, my whole thing all the time was like, I remember hearing this comment at some point. I don't know if it was this year or last year. The comment was made by, it might have been I don't know who it was, but they said like, oh, we're not going to call a guy up until he, like dominates his level and whatever. And I'm like, I'm not saying Marco Luciano's not a good player, but show me where he's dominated a level.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
Yes.
So it's weird. And, you always feel bad for a guy that gets let go, from his contract, even if it's a front office person. But if you look back, I mean, 500, how many years? 3 years?
Yeah.
Under 500, 2 years, and the one big year. I think it was time for a move. And I think Buster, at least on paper, right? At least on paper, is a guy that I think people trust, and they know he knows the game. And I think his job starts, it'll start right after this press conference today, knowing Buster, trying to get this team ready to go for next year and what kind of moves can be made to make this team better. Because listen, this division isn't going anywhere, man.
No doubt.
Dodgers, Padres, and Diamondbacks, they're not going anywhere, and you're looking up at the three of them. So I'm excited to see what he decides to do. I could actually say, it's funny because I don't even know if you guys know this, but Buster, I could actually say Buster was a teammate of mine because he got called up in 2009, my last year.
Yep.
And I'll tell you, when I knew something about Buster, we went to Philly. We flew to Philly, and we got in late night. And one of the things like we always did, because I did it when I was a rookie, like we get on the bus and we're like, tell Buster on the plane, hey, you're going to go get cheesesteaks for everybody tonight when we get in. Take everybody's order on the plane and go get cheesesteaks. And Buster didn't say a word about it. He just went and did it, and then got a knock on my door at like 1:30 in the morning after we got in. He's like, hey, Rich, here's your cheesesteak. And I was like, all right, thanks, man. And I was like, okay, this guy gets it, man. He gets it, right? He gets it. He kind of knows the rules, and he understands it. So I think right there is when I was like, I like this guy, and he's old school. And granted, I think he's going to implement some new school like analytics or whatever. But listen, yes, Buster, he'll tell you, analytics has been around forever. Just in a different form. It's just a different form. It's a scouting report, dude.
Thank you.
That's all it is.
Richie,
so spot on
I
with
was
that one.
screaming to Bonte in the first thing. I go, every game I've ever played, hey, this guy's hit three to right field. Take a couple steps that way. That's analytics.
It's analytics in baseball, Richie. It's like talk about these quarterbacks in football. Well, he's assistant quarterback and this and that and game manager. Well, that's what quarterbacks do. They manage the game, and they're all running a system. What are we actually saying here? So the whole analytic thing and the little things with Buster Posey. I'm glad you brought up that story because I want to know from you, Richie, what do you think the biggest challenge will be for him? Because last year, Richie, on this show, we got ripped. You want to talk about articles? We were wondering, like, why is Buster Posey moving back from Georgia? There's got to be something in the cards here. We were assuming that he was going to be the next manager of the Giants. Now, that didn't work out, but now he's the president of baseball operations, which is a big deal. What is the biggest challenge he'll face in this new role, Richie?
I think because of his background and his history, I think the challenge is going to be kind of, in my mind, restructuring the minor league system, like we just talked about, with scouting, with drafting. Because you guys hit it on the head, man. The reason those teams won World Series is because a lot of those guys were homegrown. So you didn't have to go out and trade anybody for free agents. And when you did have to trade for somebody, it was never really a huge piece. I mean, you can even go back to 12 and say, like, Hunter Pence wasn't a huge piece. He was just a piece that fit into, the rest of the puzzle. Marco Scudero, Freddie Sanchez, Javi Lopez. I mean, these were always like just moves to help the big picture, the big piece, put that small piece in the big puzzle. So I think building from within, I think he's going to probably really dive into, and whether that is more, getting more scouts back on the payroll or scouting differently or however they're doing it, I think that's number one. I don't think he'll have trouble with his resume talking to like free agent players if they decide to go after some people, because I mean, listen, the guy's resume speaks for itself, doesn't it? He's going to be a Hall of Famer. So when you're dealing with somebody like that, instead of somebody who's never played the game, I think that helps bring people in, bring free agents in. It's kind of like a Jerry West kind of role, right? Like when he was a player and went to the front office. So I'm excited for today's an exciting day for Giants fans. And, I hope it goes as planned. And again, a lot of things will not be in Buster's control. I mean, you only go as far as your players take you, but I'm excited to see the direction this organization is going in. And I think also that a thing that he will bring back, which I think was kind of lost a little bit, is the history of the franchise, right?
Great point.
The teams that won the 3 World Series. You see Will Clark around there all the time. You see Dave Dravecky, but it's like there's a lot of other veteran guys that did great things for this organization that you don't really see around a lot. And, I think Buster really understands the history of the game and the importance of it and the history of this organization. So I think that'll be kind of a good thing for the Giants fans to see again.
Not going to lie, Richie, you just said that, and I got goosebumps right now because I feel reinvigorated with this new hire here. The pressure's going to happen in about an hour and 5 minutes. Richie, hope to see you more at the yard. Hopefully you have a great offseason, you and the family up there sipping that wine or whatnot, and can't wait to see you back on television next season for the Giants. A new look Giants with Buster Posey running the show. Thanks for the time today, Richie. Always a pleasure.
Man. See you guys later. Thanks,
buddy.
Absolutely. Rich Aurelia here on the Morning Roast, courtesy of the River Islands Guest Lines. He talked about the history and bringing back the history. One thing about the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, I brought Guru with me. I know you couldn't make it. We go to the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, and I'm talking to a former Giant who helped this team win a couple World Series. And he goes, look at this room. Look at all this history. And look at Farhan. Look at Farhan. He's not embracing anybody. Nobody even goes up to him. He's not. Just look at him work the room. And then you see Sabian get inducted to the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. The Posies, the Bears, all the former players. And he talked about the history. I think to JT Snow right away. JT Snow was very outspoken about Farhan Zaidi. These guys even give me a call to be part of the organization. JT Snow's one of the best first basemen this organization's ever seen. Now, we've had some great first basemen. And Richie brought up Will Clark. JT Snow was good. Really, really good. And the biggest stretch, the most successful stretch of Giants baseball before they won the World Series was from 97 to 03, and JT Snow had his fingerprints all over those squads. So to Richie's point, bringing the history back, the former players, and reinvigorating this fan base. I could already feel it, Shasky, in the air. Giants fans are wearing their caps right now, jacked up about Posey running this team. I'm telling you, it's going to be a lot of fun next year at the Yard. It's going to be a lot of fun. This team's going to play hard. They're going to play well for Posey. Watch.
I bet you Brandon Crawford joins the staff.
Oh, Crawford's going to be back. Belt's going to be back. Right. And we'll embrace Belt. Yeah. We'll embrace him. Kevin Mitchell. So back when. I mean, Barry Bonds or whatnot. You got to embrace the history. And that's one thing Farhan did. We heard about what happened in the clubhouse?
Well, they got rid of all of the murals and all of anything that had anything to do with the championships, and in the tunnel, in the dugouts, and everything was wiped away.
Why would you do that? Why would you do it? You go look at Alabama, right? They're playing Georgia. And look through their tunnels. All the championships, all the former players.
You're part of something special.
LSU, to let these players know, hey, when you walk out on this field, Justin Jefferson walked out on this field. Jarvis Landry, Odell Beckham, all the great LSU players, defenders, Honey Badger, you name it. Keep going, Shaz.
The Celtics, the Lakers, all these teams, they do it. I was thinking just about the current team, right? And what is he inheriting? What is Buster Posey inheriting? It's not that bad.
Could be a lot worse.
No, it could. It could. But let me just make the argument, just real quick. You got some trade pieces. I'll get to them in a second. But I still think Bailey can be salvaged. So I'm going to put him as my starting catcher for next year. So I've got a young starting catcher. I've got one outfielder I really like who's young, and Elliot Ramos. I'd like to see him back it up with a couple more good years before I really deem him, a pillar. But I like him, and I think he's going to get a lot of runway. You got Chapman. I got the hot corner locked up.
And you know what?
You got it locked up.
Thank Buster Posey for that. Because as Richie pointed out, those 2 articles. Now, I felt like the Giants were going to fire Farhan after that. When I went on vacation, I was on vacation. They got beat up by the Brewers, and they lost 2 or 3 to the Marlins. And I thought, boy, September 30th and October 1st is going to be a hell of a day for Giants fans. Because I didn't think it's – that was just my gut.
Yeah.
Right? And then, but to the point, the source was right saying that, you know what? If they don't make the playoffs, Farhan's gone. And that source was right. Yeah. Farhan's gone. But those articles that Richie pointed out to, where Baggery said Posey had to step in and get the deal done, and Slusser's article had Boris quotes all over the place debunking that, saying, no, that's not true. Me and Farhan worked on a deal when he was out of the hospital.
I told you. Boris loves Farhan because all his 3rd and 4th tier free agents had a landing spot after he duped him for the big fish.
Yep.
All right, so you got Bailey, Ramos, Chapman. And then look at this rotation. You got Logan Webb. You got Hayden Birdsong. And I'm going to throw Kyle Harrison in there still.
I got hope for him.
So that's 3 out of 5 on a rotation. That's not bad. And now I know Robbie Ray will have 1 more year, but you got to round out your rotation. And then you got Bryce Eldridge waiting.
We'll see. Is Robbie Ray going to opt out or is he come back?
B, I don't know. It's a great question.
Well, if he comes back,
hurt again.
What if Blake Snell now Blake Snell's opting out, but what is Posey going to do with Blake Snell?
I want Blake Snell. I want him. I would love to give. I'd overpay. I told you, 5 years, $200 million. I just do it. Just do it. But you got a closer, or at least I think a guy who can be a closer, in Ryan Walker. Okay, and then I put into the let's see category Tyler Fitzgerald. Like, let's see where he plays. Second base. The biggest hole to me, we can go starting rotation on that. They need a shortstop.
Yeah.
They need a shortstop. So whether that's the kid from Milwaukee, Aramis, who hit 30 jacks this year, whether that's Kim from San Diego, I think shortstop, I'm just like circling.
Yeah.
Then I look at trades. What are the trades I can make? If you want to, I'm putting money down on this. Matos, Doval, and Luciano are gone.
Yeah.
Just mark my words.
Camilo Doval
words.
doesn't seem like a Buster Posey guy, and that's unfortunate because at one point,
I agree.
I thought Camilo Doval could be the best closer in Giants history. I really did.
He needs to change the scenery.
But whatever happened this past year, it didn't click with Bob Melvin, didn't click with this regime. Whatever happened with the contract extension, I have no idea. But you know what? Camilo Doval is probably gone. He's just not a Buster guy.
Exactly. And then you got Matos and Luciano. I don't know what their value is, but I think that they'll be flipped. And then you got Bryce Eldridge waiting in the wings. So you're telling me I got the corners basically solidified for the next 4 or 5 years in Bryce Eldridge and Chapman. And I'm getting ahead of myself on Eldridge, and I'm going to do that. I'm just going to do it. I'm just going to mark him in there.
Why not?
And then Ramos, Bailey, Chapman.
What do you do with Casey Schmidt?
See, I think I'd put him in the either let's see or trade category.
Because I may need a second baseman.
That's where I
may need a second
Fitz
baseman.
Right now, Fitz, the bat, has got to get in the lineup. I like Fitz's bat. So I like him at second base. Fitz, I think, could be my poor man's Jeff Kent.
Yeah.
Because I think his power translates clearly offensively. Defensively, he's a little hit and miss. I don't love him as a shortstop. I love him as a second baseman.
Yeah. I wonder if Doval's salvageable and what his market will be.
It's a great question.
I wonder because he's got the stuff, but he didn't trust the stuff. Maybe he changes scenery. Maybe somebody gets their hands on him and he turns out to be a player here. But look, Buster Posey, I think instant credibility is something you used earlier, and that's one thing that's got me reinvigorated. John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, instant credibility. Now, we had to wait on Bob Myers, but bringing in Jerry West, what Joe Lacob did, bringing in Jerry West, instant credibility. It's like, oh, okay, we got some big boys in the front office now. Same thing with Mully. Mully became the GM, and now not all his moves worked out.
No.
Not all of them, but it was instant credibility. And those guys, and Baron Davis, and Stack Jack, and Matt Barnes, and Jason Richardson, and Monte Ellis, and Al Harrington, and Andrew Smith, they bought into what Mully's vision was. And he brought in Don Nelson back. Now, Mully almost had to trade for Kevin Garnett. Now, when you have bad ownership, things don't work out. Now, I'll just leave it at that. However, the Giants, Greg Johnson, I'll give him this. He's linked up with Buster Posey, and it seems like Buster Posey has Greg Johnson's ear. And when you cater to a player, you cater to these guys who know what they're doing, I think that's a step in the right direction for Greg Johnson. It is. I think it is. So let Buster Posey run the show. Got Bob Melvin as a baseball guy. Now I'm eager to hear from Greg Johnson on what went wrong with Farhan Zaidi because there was a lot of lip service this past season. I think the Giants they're not in a worse situation.
Do you know how many games this team lost because they couldn't control the running game?
Well, they've lost games.
I know, but Bonte, I'm talking about this last 2 years.
Well, what about hitting with runners in scoring position?
No, that's an element, but it's also because you're so unathletic, you have guys at second base that you literally need to drive the ball into the gap for them to score.
Right.
Like, I agree. Situational hitting has got to get better.
No speed.
But Bonte, the base running, they cannot hold the runner on. They could not throw anyone out.
No doubt.
And they didn't steal any bases. The running game has got to get better. The whole baseball world is running all over the place except the Giants.
Yeah, I think Shohei may have had more stolen bases than the Giants as a team.
Ellie De La Cruz had more than their entire team.
Ronald Acuna Jr. had 70 a season ago. They have to get faster
100%.
and use that. And I think Buster Posey will see that and say, look, power ain't everything. Can I get some guys that can go gap to gap? Can I get some guys who can go use all fields and drive in these runs? Let's get some guys in first and third. Because you know what excites baseball fans at a game? When you got guys hitting triples, when you got action on the base pass. There's nothing like we all love the home run. But personally, I love action on the base pass.
Was the most exciting play of the last 20 years regular season?
Angel Pagan.
It had to be. The inside the Parker.
Unbelievable.
Right?
Unbelievable. As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1, San Francisco, Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Let's get to Todd at San Jose, then we'll get to Alamo and the Rich. Alamo, hang tight. We'll get to Todd at San Jose. Todd, what's happening?
Hey, I just wanted to think, why can't the Giants pick up Miller from the A's? Well, I don't know what his contract is, but I saw him at the last game. He was outstanding.
He's the best closer in baseball. I think everyone would trade for him. Clause not included.
Yep. Let's go to Alamo and the Rich. Alamo, what's happening?
Hey, how you doing, fellas?
What's up, Alamo?
Hey, I want to talk about brother Pete Rose, man. One of the most sensational baseball players of all time. May he rest in peace. You know, Lenny Dykstra was termed the Nails, right? I think Pete should have been termed the Nails. Although Charlie Hustle was the best nickname in sports history, the way that Pete played the game was reminiscent of the way the term Nails is. Also, a lot of folk don't know this, though. Why did Pete Rose wear number 14? Think about it. Valentine's Day, you give out roses. God bless Pete Rose.
Is that true?
They didn't say that in the document.
Is that true?
I'm ready to buy it. I'm ready to buy it. By the way, we're going to air the Buster Posey presser right here at 10 o'clock. 95.7 The Game, the Bay Area sports leader, 95.7 The Game. Buster Posey's introductory press conference coming up at 10 o'clock right here on 95.7 The Game.
I saw, I think I said it to the thread last night, there was an at-bat in the playoffs between Nolan Ryan and Pete Rose, and the way Pete would flip the bat after getting a walk and then spike the ball at first base, he would literally spike it on the turf. There's just something about that,
As a baseball player, love him. As a human being, I don't really want to talk about him. It's unfortunate, but I don't really want to talk about him.
He got number 14. It was just assigned to him. And he said it was between that and the number 27. He said 27 wasn't a good number for a second baseman, so I got 14.
I'm kind of with him on that.
Well, the Rose thing was pretty good.
That was pretty good.
It was pretty good.
My guy had pipes too.
I mean, he was reaching there. It's all right.
That's all right. Stretch Armstrong.
Valentine's Day. I can't back Pete Rose a person though, man. Oh man.
Bonte, which one of these faceless avatars was your favorite Giant? Sean Manaea, Alex Wood, Ross Stripling, Anthony DeSclafani, John Brebbia, Will Smith, Tommy LaStella, Austin Slater, J.D. Davis. I mean, look at the names that I'm giving you.
Alex Wood?
Wilmer Flores, Tyro Estrada, Jock Peterson, Mauricio Dubon, Blake Sable, Wade Meckler, Kirk Casale.
And we got a Posey problem in the clubhouse.
Chadwick Trump. Should I keep going on?
Chadwick Trump. What about Austin Wynn?
Donovan Solano?
Donnie Baseball.
Donovan Solano?
Donnie Barrels?
Don't forget Brett Wisely.
Oh, my gosh. Wade Meckler?
Wade Meckler.
Did you bring up Wade Meckler? I mean, the list goes on and on and on.
Dalton Jeffries?
Dalton Jeffries.
Oh my gosh.
I forgot about him.
They had him for, that's
Who was the guy? Was it Reeks? Who was the catcher? Sam? Who looked like a generic catcher?
Sam's down at...
Oh, he's not here.
It's Cam. Cam's over there. What catcher?
It was Reeks, the guy who came up this year.
Jackson Reeks or something?
Reeks,
whatever.
Not Reeks.
Reeks? Jackson Reeks?
It reeked of desperation.
Yeah, it did.
It's honestly the amount of outfilders and infielders and catchers that you'll never remember again.
After hearing from Richie, and we get ready for the presser.
He's so happy.
I'm all smiles. Because Farhan ruined Giants baseball for me.
Ryder Jones.
The Ryder Jones.
Keaton Wynn, the names.
The emotional detachment I have from the Giants under Farhan Zaidi. I was not emotionally invested anymore. Now, I was excited about the Giants this season. I was open-minded because I understand last year. I'm actually excited about the Giants. Listen. Just sell and just fire it.
That was within a few months.
Listen.
Give it to me one more time.
I'm actually excited about the Giants. Just sell and just fire everybody. It's so depressed.
2 months.
It was just so depressing. Yeah, I lasted 2 months with that. 2 months. I was just like, you know what? I had it. 2 months. I'm done.
Thank God they saw the deal at the deadline last year for A.J. Pollock and this year for Mark Hanna.
Oh, my gosh.
Like, honestly, I feel like I've been trying on this crusade for 3 years to, like, I'm not saying I'm trying to get someone fired. I'm just saying, like, Giants fans, you and I both know this was never good enough.
This was not going to work.
Connect to this.
No.
There was no. You didn't meet me halfway with the emotional connection. And today, I feel like I've been validated today in terms of like everything that we felt about Giants baseball that was a tick off. It's like finally they've acknowledged that we exist.
You feel validated?
I know you do too.
You feel? I just quote tweeted Hank. Somebody sent me a tweet from Hank Schulman from a year ago talking about pillars, and I had people bash me saying he's just seeking. He doesn't even watch baseball. Folks, I'll say this again. I got hired here at 95.7 The Game because I worked on a baseball show. Greg Papa, my first ever interview with him, or first ever phone conversation with him, he said, if I was doing a baseball-only show, I'd hire you on the spot. I didn't come here. I didn't get hired for football or basketball. Those happen to be my strong suits, but I was doing baseball. I love baseball. But last year, and we probably took a lot of heat from it, and the ratings dipped a little bit.
Oh, I'm sure they did.
But I was so out on fire. I told people on these airwaves, do not spend a dime on the Giants. And you know how many people on the street I would run into and say, Bonta ain't spending a dime on this team. And I was like, damn, I'm kind of messing with their bottom line here. What am I doing? But I got to meet Larry Bear, and I've gotten to know Larry Bear over the last year and a half or whatnot. I've gotten to meet some of the Giants brass.
Tell Larry I said hi.
And, well, next time I see him, I'll be sure to bring that up.
Yeah, tell him I'm available for some, if you want to switch out some post-game shows and throw something my way. I am slippery.
We'll just move past that.
Hi, I'm Joe Shasky here on NBC Sports Bay Area, and it's Giants postgame. We lost 3-2, but guess what? We've got some great breakdowns.
I'm not going to sugarcoat it. You can sit here and do a sugarcoat job.
That is, please don't ever do that. Please don't ever do that.
Richie, what'd you see?
Listen, I love this too, 650. I can't talk about myself on the show, apparently. Of course, Bonta, you're making about you. No, okay, whatever. Dude.
Today's about us,
dude.
Giants fans.
Whatever, dude. Whatever. I've been out on Farhan for 3 years. And you guys all call me idiots. No, you call me idiots. You said you don't know what you're talking about. You don't watch baseball. You don't enjoy baseball. You don't know baseball. You don't even watch. You tell me I don't even watch. Oh, well, if you think that now.
77-win team. You're boring.
It's boring.
Horrible.
Boring.
It is horrible.
Boring. Well, guess what? Buster's back, baby, and I'll be watching 650. The hell with the Farhan Zaidi era. You know what? We got 40 minutes before the Buster Posey. I'm about to empty the damn clip on all you wannabes out there who told us we're idiots about Farhan Zaidi. The time is now.
Get the hit.
The time is now. The time is now. Because I'm about to empty the clip on all you suckers out there. And that's what's coming up. Brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts for the power, performance, and reliability of a new Superstart battery. Visit
Bay Area is Draymond Green. The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky is live on YouTube and Twitch right now. Time for you to like and subscribe.
I'm still nervous, guys.
Yeah, I would pod that down, but we get the point.
We keep it running.
The
It's one of the greatest diss songs ever.
You know what? Because people who tried to dish the smoke out, and trust me, I keep all receipts. All of them. I keep them all, even when I'm wrong.
Big manila envelope for tax purposes.
Trust me, in the dome. I'm petty like that. I'm petty like that. It's a bad habit. Danny Freisinger, our former assistant program director, was like, Monty, you always got this chip on the shoulder. Man, you're doing well for yourself. I say, well, it keeps me motivated, and it keeps me going. Keeps me growing.
You're like KD with the burner accounts. He's like, no, I'm always up for this.
Yeah. Always looking for something to get me rolling.
Bonte.
I'm trying, Jennifer.
Rob Brooks hit me up yesterday, and he was like, man, you keep receipts, dog. You giving them a smoke. I said, you ain't seen nothing yet. This is nothing. I could have kept going on Twitter all day long, and I knew it was working. Because all I had to do was send out one tweet. I got a couple texts right away. Bonte, you and Shasky, I apologize. I said, no. You don't do it on the personal line. Do it on Twitter.
Sam Lubman is at the Giants presser in the front row in front of it's a dais. I mean, you've got a podium with the SF Giant logo and a full podium. Bonte, you better get to your point because Sam's going to be coming on at some point and giving us the vibe of what's going on at Oracle.
There's nobody there right now. We know the vibe. We'll get there. We got full phone lines. I want to get the vibe from the fans before we start roasting.
Yeah, but I thought you were going to start destroying people.
Oh, yeah, we'll do that. We'll get there. We will get there. But it's about the fans. This show is about the fans. This show has always been about the listener, the audience, the roasters, because I want to hear their thoughts. I know they're happy. I'm happy. You're happy. I've been waiting for this day. I've been waiting. And already, it feels like a new leaf has been turned when it comes to Giants baseball. Again, my fiance Anna didn't ask me to go to one game this year. Not one game.
You remember Perfect Strangers?
Oh, yes.
I think we should do the Dance of Joy. I'm that happy. It's because you know what it is? It feels like we're getting our team back.
Yeah. I know you're out on Jack Harlow and Drewski, but they have one of the all-time videos when they're in the car.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about, Spinoni? Isn't life like this so great?
Wearing tuxedos or whatever. Yeah.
That's how I feel like Shasky and I. Shasky's speeding 90 miles an hour, and my fat ass is sitting in the passenger seat. And I'm like, isn't life like this so great? Ain't nothing you can do about it. McCovey Chronicles. Ain't nothing you can do about it. Dieter Kurtenbach. Ain't nothing you can do about it. Alex Simon. All right. Andrew Bagley. And all the people backpedaling. Oh, there's so many people backpedaling over the last 3 weeks. Well, now sounds like Farhan's gone. Oh, I thought you thought Farhan deserved another shot. I thought you thought Farhan was good. Oh, no. Now it's time to go. Oh, really? Really? All you guys who gave us all the heat, all the smoke on the interwebs, well, I'm bringing it to the platform. Since you don't want to publicly apologize. And look, we're going to be wrong about a lot of things. You could dunk on me all the time. I don't give a damn. I can handle it. But all the disrespect this show got when we just merely suggested that Posey wasn't moving here just to be out here to say, hey, we love Napa Valley. It's a great place to live. No, he was fishing for something bigger, and he got it. He smelled blood in the water, said, you know what? Let me be the god here in San Francisco. Let me become Mr. Giant. Buster Posey, if he has a great tenure, he will become, rest in peace, Willie Mays. I know Barry Bonds is still alive, but you imagine if Buster Posey revitalizes his franchise and they win another one and they become competitive again?
For a man that already eats for free, he will walk on air, right? And one thing I'd like to say about the entire thing is, thank you, Greg Johnson and the rest of the board for listening to us fans.
Thank you.
I know we've been pissed and angry and disgruntled, and very rarely does a business listen to their consumers. This was one of the few times I think our dollar spoke for itself. And I think that the loud chants from Giants fans over the last couple of years were finally heard by ownership.
Yeah.
And I credit ownership for having the guts to make the move.
Thank God they didn't listen to bloggers like Garlic Fry Rye Guy. That clown who ripped us left and right and clipped us every single day and was a big... Now he's pivoted to say, well, who Giants fans going to blame now? No. The guy we blamed is out the door. He's gone. Bye-bye. Adios.
From the 650, on the text line. Hit him up, Bonte, from the 415. I'm with Bonte. I was out on Zaidi a long time ago. He still worked for the Dodgers, for crying out loud. 650, collect them receipts, Bonte.
Oh, those receipts are there. Shasky, the receipts are there. The receipts are there. And now the pivoting to, well, I don't know if Buster Posey's going to work out now. We didn't give Farhan Zaidi a fair shake.
Bonte, what text line is it?
The Comcast business text line. Let's go to the line. I want to hear from the fans. That's enough of me. Those people know who they are. The Dieter Kurtenbachs, the Alex Simons, the Andrew Backerleys, the McCovey Chronicles, the Color Fire Ride guys. Eat it. Wear it. It's okay. Jump on board with us and know that it's a new day. Straight up. I, Bonte Hill, will never lie to you ever again. And you know what? Trust me. I can handle the smoke. So if you want to give the smoke to us, please do. You know where I'm at. You know where I'm at, and you know where I bees. Let's get a little hood on you.
It's, like, this is the great text in the 925. Even if they suck, I'm still all in.
All in. Whatever the hell we just watched for the last 6 years. My gosh, it set me back. I literally lost the Giants were my first love. First love.
Bonte, the funniest is the switch up a week ago, because 4 weeks ago it was, Farhan's still he deserves the job. Analytics and blah, blah, blah. And I'm seeing people like, well, obviously they were going to move off of Farhan. I mean, I don't know what else to say. The switch up from some of the local people covering this team, and now you're seeing all the hit pieces. Now that the green light has been sent down, it's crazy.
They needed a green light, but this is why you got to stay out of people's pockets. To stay objective, trust me. You don't have to wear pom-poms for an organization to respect you.
You talking to me?
No, they don't. You don't have to wear pom-poms to say, go team, go team, go. They will still respect you. I've criticized the Warriors left and right.
Shit, you talking to me?
I've criticized the Niners. Yeah, I've criticized the Niners left and right. Yeah. And I'm still walking around media day. It's all love.
It's always fun game.
What up, Dre? What up, everybody? The Niners. At one point, some people thought I was taking personal shots or thought I had a personal beef with Shanahan. Yeah, the Niners respect me more than ever. It's okay. They can handle constructive criticism. You don't always have to wear pom-poms and give them fruit snacks and say, well, on the bright side, this is that.
Bonte.
Well, you don't understand this. No. Just be real.
Bonte. You could say it was Bochy's time to go, and I'll listen to that. I will listen to that. The last couple years weren't great. He needed to reset his tank. But when you hired Gabe Kapler, and on the weekend that you're firing Gabe Kapler, a month later, Bruce Bochy wins the World Series with the Texas Rangers.
Oh, my gosh.
Your fate was sealed.
Signed, and delivered.
The casket was just nailed shut.
And what did I tell?
I mean, come on.
I told some people when I went to the press, I don't even go to Giants pressers no more. I haven't been to a press box one time in the last 3 years. Now, Farhan had that end-of-season presser last year, and he did what he did, and he tried to show his ass towards me, and I flipped the phone saying, well, actually, you said these are the quotes. It's right here in the Chronicle, and he backpedaled quicker than Deion Sanders. It was unbelievable. I was like, wow. Wow. As soon as that thing was over, I told a couple people, I said, this ain't the guy. He's just not the guy. He ain't it. And you know what? He wasn't it.
God, it's a great day to be a Giants fan. This is a great day to be a Giants fan. It's such a great
day. And shout out to my guy, once again, Bernie, Ben the Wildcat, because back on August 16th of 2023, I ran into him at the old building. I hadn't seen Bernie in a long time. And Bracy goes, you think Buster's just moving here from Georgia just to be here chilling? No, there's something bigger now. We all thought manager. So we were wrong in that department. We thought, man, he's going to manage the Giants.
We knew he'd be involved.
But we knew he'd have a big role.
And the one thing I don't ever want to hear ever again. Well, the lack of development in this farm is because of that COVID season. That one more time.
You know what? I love Sam Lubman, but we almost fought a couple times over that sentiment. I said, well, didn't every team have a COVID problem? Wait, didn't every team have to shut down operations?
Sit here and do a sugarcoat job.
That was sugarcoated for Farhan Zaidi.
The 49ers had to move to Arizona to end their season, and we destroyed them. They moved to Arizona to finish their season.
And I'm not going to name anybody. I'm not going to name names. But not this past media day yesterday, but last year's Warriors media day, ran into an official, high-ranking official. He goes, boy, I just don't know what they're doing down there in Oracle Park. What are they doing? That's how you run in a baseball team? Even the Warriors were laughing at you. The Niners have been laughing at you. And we've been laughing at you. But the last in today, because Buster Posey will speak at 10 a.m., and we are all locked in, and we're all in support of our catcher, the best catcher in franchise history, one of the best catchers in baseball history. Buster Posey is running the show now, folks. It's go time. We turn a new leaf, out with the old, in with the new. Good luck to you, Farhan. Let's take some calls. I'm feeling good today. Feeling good. Yeah.
How you like that, Mr. Bonte?
Yeah. Woo. All those articles y'all got clicks on from our show that didn't age well. Can we get some some payoff of that? Can we get a percentage? Anyway, let's go to Eric in San Mateo. Eric, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up?
I got to be on the field for BP with my father-in-law and my son on Friday, and I mean, so lucky, such a privilege. But vibes are good. Guys are hitting balls out of the yard, and I'm like, is that Farhan coming out here? This is gonna be weird. He walks out, and I mean, you talk about you could hear a pin drop. Like every single fan just kind of looked at each other like, is this guy coming out here? And dude, the grumbling was like not appropriate for radio. But anyway, I texted my buddies. I'm like, dead man walking. This is the most awkward experience I've had on a field. And, you know, he left, and sure enough, you go from a smarmy tech geek to the legend of the game. So Giants are in good hands. It's going to be awesome.
Totally agree.
Love it. I love this text.
Agree.
Comcast Business Text Line, 650 Bonte Shasky. Tell them, first off, bleep your Twitter page and the click you claim. We're hitting them up. This ain't the last you're going to hear from us. Trust me.
Where's BPA?
Oh, yeah, where is BPA?
Where is John?
He's probably so drunk from last night. He's probably so drunk. He's intoxicated right now. I wouldn't mind hearing from BPA today.
I would love to have him.
I'm not a GM, even though I'd love to be one.
Jacob in Sacramento. Jacob, what's happening up in the 916?
Gentlemen, I am pumped and happy. Good morning to you. I'm not going to lie to you. I wanted this man gone. So far gone since when he failed to get Arson Judge and Carlos Correa. And the team had that big mutiny that yelled at him for failing to get Correa. That might have been the right move. But you know what? This man failed at negotiating. This man couldn't get anyone. He could even sell you a freaking pencil if he wanted to. I am so glad that freaking Buster Posey is here. I'm glad he's going to bring in a new change. And you know what? There's life in the Bay again.
Woo! I'm scratching my belly right now, Shasky. You have no idea.
We've got one last holdout on the 415. I can't wait till you guys get fired and everyone dances on your grave. Then you'll know what it's like. Dude, the guy's getting 6 figures, 7 figures, 8 figures. We don't even know how much he's fine. He's fine. Shasky. He's okay. When you take a job like this, 415, I just want you to know this. I get criticized every moment of the day. I'm a married man, all right? My wife's ripping me all the time. Anything that you say regarding people dancing on our graves, trust me, I know. One day I will be fired. Yeah. That's part of the job. You either talk too much or you talk too little and you get fired. Things happen. And when that day comes, I'll allow you to dance on my grave. Absolutely. But until then, you can just listen like everyone else because I'm here to hear happy. Because my team finally is back to being our team. Our team is back, and Buster Posey saved us.
I've seen this text from the 405 for the last 8 years since I've been in 95-70 game. But I can't wait till you get replaced. Well, I'm still waiting for the day, too. Hasn't happened yet. Maybe it'll happen tomorrow. Who knows?
What'll happen when that happens? I'll start a YouTube channel up in the Russian River, and you'll never be able to me. That's a joke. That's just not really.
Let's go to Alex in Atlanta, our unofficial statistician of the Morning Roast. How many bottles you popped last night? It's a new day in Giants baseball.
Bonte, first of all, there's a bottle chilling on ice right now. I got to wait for the workday to end to pop that one. But, gentlemen, I am so excited. I'm so ecstatic. Bonte, I was with you at the beginning of the year. I was optimistic. I was enthusiastic. But 2 months in, just like you, I was done. I was ready for Farhan to be shown the door. The light has been seen at the end of the tunnel, and now we're in the Buster Posey era. Joe, I got to agree with you. One of the things I'm hoping Buster prioritizes this offseason is getting athleticism and speed back on this team. The Giants haven't had a 70 base stealing team since 2018. They're slow, they're old, they're unathletic. They don't take advantage of the new rules of the game that practically encourage you to steal bases. I'm ready for more youth. I'm ready for more athleticism, and I'm ready for more responsible spending. You don't have to spend $200 million a year to be a postseason team. Ask the Cubs, ask the Rangers, ask the Blue Jays that. They'll tell you they failed when they spent a lot of money.
You're so right. You're so right, Alex. You're so right. You're so right. The spending, the Mitch Hanigers, the Discofadis. I mean, what were we doing?
My favorite is when people are like, it's a great trade to get Robbie Ray. It's like, yeah, because you spent a bunch of money on Mitch Haniger and he played like 7 games. And then DeSclafani, I don't even know what happened with the ankle.
When does that crack come into play for you?
You paid Ross Stripling to lose 15 games for the A's. You paid him to play for the A's.
The boss man, Matt Nahigan, would always say, man, you got to be positive, man. The negativity towards the Giants, Bonte, and I tried. And then they failed on Aaron Judge.
Sit here and do a sugarcoat job.
I tried.
I tried, Jennifer.
But we got Mitch Haniger, though. Another one bites the dust. Boop, boop, boop. Another one bites the dust. And another one. And another one. So, 415. We're dancing on Farhan's grave right now because he did not embrace this community. You heard from Rich Arroyo. You heard from Dave Fleming. Dave Fleming admitted on this show. I've talked to Farhan. He needs to talk more. He needs to get out there in front of the people more.
Monte, you can't sit here and tell me I'm smarter than you for 6 years, and then I look up and it's like third place, fourth place. Sorry, dude. Like, if you tell me you're smarter than me and then the results are what they are, you've left yourself no wiggle room.
Oh, boy, it feels good. It feels good. Buster Posey's running the show. To see him at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, to get inducted, and finally see Brett. Oh, man, this is a great day, Jay. I'm telling you, this is going to be mark the day down, October 1st. Shasky, we didn't lie to nobody. We were like, hey, September 30th and October 1st, just buckle up. I believe it'll be a great day for Giants baseball and Giants fans. And you know what? Dust.
Oh, my gosh.
Boom, boom, boom. Another one bites the dust. And another one. Another one bites the dust. Hey! That is hitting hard today.
If anybody with the Giants is out there, I'm going to give you my suggestion of who I want the Giants to hire to run the team. Assistant Red Sox GM right now, young Taboni.
There's a lot of buzz for him. Local guy, city guy.
I want Paul Taboni to come over and run this team. I would love to have him come back home and run this team. If you look at the Red Sox, the frustration stems to ownership, not player development and trades. They've made some great player developments.
No, they've got some good young players. They'll be on the come up. They're around the corner.
That's a name that I have jotted down. I want Mr. Taboni to come back to the San Francisco Giants. Come home, young man. Come home.
A lot of pressure on you, Taboni, but I'll rock with you. Anything better than what the hell we just saw the previous 6 years. Let's go to Evan in San Francisco. Then we'll get to Will and Matt. Evan, what's happening? Don't forget. 24 minutes. We'll go live down to 24. Hold on real quick, Evan. 24 Willie Mays Plaza, 24 minutes. We'll go live to the Buster Posey introductory press conference. Go ahead, Evan. The floor is yours.
Good morning, guys. Long-time listener, first time.
What happened?
All good. Call back, Evan. Call back.
Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain is sponsoring that flush.
Yeah, contact Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain at flowingwater.net. 916. I'm heading over to the other station. This show is really annoying. I'm sorry, Farhan got fired. Ain't my fault. Do better. Put together a better team. Give us some entertainment. Come on, 916. You really don't want to go over there. You know you don't want to go over there. You want the sugar coating. You want to do a sugar coat job. You want to listen to a sugar coat job. Come on.
Sit here and do a
Let's be real, 916. Farhan wasn't ready for the job. And guys like you who try to give him all the credit for running the Dodgers and just, Andrew Freeman? Yeah, he's not the real guy. It's really Farhan pulling the strings. Well, Andrew Freeman right now is getting ready for a playoff series. Or actually, he has a bye. He's chilling. As the Dodgers keep stacking up stars after stars after stars after stars. So who's the real genius? Huh? Who's really the smart? I can't believe McCovey Chronicles. He's still on it, and he's taking shots at us in the past, so I got no problem reading this. The day after Zaidi was announced as the president of baseball operations, boy, this is aging like spoiled milk. Oh, the cream cheese is moldy, folks. Zaidi is a savant. The Giants didn't just bring their own organization into the 21st century. They moved right to the bleeding edge of baseball. I'm telling you, there's nothing to fear about Farhan Zaidi. The Giants might have just hired the smartest guy in the room, but they've also hired a curious mind who incorporates all information available to him when making his evaluations. He's not a machine, and he's not an instinct-driven grit master. He's a baseball fan. What the hell does that even mean?
Fonte, I'm going to tell you this right now. Look, my dad is up in heaven right now, probably playing catch with Willie Mays. But till my dying day, whether it's 1896, whether it's 1996, whether it's 2026, pitching, good defense up the middle, timely situational hitting while putting the ball in play will never go out of style.
Nope.
I will never embrace swinging for the fences and striking out 8 gazillion times a year. I'm sorry, I just won't. I will never embrace minimal athleticism. I will never embrace not throwing strikes. I will never embrace platooning in the opener. I will never embrace situational pinch hits in the 3rd inning.
Oh, my gosh.
Okay? I will never embrace my entire roster with a bunch of one-year opt-outs where the player has all the control. I'm sorry, I'm out on those. You know what I will embrace? Speed. You know what I will embrace? Putting the ball in play. You know what I will embrace? Great defense up the middle.
Yep.
Look at your shortstop position. You inherited at the time, 31-year-old Brandon Crawford. You knew taking the job, you needed a shortstop of the future. It is 2025, going to be the offseason of. What's the number one need for the San Francisco Giants? Shortstop.
Defense, speed, athleticism.
Nothing's changed.
Starting rotation. Stop platooning. 408 Comcast Business Text. And I've seen people saying Posey isn't ready. It's a PR hire. But everyone thought Farhan was ready and was this savant. He did nothing. What do you guys think? I think the people who think Posey's a PR hire don't know what the hell they're talking about. And they're just hating just to hate.
Bonte,
they're hating just to hate.
When you have a catcher, whether it's Little League, high school, college, the pros, that player is thinking about, all right, this guy really likes to get his hands out in front of the ball. We got to pitch him in, all right? This next guy, we got to get this guy out because the guy on deck is the guy that's going to really crush us. Oh, let's get to this guy to get to that guy. Okay, we got first. Bring the infield in. Bring the infield in on this. He has been strategizing against rosters and how to play the game since he was 5 years old. Buster Posey has been preparing for this moment his whole life. Whether he's successful or not is independent of that. He has literally been interning as a player for the job and the role that he is asked to do since starting baseball.
And what do you think he's been doing over the last year and a half? What do you think he's been doing? Sitting on the stumps? Changing diapers all day? What do you think he's been doing? Woo! I'm with the 510. Nah. This has been I'm telling you, man, Farhan Zaidi in my lifetime of covering sports. Terry Donahue's on this list. I can't even put Trent Baalke on this list because Farhan was far worse than Trent Baalke.
Trent Baalke won Executive of the Year 1 year.
He had pillars. He had premium players on his roster.
Bowman.
Farhan Zaidi may be the worst executive we've ever seen in this market. In my 42 years. Now, there's probably people older than us who said, no, that guy was worse. And trust me, it's a 510. I would love to free the YouTube chat because I want y'all celebrating with us. We knew this day was coming. We were in lockstep when it came to Farhan Zaidi. That's for sure.
Free the YouTube chat.
Will, Matt, we'll get to y'all. That'll be Fast Five coming up on the other side. Buster Posey's introductory press conference coming up at 10 a.m. right here on 95.7 The Game.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our
feel like our team is like being handed back to us as fans.
Oh my gosh. I could discuss Giants baseball again, no matter what. Just knowing that Posey's running the show. He's a baseball mind. He knows the game. He played at the highest level. He's won everywhere he's gone. Oh, I feel good. Oh, I feel so good. By the way, some breaking news in the NFL. The Las Vegas Raiders have begun reaching out to teams to gauge their interest in a trade for Davante Adams per Vinny Bonsignore. So that's some NFL news. Vinny Bonsignore, Las Vegas Review-Journal, covers the Raiders. They are gauging trade interest for Davante Adams.
Well, Antonio Pierce liked a tweet last night that said, what was it, Bonte?
Yeah, he liked the tweet. He liked the tweet. Yeah. He liked the tweet. What was it? Oh, gosh, I got to pull it up.
But he essentially was a tweet that was, hey, the Raiders are interested in trading.
Yeah, he liked the tweet.
Davante?
You know, that kind of popped in my head.
I'm not mad at it.
I'm not mad at it either.
I'd do that in a heartbeat.
Works for both teams.
Are you kidding me? I love Ayuk, but you're not Davante Adams. You imagine Davante Adams with Brock Purdy and Debo's? Oh, my God.
So today's not the day.
Oh, my
Jets,
God. Oh.
Bills, Chiefs even within division.
Gosh.
Those are all the teams that are going to be looking
at
the Saints, obviously, with Derek Carr. They're going to be interested.
He already did the
You know what?
once.
And he was first team All-Pro with Derek.
You know what? This show, before anybody, when we're talking about home run hitters and we need a running back, I brought up Chris McCaffrey. I'm going on a limb and say, I guarantee you John Lynch makes a call to the Raiders because I think they're sick of Ayuk stuff. The practice video is not a good look. And the way the negotiation went now, the front office has to bear some run on that. They do. They're at fault, too.
Yeah.
It's not just Brendan Ayuk, which kind of drives me crazy.
It's been a nightmare, though.
It's been a nightmare. You get out of that and go get Davante Adams. You bring him back to the Bay Area, Palo Alto kid. I'm telling you right now, John Lynch will go and do that in a heartbeat.
And tell Brandon Allen to get up out of number 17.
Oh, Brandon Allen, you're switching numbers. You know what? Davante Adams to the Niners has a good ring to it. Just bookmark that tomorrow. Bookmark that tomorrow.
Like that. I would do it.
Bookmark that tomorrow.
I would do it.
Oh, there's no doubt anybody would do it. You'd be a fool not to do it.
And he's the guy that can win all those one-on-one
man beaters.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, come on.
Sticky man coverage.
That could take you over the top.
Is there any other kind of man coverage?
And look.
Sticky man coverage.
And real quick, I do like sticky man coverage. Troy Aikman always says it, and he's playing sticky man defense right there. I love when Troy Aikman says it. I don't know why.
I'm afraid that it's going to have to be Jimmy Garoppolo that gets it done.
I hate you.
But no, I love that drop. Listen, not only that, it's an easy sell to Antonio Pierce. You know Brendan Ayuk from Arizona State. How about the preseason game when Brendan Ayuk came to Las Vegas and you guys were chopping it up? Oh,
I do wonder what's more important to them right now as they're looking for a number one, a rookie quarterback probably, and getting another first round pick to package to get up there.
Yeah, that makes sense.
There'll probably be another mediocre season if they had 6 wins, and I'll be surprised. But yeah,
Brendan Ayuk in the first round pick. East Palo Alto. I'm sorry, East Palo Alto. EPA stand up. First round pick. Brendan Ayuk, Davante Adams.
What about Farhan today?
I'm just saying, put it out there right now. Let's get first to the trough.
Well, Farhan wouldn't trade for Davante. We know that.
No. We'd do our due diligence. We'd kick tires. We would, maybe come into an agreement in principle, but we wouldn't be able to actually close the deal.
The physical it wasn't there.
What a dream that would be. Davante and Red go, oh my God. We're going to speak this into existence.
Yeah, we are.
Oh, we are. We already got Wednesday's show set up. Wednesday show set up. They need to race. We're not going to beat man beaters. We don't have anybody beat man coverage. Davante Adams can. All right, get to calls real quick before 5 Buster Posey in 8 minutes. Introductory presser. Oh, what a day to be a Giants fan. Let's go back to Charles. Let's go to Charles in South City. We'll get to Evan, and then we'll go to Will. Or we'll go to Will first because he's been on hold the longest. Let's go to Charles first. Charles, South City. I'm all over the place. I know. I'm all over the place.
Oh, baby.
Come on. Charles, wait. Charles, hold on. You got to give me that one more time.
Oh, baby. Let's go.
I like that.
It's a good day to be a Giants fan, man. Let's go. I already feel like our team's being handed right back to us the way it should have been. What better way to put a guy in there who played at the highest peak of the game, who knows Giants baseball back of the hand, who actually cares about the fans. Let's go, baby. I'm glad Farhan is gone. I don't care what no one says. We're dancing on that grave. And this is our World Series right here.
we don't have to be in the playoffs. As much as I want us to be, we're popping bottles, baby. This is a celebration. This is a whole new day. Welcome to the Buster Posey era. Let's go, baby. How you guys feeling?
Oh, Charles, I feel like $1 million.
I'm in the building and I'm feeling myself.
Real quick, Devontae Adams, I gotta put this out there. More on this to come. Lead source with knowledge of the situation confirmed that the Raiders are growing open to trading Devontae Adams. Source said the club has begun reaching out to teams to gauge interest in a veteran wide receiver. John Lynch knows what to do. Will in San Francisco, what's happening? Will. He knows what to do. Will, what's happening?
Master Roasters, what's going on this morning, baby?
My boy Will, what's happening, Master Roaster?
Man, chilling, man. Hey, I'm gonna first preface this whole thing by first saying, man, I can't wait to see what Buster Posey does, but at least just the hire itself. It's just saying that Buster's going to be there and being the new face. That's good. That's definitely more than a good start. But I really want to see what he's going to do. Being his first time, everything else, how new he is. So I can't wait to see that. You had asked earlier, what was it that Farhan had done right? It's crazy. Shasky, how happy was you when he first thing he did was got rid of that Mark Melanson contract?
Oh, yeah.
Right? I mean, when he did that, that perked my ears up right away. I was like, okay. And then getting rid of Bochy, of course, was tough. New regime, there's some tough things that's going to happen already. Bochy already, it made no sense for him to come in already with Bochy here because they don't mesh already. Out goes Bochy, and then you got,
Gabe Kapler.
Coach, gotta leave.
Gabe Kapler.
Kapler comes in. Yeah, then Kapler comes in. Perfect alignment with exactly how he wants to run it. No friction, nothing, no get back. But I'm right, and Bonte, I'm with you. After the fourth year and third year even, what was going on with our farm system? He was supposed to resurrect our farm system just like how he did with the Dodgers. The Dodgers were able to get all of these free agent names only after they got their farm system going, and everybody who was hitting on that farm system, they all started coming out, and they were all hitting on cylinders, just like how when the Giants championship, all of our babies came out, and they were hitting on all cylinders too. Now, that is what he failed at. I was waiting for that. But once I saw he could not bring in anybody, I mean, how long were all these guys talked about for years and years and years, and nobody ever surfaced? Then that's when I started losing all of my faith.
You know, one of the things, and good call.
Good call, Master Roaster.
One of the things that Richie talked about was the development and the lack of actually having real scouts, and you're watching everything on video. I'm sorry. Anyone could have a sweet highlight package.
Yep.
Even the worst player you know.
Yep.
Like, I could put together a Javon Kinlaw highlight package that looks outstanding. But when you are with that guy every day and you talk to different coaches and you see the bad plays as well as the good plays, that's when you can make a full assessment. You got to meet people.
No doubt. Let's get to Fast Five here on a Morning Roast. You know, my final thought is, Farhan's God, and you guys heard us for the last 4 hours. It's a hell of a day for the Morning Roast. A hell of a day. But now my attention is turned back to the San Francisco 49ers. I know the Giants have been stabilized with Buster Posey. I truly believe in Buster Posey's vision. I don't even know what the hell the vision is yet, and I believe in it. Devontae Adams is on the block. You know John Lynch is going to make a phone call. With the way the whole situation has gone down, and I don't think Brandon Ayuk has handled this professionally at all times. Now, he's not all in fault. I get it. I'm with him for getting your money. Well, he's got his money. I didn't like what I saw Friday at the practice. John Lynch will make a phone call to the Las Vegas Raiders. Now, will Mark Davis want a deal? Tom Telesco want a deal with the San Francisco 49ers? What would it take to bring Devontae Adams to the San Francisco 49ers? You want to talk about a bona fide number one receiver? Shasky? Devontae Debo? And Jawad Jennings with Ricky Pearsall waiting in the wings? I bet you John Lynch is making some phone calls. Bring him back to the Bay Area. EPA's own Devontae Adams, red and gold. Let's go.
My final thoughts are this. I've been waiting for this day for quite a while. Everyone's going to say, you don't dance on someone's... Dude, the guy's highly compensated. He's going to be fine. He's going to be fine. Obviously, health bearing. We don't have any, any feel on the health and all that. But, like, you guys made 7-8 figures. All right, he's going to be fine. He's going to be just fine. You know what I feel worried about is the people that are, like, wondering where their next meal is. Like, that's where I have true empathy for. Yeah. And so... as a Giants fan, as someone who loves the game of baseball, who brought my son out to baseball practice yesterday and was with 40 other kids ranging from ages 5 through 15, it's great that we get to have our team back so that next generation of Giants fans can actually start forging the relationships and the bonds, because these are the crucial ages for them to love the team. And it's I'm so happy an all-time legend in Buster Posey is going to be at the helm of it. Doesn't mean he's going to be great.
Right.
But I'm very optimistic and I'm excited. And thank you, Buster Posey.
Yeah.
First step was signing Chapman. I can go out and buy LJ a Chapman t-shirt jersey because I know he's going to be here for the next 5 years.
By the way, I do hope Farhan's his health issues. That's serious. I hope he gets right.
Of course.
He gets right. I want to say that as we say goodbye to Farhan Zaidi. Spadoni, come on, get in here.
All right, I'm hoping with all this moves, and no Devonta Adams stuff today. Tune into the pregame show from 5 to 6 tomorrow if you want my thoughts on the Raiders, Devonta Adams, Antonio Pierce, and maybe the 49ers. But I'm just hoping that playoff baseball returns to the Bay sooner rather than later. Boys, we basically got a taste of playoff baseball yesterday between the Mets and Braves in game 1 of that doubleheader. Just listen to this.
And Lindor gets under one to center field. Harris going back. It's back near the wall. And it's out of here. Linsanity again. Francisco Lindor flips the script with a 2-run homer. And the Mets go in front 8-7. Oh, wow.
Gary Cohn, SNY right there. Just incredible back and forth. Mets were down for most of that game. Score 6 in the top of the 8th. Then the Braves on the bottom of the 8th score 4 to take a 1-run lead. Lindor, man on, 2-run jack. They end up making it. The Mets were out of it for the first couple months of this season. They thought Alonso was going to be sellers. At one point, there were Giants fans thinking that they were going to trade for Pete Alonso.
We played them in May, and Lindor's batting like 205.
They were awful.
He has 33 jacks and batted, I think, close to 280.
Dude, he's an MVP candidate. Now
Incredible.
he's not going to win it,
I
but
love him.
He's been unbelievable. A resurgence for him, and he needed it. And the Mets are in the playoffs, and the Diamondbacks a year after advancing to the World Series are not in the playoffs. Matt Heath, come on,
boss man.
Boss man,
Final
give us
thoughts.
Look. You got to partake. You got a microphone in front of your face. Let's go.
We got to go quick. Buster Posey's about to be announced. Rest in peace, the great Pete Rose.
And that's just for us. Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity at home or on the go. You'll get to the fastest internet to all of your devices. Are we ready to go down to 24 Willie Mays Plaza? Not quite yet, Shasky. 24 Willie Mays Plaza. The scene is set.
I just didn't want to talk.
What was down there? Oh, why do you want to talk? You talk on Steiny and Guru, Willard, or Divs. You don't like us, Matt? Only want to talk to the OGs?
It's unacceptable.
Come on. Well, I know why Matt doesn't want to talk. I don't think I can say it right now.
I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I can sit here and do a sugarcoat job.
New Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys episode. We have one out already. But we're going to have another one drop later on this afternoon.
All right, so Buster Posey. What do you want to hear from Buster Posey, Shasky?
What do I want to hear?
Yeah, what do you want to hear?
I want to hear him say, yeah, the job's already started. Like, I was already in on it. Like, I don't need to hear all your strategies. I know what his baseball principles are. You know what his baseball principles are? Pitch, throw strikes, put the ball in play defense. Like, yeah, that aligns with everything that I think, which is what most normal baseball people think. You know, this is pretty straightforward. What I do want to know is, and I mean this, what has he been doing the last year and a half behind the scenes? That is fascinating to me. Who is going to be his contract expert? Who is going to be the head of scouting? That's what I want. I want to know which guy. We had John Barr for a long time. We had David Bell for a short period. Who is going to be the head of scouting and development? And then what is the infrastructure they're going to put in place in the minor league system to help these young guys? Because I think we could talk about free agents. It's all about drafting and developing and identifying.
No doubt about that. Who's this Parag Marates? You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG, FM, AC1, San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. I actually want to hear from Greg Johnson, the owner of the team.
Really?
Because I want to hear from him. What does he think went wrong with Farhan Zaidi? Because he was so confident. And he was on these podcasts midway through the year when they had that hot streak in Pittsburgh and New York, and they won all those dramatic games, and Chapman had those great plays to end the games. What is Greg Johnson? How does he feel right now? Why did he move on
Great question.
from Farhan Zaidi when it was all assumed that he was going to be here for the next year or two? So Greg Johnson, I want to hear more from him, and I think, are we ready to go down? All right, let's go down to 24 Willie Mays Plaza. live for the Buster Posey introductory press conference. Have a good day, everybody.
Giants President of Baseball Operations, Buster Posey, and Giants Manager, Bob Melvin. We'll have some opening remarks from Greg and Buster, and then we'll get into questions. Greg?
Thanks, Matt. Well, welcome, everybody. It certainly is a momentous day for the Giants organization. And firstly, I'd like to thank all of the Giants fans for their tremendous support in what has been somewhat of an up and down and disappointing season. Secondly, I'd like to thank Farhan Zaidi for his 6-year tenure as President of Baseball Operations. I've certainly enjoyed working with Farhan, have nothing but respect for him, and wish him well in the future. I also want to thank Kristen Posey for agreeing to this, because that may be one of the biggest sacrifices with 4 young ones at home. We certainly appreciate that. I mean, we all know Buster as the player, you know, all of the tremendous memories that we had with him, and him leading us to 3 World Series, the Hall of Fame MVP career. But those aren't the reasons that we're here today. I think for me and for the board, you know, what we have observed with Buster and in working with him over the last 3 years is that competitive fire he has to win. It didn't end when he took his jersey off. It's as strong today as ever. You know, I've grown to respect all of his skills and how he deals with people, his intellect, how he listens. It's a we mentality. And I think just really all of the skills you need in being a leader. Also, the pride he takes in the Giants organization and the responsibility that it comes with representing the Giants organization. So I think we believe there's no better person to lead the baseball side and set the right tone at the top for the Giants organization. But I think the most important is just his desire to build the kind of team that lives up to the expectations of our fans. So without further ado, I am thrilled and proud and privileged to turn it over to our new President of Baseball Operations, Buster Posey.
All right, thanks, Greg. Appreciate the kind words. You know, I'm just excited. I'm excited to have an opportunity to be in this role. I'm excited to be a part of a team again. San Francisco Giants organization is all I've ever known. You know, and I think over the years as a player and the role I was in the last few years, I gained a pretty good sense of what it means to fans to have great players and have great teams. I think back on some of my earliest memories walking into a spring training clubhouse and walking in and seeing Willie Mays sitting at a table with Willie McCovey and Gaylord Perry, Juan Marichal, Joe Amalfitano. You know, the next week it's Will Clark, Jeff Kent, Barry Bonds. And I always appreciated, and I don't think I'd appreciated it as much when I was a younger player, but as time went on, I appreciated just what that meant, not only to the community, but to us as players, and that there's a standard and expectation for being a San Francisco Giant. And it's a privilege to try to go out there on the field and hold ourselves accountable to that standard. You know, those guys that I mentioned, you know, you can go more towards my era with Kane and Lincecum and Bumgarner and Crawford and Belt, and you could go on and on. And in my time, what I came to realize is, yeah, sure, all of those guys were great players. They were part of great teams. But what those guys ultimately meant to the San Francisco Giants fan base and the community was memories. And all of us that are lucky enough to get to be involved in baseball in whatever capacity, I think understand that not only is it the greatest game in the world, but we're in the memory-making business. It's ultimately entertainment. It's an opportunity for grandparents and parents to share memories with friends. It's an opportunity for strangers sitting out in the bleachers to share a great memory that happens at the ballpark and that can be talked about from that time on for the rest of their life, potentially. So With all of that in mind, I just can't say again how humbled I am to be in this role and again be a part of a team that's hopefully looking forward to making more great memories for this fan base and community.
With that, we can open it up to questions. Just a reminder, if you have a question, to please raise your hand and we will get you a microphone. Start here with Susan.
Hi, Buster. Congratulations.
Thanks.
What was the process like for you as you were trying to determine whether this was something you wanted to take on? Could you go through that?
Well, as Greg alluded to, it was convincing my wife, number one. You know what? I mean, I'm so passionate about baseball. I know I finished a few years ago, but just the opportunity, again, like I mentioned, to be a part of a team. I think the chance to be in a position to hopefully elevate people that are all a part of this, elevate staff, elevate players, and again, we're in a memory making business, and sure winning's great, and ultimately that's our goal, is to be a playoff team every year and compete for a championship. But I think just the overall big picture of being a part of something that's bigger than yourself was really appealing.
Let's go to the left, Janie.
Hi, Buster.
Hey.
Good morning. What sort of did you gain over the last couple of years doing this, doing some of this behind the scenes in terms of the business side and maybe trial and error and what worked and what didn't, and maybe a couple examples that you'll take into this position now that you're doing it every single day?
Well, I think first and foremost, I have a lot to learn. Just being a day and a half into this, I've already had some conversations and plan to have a lot more conversations. And one thing I'm very confident about, and because I've known these people for a long time now, is there's a tremendous amount of great people in place that are on the same page and wanting to work to get this team where we all know it should be. I think it's what I'm excited about are the relationships. It is about having a common vision and working towards a goal and having a standard of what the expectation is to be a San Francisco Giant.
Susan?
Buster, what do you think the rest of your front office might look like? Are you planning on any changes there?
Yeah, we're going to hire a GM. That's going to be one of the first tasks right out the gate. Pete's been made aware that he'll be moving off the GM role, and we'll kind of work through what some other responsibilities might look like for him.
You obviously don't have a lot of experience in this kind of role. What's your response to people that discuss that, your relative lack of experience and what that might mean for who you're looking for a GM?
Yeah, I mean, it's fair. I mean, everybody's entitled to their opinion. And again, I do think a strength of mine is that I'll be all ears and listening and taking in information from people that have been doing this for a long time. And I do think it's important that we bring in a guy or girl that's been, well-versed in all aspects of front office.
And I would add that we have a very deep and experienced front office with people like Jeremy Shelley that, could take on the job. So I think there is a nice compliment.
Yeah.
Let's go to the right, Mark.
Hey, Buster. When did you know that a more day-to-day operations type of role might be in your future? Does it go back to when you moved your family here, or has this been more of a recent development?
It's been more recent. I mean, the move back honestly had nothing to do with what my future might look like with the Giants, which I think for us makes it all the more special because it truly was a move back because we enjoy this area and we enjoy the friends that we've made in this area. And I think just over the last, few weeks, months, we've been kind of talking through some different scenarios, and it's where we landed.
Let's go to the back left, Tim.
Buster, just give us a sense what your general philosophy is going to be. I mean, are you
going to use analytics in a significant way? Are you going to, you have an analytics staff? Is that something you want to push forward? And what just generally are you going to look for out of your club?
Most definitely going to use analytics. I mean, I think that the analytics are here and they're here to stay, and it would be a mistake to say that you're not going to use that information. As far as, general philosophy, I think it's, as many of you know me, a lot of my, basic principles are pretty simple. I want us to be known as a team that's, the ultimate prepared team, one that's fundamentals are held at a really high standard. And ultimately, this is all about the players. It's all about putting great players on the field. And I think our job as a front office, with Bob here as a coaching and the coaching staff, is to be able to identify those players and then get the most out of them.
Let's go to Andy.
For Greg, if this was an arrangement that you were looking for, with Buster having quite a bit of influence, he could have had that influence in maybe more of a less out in front capacity and hire another president that would report to him. Why was it important to have him sort of out front on this?
I think it was, there's a lot of different scenarios you could come up with, but I think Buster was just somebody that asked for the ball here and wanted the accountability of not trying to kind of work with other people and that's really what a leader does. And I think at the end of the day, we talked a lot about complementing his skill set with hires and building around him to build for success. And I think he was very, agreeable to doing that. So, it started kind of early discussions, and then I think we both got comfortable with the idea of bringing in an experienced GM to work and take some of the load off. But really, it was really Buster's desire to be accountable 100% for baseball, and I think that spoke a lot to me that he desired that.
Let's go to the front right, Ann.
Hey, Buster. How did you convince Kristen? But I have a follow-up, too.
You know what? I think Kristen, I've been so just blessed to have such a supportive wife. For, believe it or not, it's been 15 years. Yes, we got married young. I think she could just tell how excited I was about this opportunity and that in our relationship, it goes both ways. If there's something that she's excited and passionate about, I want to support her in that as well.
Do you feel the brand has been tarnished in recent years? And besides winning a championship, how do you reinvigorate the brand, the sense of who the Giants are?
I wouldn't say the brand's been tarnished. I mean, again, I think that's a lot of discussion we're going to be having over the next weeks and months is about our identity, and again, I want to be clear, like our identity really boils down to the players on the field and the way that they play and the type of players they are and how they handle themselves, not only on the field, but in the community. So I think that's going to be a big part of discussion is like what really is important to us as an organization and what are we going to hang our hat on at the end of the day.
Let's go to the front right, Sam.
Busters, this is for you and for Bob as well. What do you imagine the vision for what Giants baseball will look like with you kind of running the show here? Like on a day-to-day, on the field, what is your vision for what Giants baseball will look like going forward?
I mean, again, it really, hopefully what it's going to be is we all love, I know Bob loves good, crisp, clean baseball and guys that are going to be always prepared. I think what I can draw on from a player is knowing that if I went into a game and I know I had prepared to the best of my ability, no matter the outcome or result of that game, I could be satisfied with that. And that's, for me, I'm hopeful that our guys are going to get there and that's going to be something that is really important to them as well.
And for me, just probably a little bit more well-rounded team.
to where we can win, in different ways. And if we're not swinging the bats well, we play good defense, we pitch, we execute, we manufacture at times. So I think we just need to focus on all the different areas to make our team better and to be able to win games in different ways.
And Bob, what excites you the most about being able to work with Buster?
Well, I mean, it's Buster Posey, it's the Giants. That's a big deal. So, like Greg said, when, somebody like Buster asks for the ball, you give it to him. And he's meant so much to this community, to this baseball team, to the organization, the city, all the above. So that's what I'm excited about, is being able to work with a guy that's had that type of success here in this organization.
I can say I'm really excited to work with Bob as well. Getting to, as a player, see him in the opposing dugout. If I ever made eye contact with Bob when I was playing, I never felt like he liked me. And I think he might
I admittedly didn't. and I never made eye contact with him either, because he was always making my life really difficult.
So I'm happy we're going to get to share some more endearing glances, I guess.
Let's go to the left, Janie.
Hi, Greg. When it comes to spending money, I mean, he's also in your ownership group still, correct? So does that streamline anything when it comes to free agency or acquiring someone and just, the spending and how it gets done, and knowing that you have a close communication?
Yeah, I mean, I think it certainly helps. And, one of the questions was, well should you have him continue on the board in that role? And we think absolutely. And like Larry, who runs the business side, has been a board member for a long time. It just helps the overall communication. If there's anything, if you like any board, if you have a conflict and you want to talk about somebody's contract or something, you step out of the meeting. It's very easy. But having him there does help. But the communication on things like that are going to be more day to day anyway as they come up, rather than having a board meeting or things. So.
Let's go to the back. Alex.
Hi, Greg, this is for you. Last year you answered a question about the luxury tax, but in the time since, the A's have left the Bay Area. The Giants are now the only team in this massive market. Do you expect the franchise to be a perennial luxury tax paying team going forward, or near that?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the same answer we had last year, that we're opportunistic, we're strategic. We don't set a number every year. We look at what we need to do, and we will, like we did last year, where you had a couple of good players available at the end, you went over the luxury tax. So I think it's just, we will do it if we have to, and we will spend what we need to put a winning team on the field.
You're listening to Buster Posey's introductory press conference, president of baseball operations for the Giants, on 95.7 The Game.
A year ago at this same stage, when Bob was introduced, Farhan said that Bob had a 3-year contract, and as we found out, it was actually a 2-year guarantee. Just wondering about if there will be better transparency, and do you have terms, Buster, or as an owner, or are you just in it for as long as you want to do it? Are there years involved?
Yeah,
and as well, will Bob have any kind of extension, or will he go into next year as a lame duck?
Yeah, one, I'm not sure transparency is required for discussing contracts anyway, because I think they get in the way of running a team during the year, and a lot of questions that come up that are very disruptive. So Buster does have a 3-year deal with no contingencies or anything. But my view is, I've had this debate and discussion, is whether any contracts with, whether it's your manager or head of baseball, should be public, because I think it doesn't serve the team very well to raise questions during the year. So that's something that we would consider. But as far as the transparency goes, I think we were as transparent as we needed to be on that.
And Bob's contract situation will there be an extension, or will he go in next season as?
That's for Buster.
Well, that's who I'm asking.
Look, again, this is day 2 for me. I've said how much I admire and respect Bob, and one thing I'm going to try to do as this continues to progress is, you guys have known me in the clubhouse, the cliche of going day to day, it's going to apply to this as well. And again, I'm excited about working with Bob. there's not many managers, active managers, that have the track record that he does. And from my experience talking to numerous players while I was playing and then post-playing, to a man, everybody loves playing for Bob Melvin.
And just one more. Farhan, earlier this month, let go of 4 scouts. And will you bring those back? And you mentioned that analytics are here to stay, but what will the balance be, if at all? Because, last year, this past year, and throughout Farhan's time, it was mostly new school, not much old school. And do you want a better balance? And what about those scouts?
Yeah, again, for me, it's understanding where people are, what people are doing. I will say, from a scouting perspective, I value scouts very much so. I look to Brian Sabian and his scouting background, and as much as anything, whomever is working in the Giants organization as a scout, if you're a scout, if you're a trainer or a strength coach in rookie ball, my goal is for those people to be empowered and understand what they're doing on the ground is extremely significant for what we're trying to accomplish here at the big league level. So can I give you an exact answer right now? I can't.
Let's go to the back left, Brian.
Hey guys, all three. Congratulations, Buster, and we'll look forward to talking to you. This morning on KMBR, we had sound from September 2022 when you were joining the ownership, and you said, "I'm not here to get involved in the front office day to day." And here we are. So something changed. So what changed? What did you see that you didn't like that made you ask for the ball?
Well, again, I think it goes back to my opening statements that I've seen what great players and what great teams can mean to this community. And so to have an opportunity to be a part of a team that supports the ultimate team that's out there on the field was just really appealing. I don't think there's much more fulfilling much more fulfilling than being able to be a part of something that's bigger than yourself. And again, Greg mentioned Jeremy Shelley, who's been here for 30 years. There's just so many great people that I've gotten to know over the years that are still a part of this organization that I'm just thrilled to be working with.
Let's go to the left, Maria.
Hi, Buster. Congratulations. Just what were your takeaways from the 2024 season, and what do you feel like the club's biggest needs will be heading into next year?
Well, I mean, it felt like one of those years where it was just hard to get a lot of momentum. I think Bob would probably be able to speak on that better, but just from what I saw, seemed like one of those years where if the pitching was going, the offense wasn't, or vice versa. Look, I hate to probably want more specifics, but ultimately, as a group, our goal is to put the most talented baseball players on the field, whatever position that is, So that's what we're going to be looking for going into the season is, who do we have in the system? Who do we have currently on the major league roster that we see as players that are going to mesh together to get us back on track?
Let's go to Marty.
Buster, congratulations. How do you assess this team that you have now, and how much work do you have ahead right now as you look at it? Because you've been here to watch the last couple of seasons.
Yeah, I think, Marty, similar to the way I just answered it is ultimately we just have to play better baseball. We've got to pitch better. We've got to do the little things better. We've got to the margins are just so small between winning and losing when you're talking about the best players in the world competing on a nightly or daily basis. So I think that's going to be a big focus is just for us as a group to understand that all these little decisions or actions that take place over the course of the year can have a big impact on the end result.
Let's go to Andy.
Buster, sort of dovetailing off that, I mean, you're taking over from Farhan, who was very good at working the margins and very active. How do you just imagine the mechanics of your day-to-day will go? Are you going to be on the phone with Bob after a Wednesday night, finding out what lefty you can get to Houston the next day? Or, how much do you plan to delegate, and how much do you plan to really just have your fingers in this day-to-day?
Yeah, Bags, I mean, I think that remains to be seen. again, I mentioned empowering. We're gonna bring in a GM, and I think once that comes in, some of the delegation will take shape a little bit more. I want to be as useful as I can to be with all the people that I'm working with, but also having in mind and understanding that it's somewhat of a delicate balancing act to where I don't want to be the type of leader that is constantly feeling like I'm looking over somebody's shoulder as well. So I think a lot of that is going to be handled over these next weeks, month, as we start to have more conversations and get synced up more.
Okay, we'll take 3 more. To the left, Alex.
Hey, Buster, you played for 2 very different kinds of coaching staffs. How do you envision your coaching staff, and also will there be any changes from this previous group?
Yeah, I think we're very happy. I know Bob's happy with his staff, and as far as changes goes, I think we have to look and see where people are at personally, and where some contracts are. But I know, speaking with Bob, he's very happy with the big league staff. Obviously, you've got guys on that staff with a great track record that I think that players can identify with really well. And there's a nice mix of some younger people in there as well. Sorry, what was the last part of your question?
How do you envision your ideal staff, I guess, compared to you had Bochy's staff and then you played under Gabe? How would you like to see that?
Again, I mean, it's all about, it's the players first. And I think that's what I learned about Boch over the years is I always felt like Boch was pretty easy on us as players. But what I learned as time went along, he beat up on his coaches pretty good. And I think, again, from my experience with Boch and Sabes and talking with Bob, is the understanding that ultimately your job is a supporting role, right? Our job in the front office is a supporting role. Our job, their job as a coaching staff is a supporting role. So, I mentioned a balancing act and a fine line to Bags on another question, but I think one of the challenges is going to be, with all the information we have now, is going to each player, and a lot of this does fall on the coach, is how much information can you give that player before it's too much, before it's diminished returns, and understanding that this guy's not exactly like the guy sitting right next to him in the locker. I think that's in today's game, that's a big part of preparing for the game, whereas early on in my career, that really wasn't a big part of the game. So we want guys ultimately to, when I say guys, the guys on the field that are out there every single night and day, to be accountable for their own careers. And I do think we live in our this day and age in our baseball world where there is so much information that it's easy sometimes to shift blame for one reason or another. And ultimately, I do hope to have a group of guys that no matter what, they can be accountable for their own selves and careers on the field.
Susan?
Buster, obviously a big part of this job is dealing with free agents, and I know you can't talk about potential free agents until the season's over and that period begins, but you guys have a pretty prominent free agent of your own. What are your thoughts on Blake Snell and potentially bringing him back? When might you start talks?
I mean, Blake's one of the, premier starting pitchers in the big leagues, has been for a while. And the run he went on the last 12 or 14 starts, I think I saw a quote from Bob. It was really like nothing you'd ever seen. So he's obviously somebody that's going to be a priority for us to take a hard look at and, make a decision as a group.
Last one to Justice.
Hey, Buster, as far as looking for a GM, what are some of the ideal traits that you look for? And given that free agency is roughly a month away, what's your ideal timetable as far as hiring a GM?
Yeah, to answer the back end of that first, I think it's right away. I think we get going on this right away and get some potential candidates in and get interviews going. As far as qualities, I want a leader. I want a servant leader. I want somebody that, again, is going to empower the people that are working with them and for them. Ideally somebody that does have somewhat of a scouting background, I think will be important for me as well. And again, having in mind that today's game is so much about meshing what your eyes see and your instincts are with what the data is telling you.
Okay, that will conclude today's press conference. Thank you guys so much for attending, and Buster, congratulations.
All right, there it was. The Buster Posey press conference announcing that he's the new president of baseball operations for the San Francisco Giants. He's going to replace Farhan Zaidi. About a half-hour press conference. He got into a lot. Obviously didn't get specific about a lot of things, but I think what's official, Goo, is we are embarking on a new era of Giants baseball, and that's got to be exciting for the fans after the last 6 years. 10 if you count the 4 before Farhan Zaidi.
Yeah, no doubt. And the fact that, what stood out to me, Stoney, is he said he wanted to make more memories. Talked about the fan base, the community, all of it. And I guess the first piece of business for Get Snell is he's going to hire, or they're going to hire a GM. So I'm eager to see who that person will be. But, he didn't wow me with his words. He's not a rapper, but he spoke his piece and got the okay from his wife, Stoney, and he's about to embark on trying to turn this thing around. But I did like hearing, because I believed him, when he said it's about memories. It's about, the community, things of that nature, holding players accountable. So we'll see how it all pans out.
888-957-9570 is the number. You just heard the Buster Posey press conference. He's the new president of baseball operations for the San Francisco Giants. We're obviously going to be talking about that a lot today. Coming up in 25 minutes, we're going to reach out to Chris Rose of the Rotation podcast. Also, he's with John Boy Media. He's an NFL Network host, but he's a big baseball guy. Also, Bobby Evans going to join us, former San Francisco Giants GM. He's going to come in at 1:15.
Bobby.
But right now, if you want to react to the Buster Posey press conference, it's the time, 888-957-9570. And one of the themes that I felt like I kept hearing from Buster Posey was he wants his team to be prepared. He wants them to be fundamental. And to me, that's always kind of code speak for maybe he didn't think this team was very prepared or buttoned up over the last year or two. And that's the first order of business. I mean, if you were Buster Posey, what would your first order of business be with this team? Now, I know tangibly it's going to be hire a GM, but Bob Melvin's not going anywhere. Buster Posey's going to be here for 3 years. So if you're a Giants fan, what do you want to see Buster Posey jump out of the gates and do? 888-957-9570. Goo, you got an answer to that? Or
yeah, mine starts with what Buster talked about, and you mentioned it. His theme was it's on the players, and it's kind of funny that if you are right and you're onto something and he wants the players to be more prepared or accountable, that was Melvin's job last year. So, if it didn't go the way that Posey thought it should have, I'm just saying you could place blame at the manager's doorstep, and I don't think that would be too far-fetched. But to answer your question, my first piece of business in hearing Buster speak, Stoney, is you got to have the horses to win the race. And Blake Snell is a horse. He talked about, what Bob said, how he looked the last 12 starts or whatnot. Phenomenal. So to me, that's putting in work right away, is to see if they can keep Blake Snell in town.
To me, it feels like the one thing they're really trying to do here, and I wouldn't be surprised if some of Buster Posey's hires are former players that we've heard of, but they're obviously trying to make a reconnection to their past. And the 3 titles from 10, 12, and 14. I don't think it's any secret that when Farhan came in to be the president of baseball operations, he wanted to kind of move this franchise forward, and it didn't play well with the fans or with the people in the organization that were used to doing it a certain kind of way. I think that the Buster Posey hire, what they're looking for is a way to go back to more of maybe a familial type atmosphere, maybe relying more on chemistry, relying more on teamwork and all that kind of thing. But the one thing that I think also, if I'm Buster Posey, the first thing I'm doing is showing up to work every single day and being the exact kind of person that I was for my entire career. Because what became obvious over the years with the Giants is that Buster Posey, despite not having a loud voice or an emotional voice, was a leader in that locker room or clubhouse. And it took a while because respect takes a while to be earned. But there's something about Buster Posey where when you're in a room with him or when you're dealing with him, Goo, you know you're dealing with not only a class act, but somebody who knows baseball, a gentleman, someone who's respected. And guys like that tend to elevate the people around them because they know that they're going to be held accountable. And so, to me, the first benefit of having Buster Posey as your boss, as the figurehead of your organization, is that he'll be able to set a tone just by walking into the office and talking to people and having conversations. And I think that's the one thing they want to get back to.
Yeah, and he was the face of a modern-day dynasty, Stoney, 3-5, and I'm with you. But what I got Joe Lacob vibes. And the reason I bring up Joe Lacob is he talked on these airwaves, Stoney, about a group, and he talked about others, and it wasn't just, his decision. And Buster said that at every turn today that I felt like subliminally, Stoney, it's going to be a group effort. They're going to hire a GM, and there's going to be others at play. And what you just brought up to me is how far does he reach back in the past to get guys and gals that have been successful during that run? What are they doing now? Are they available? Will they be a part of it? But for you to talk about presence and just having that respect element, I mean, this is why I loved the hire when it was announced yesterday and knocked me out my seat. But I guess, Stoney, and I'm not grading because I'm no teacher, that was Buster Posey, the player, too. He wasn't uncomfortable, but he laid out his vision. But I don't know why, I wasn't wowed with the words, and I don't want to be wowed. It's about, the bottom line. Who are you going to get in here to help you solidify this team and actually close deals and get players in here? And another word, the A word came up, Stoney, analytics. Like he said, basically, I'm paraphrasing, they'd be a fool now with all the information not to have that be a part of their regime and what they're going to do in regard to decision-making, but like a balance of it.
888-957-9570. You guys just heard the Buster Posey press conference. He's the new president of baseball operations for the San Francisco Giants. First order of business is hiring a GM that he's going to work with. What did you think of the Posey press conference? How excited are you to have Buster Posey right now leading the San Francisco Giants into their next era? 888-957-9570. That segment brought to you by Robert Half.
9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Buster Posey, just introduced as president of baseball operations for the San Francisco Giants.
Yep.
We had the press conference live from 10 to 10:30. If you had a chance to listen to it, what are your thoughts? He answered questions for about, 20 of the 30 minutes. And they're going to hire a GM. What else did you get from it, Goo? They're going to hire a general manager. It seems like the one thing that he acknowledged was, he's going to need a lot of support, at least to start this job, because he doesn't have a lot of experience. But I think just having Buster Posey's name atop the Giants right now maybe gives them a little more credibility than they had.
Yeah.
But to me, it's still going to come down to whether next year this team can win.
Yeah, and closing deals too, partner. And that starts with the guy that Blake Snell. I'll just leave that there. That's the big whale or orca for me right now is like, what are they going to let him leave? But I'll say this, and shout out to Willard and Lubman for asking questions in the presser. But I got to tell you, Steiny, it hit me in the cardiac muscle. I always tell or sell you that I'm a sports romantic when he's talking about the fan base, the community, and making new memories. And under Farhan, outside of the anomaly, the 107-win season, it did happen. There weren't many memories. There was Heartbreak Hotel at every turn when it comes to adding. And, you talk about analytics. How much do you use? Has it taken over baseball? But the fact that Buster told Giant fans it'll be a component to what we do in regard to the recipe, I'm excited. Now, I do know and wonder, because we got the great Bobby Evans coming out. What time was that, Stoney?
1:15, Bobby Evans. Chris Rose in 10 minutes.
Yeah. Is his phone available? Like, how much of the past will Buster reach Sabian? What are they doing? And I know they got stuff going on, but, you have all that, or they have all that to rely on or tap into. And Johnson was kind of outspoken too, Steiny. He was, some reporters asked him about the books or whatnot, and Melvin's deal. I thought that was interesting. But Buster Posey's never going to win the Steiny, to me, because he's not that demonstrative Dick Vitale personality guy. Nobody wants that. The bottom line is, can you close and add talent?
This from the 619 on the Comcast business
Look at
text
my
line.
man.
Comcast business text line. And I kind of agree with this from the 619. Here's what I heard. Getting a general manager, so Posey is more of an executive / face of the franchise like Lynch. He's trying to get better talent on the field, so he'll be trying to get the free agents, but he won't be micromanaging. Mm-hmm. I kind of feel that way too.
Yeah.
I think he's going to be there every day, but I don't know that he'll be front and center every day. But anytime something needs to be said,
or courtship, right, of a big whale or a big free agent.
Yeah, I guess so. And
I'm hoping.
What are you hoping for, Goo? You're hoping that the Giants will start signing big name free agents.
Well, they've been. I'll say this for Farhan. You've asked the young lady to dance a few times. You ain't got to the Florida boogie, but you have asked. But now it's about not asking, and it's about we want to see your moves. And I'm just hoping the presence, the prestige, the championship blood that Buster Posey has and has earned, I hope he can walk into a room with whomever he chooses as GM and others and get something done in regard to pitching this great city of San Francisco.
Yeah,
that's what I'm hoping, Steiny.
I made a list of some of the free agents who have come here over the years. Oh. Obviously, Barry Bonds was the biggest. They've had some guys in the recent past, Jung-Hoo Lee, Snell, Chapman. Johnny Cueto was a free agent. Carlos Rodon, Gosman was a free agent. And I think the one guy we forget, and I think it really hurt Farhan Zaidi, and that's Carlos Correa. And they had him in town, and they had him ready to sign a contract, and it was the San Francisco Giants that bowed out of that because of some health issues. Otherwise, I do believe that Carlos Correa would be here. And I know it's easy to say, oh, he's not, so he didn't get him. But to me, that was a guy they had signed, sealed, and delivered, and it was the Giants who backed out of that. So Do they have a free agent problem? Do they have a problem signing free agents? Is Buster Posey going to be able to rectify that if you think they do have a problem? I guess we'll find out.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just speaking to Correa, batted .310, 14 homers, and 54 RBIs. Minnesota didn't get into the postseason, but I got to throw this at you. Steiny, who is the face of this franchise? Because that, to me, that's at the top of the list on what's wrong. And, you know, you can do it by committee or whatnot, but they don't have a new Buster Posey. Now, I like what we saw from Ramos and Fitzgerald at the end, but who is the face of this franchise right now? My answer is, I don't know. And that's not good for business.
Well, I think they right now have two guys that they're trying to build around.
Two guys.
Logan Webb and Matt Chapman. I mean, the Matt Chapman signing to me was the first indication that they're going to try to turn back the clock a little bit. And that is get players in here that the fans can develop a relationship with, and they're not going to be going anywhere in a year or two. And so Chapman looks like he's going to be here for 3 to 5 years. Logan Webb feels like he's going to be here for the next 3 to 5 years. And then you hope Ramos is a guy who's up and coming. You hope Bailey becomes kind of a stalwart behind the plate. And then the next thing you know, you quietly have a core of 8 to 10 guys. And there are 8 to 10 guys that a city can get behind. Not just 1 year, but for a run of years. I think that's the goal of this team, and I think it's Buster Posey's goal.
Yeah, and I wonder if Buster Posey, what he thinks of Patrick Bailey, Steiny, who I love in regard to defense, but he struggled. 234, 8 homers, 46 RBIs at the plate. But, I mean, one of the best to throw your ass out. And I just wonder how Buster Posey looks at Patrick Bailey moving forward as a whole in totality as an everyday catcher.
Let's go to Amin. Amin is in San Francisco. What's up, Amin? How you doing, man?
Good. How you doing, Steiny Guru?
Doing well, thanks.
I appreciate it. No, I'm ecstatic, honestly, with this Buster Posey being our new president. Like, as a fan, like, this is turning back the clock and allowing us to, like, rebuild our foundation of that championship culture. You know, Zaidi came in and he really diminished that, you know, for us as fans. He clipped away what built our foundation to be a championship team and culture in San Francisco. You know, getting rid of Bochy, getting rid of players that were part of that dynasty. And it showed, like, after that 107-win season, like, we really didn't do anything after that. And you got rid of players. You really just had the incapability to sign free agents. You know, you put power and greed, you know, in front of the best interests of the team and the fans. And that showed. And until last year when you got Snell, you got Chapman and Jung Ho Lee, you know, it still showed that you still weren't able to be consistent and show us what, as fans, what's the long-term plan. So that was real frustrating. But this Buster Posey coming in now, like, that can rebuild the foundation of championship culture. He can bring in some players that he played with to help maybe with the GM position and scout some players because they are ex-players that were part of the team. So I'm really ecstatic about this. Like, I'm really happy with this Posey coming in and, like, our future as a team.
Appreciate the call, Amin. Yeah, I think you speak for a lot of Giants fans.
And that's what you talked about yesterday at Chase. We were out there for Media Day, Stoney, talking about the same subject, and you didn't say it was a bad thing, but the PR component to this, I mean, you killed 2 birds with 1 stone to me because, again, if you would have got somebody that we weren't familiar with, guess what, Stoney? We're not going to know. We're going to judge accordingly, but it's going to take some time. So now that you got one of your own kind of leading the spearhead or out in the front, I think it's a win-win.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Giants over the last 3 years. They've essentially been a 500 team. Yeah. 81 and 81, 79 and 83, 80 and 82. You know, as it relates to big-name free agents, I actually look at it a little differently. I think the first order of business is for this team to start winning more consistently. And
how do you do that?
Well, I think they have the kind of team that I feel like it's obvious. They think this team is better than a 500 team. because when you start mentioning preparation and playing the right way and all those kind of things, that tells me that they think they left some wins on the table. But look, the reputation of the Giants isn't great right now. They're kind of on the periphery, quite frankly, of Major League Baseball. They're not one of the franchises you think of first and foremost. So the first thing Buster Posey's got to do is kind of reclaim the Giants' reputation, get back to winning consistently, and then from there, you hope that you can sign a couple free agents to put you over the hump.
Yeah.
Coming up on the other side, we got Chris Rose. He, of course, has the Chris Rose Rotation podcast in baseball. Today, he's also with John Boy Media. He also does work at the NFL Network. But today, we're going to pick his brain mostly about baseball. That's what we're going to do. That segment was brought to you by, and Guru and I are going to be here soon, and I can't wait. We are going to the Veranda, Concord, and we'll be right back to talk more on the other side.
Hey, it's Guru. Don't miss an exciting watch party at the Veranda on October 10th.
into center for Hamilton. Back, carrying at the wall. It's a home run. Up onto the grass in center field. The ball shooting out to center, and it's 4-0 Giants in the 8th. First postseason home run for Buster Posey.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, let me try to guess. 2010. Had to be 2010 if it was his first postseason homer. Buster Posey.
Yeah. Good
World
call.
Series.
Yeah.
Hey, he didn't hit a home run in the playoffs up until the World Series that first year. Interesting.
Now he's in charge, baby.
We're efforting Chris Rose, John Boy Media, baseball expert, and talk about the Buster Posey hire.
Yeah.
Let's quick go to Mike. Mike's in Santa Clara, wants to jump in here. Hey, Mike, what's going on, man? How you feeling?
Hey, good morning, guys. I'm doing great. You guys stay hydrated this week. It's going to be a hot one.
Okay.
I'll keep it short. I'll keep it short for you guys. Just wanted to say, I really feel more optimistic after listening to Buster Posey's press conference and everything. I like the fact that he's doing what also John Lynch, I believe, did. He's bringing in people that he trusts and that can actually work with him into bringing this team back to relevance at this point. One thing I'd like to see also outside of hiring the GM, I'd love for him to also work on building up a more improved scouting team and even a hitting coach as well. I'd like to see a new hitting coach as well. Because honestly, let's think of look, guys, the bats are terrible. The bats are completely terrible. I'm not saying that's entirely on the hitting coach, but it's also on the talent that was built around it. But I feel like players respect players, especially when they're in this position. That's what I'm hoping for and optimistic is that with Buster Posey being now the president or what they like to call the POBO. Just being that guy and being able to actually talk to players because he was on their level and being able to bring talent in here, and we can provide the money. We just need them to believe in the cause as well. That's all I got to say, guys. Thank you.
Appreciate it, Mike.
And it goes to what you were saying, Stoney, of Buster Posey, and I feel you on this. My radar went off, or my telepathy in regard to they left a lot of chicken, the players, that is, on the bone. So if they feel like they got players that can perform better or more efficient, maybe they get better production. But, I look at Yaz, who, when it was all said, I tried to run him out of town. I wasn't the only one. And then all of a sudden, when the dust settles, you're like, he ain't bad. And that's kind of been his claim to fame here. You kind of take him for granted. And then when it's all, said and done, you're like, okay, he's not bad. But I hate, Stoney, that I look at the Giants in a division where three teams, one was just in the World Series, didn't follow up in the postseason, the Diamondbacks, but they got some guys that you're excited about. Ohtani, Tatis, and Betts. I just hate the Giants don't have that. But I know you're like, well, Goo, you're not throwing a baseball party. But at the end of the day, those names and guys of that caliber get you to the dance. And right now, I think that's the Giants' biggest problem. They don't have those type of guys.
Not yet, they don't. The question is, can Buster Posey get them? All right, let's all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Joining us right now of John Boy Media. You can also watch him on the NFL Network. He's a host, but he's our baseball expert, Chris Rose. Chris, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
My pleasure, guys. How are you?
We're doing well. There's a lot of optimism after Buster Posey's just been named the president of baseball ops for the San Francisco Giants. And just from afar, what are your thoughts on the Giants moving on from Farhan Zaidi and hiring one of their all-time greats to be their president of baseball ops?
No problem moving on from Farhan. I think 6 years is a long time, and just doesn't feel right. It didn't feel like a good fit. You either have to be analytically on your marks or a great communicator and sell it that way, and he was neither, it felt like. And so they need a fresh start. But I'll admit I'm skeptical, and I think everybody should be. Buster Posey's one of the favorite sons of that place, arguably the most popular player over the last several decades. And now he's taking over a role that he's a rookie in. And, it's a big step up for him. It doesn't mean that he can't do it. There are guys that have done it around the league. I mean, Chris Young has done it very successfully and now moved into this role, moving from GM to president of baseball ops, and just won a World Series a season ago. So this can be done. I suppose I do have a couple of questions. I'll admit, I did not see the press conference. I was a little busy with some other work. So I am curious, why he's doing it at age 37 with 4 young kids, having made $171 million in the show, because it's not a job you can just kind of show up to. And, I mean, he's going to be all in and full grind. And then the other thing is, what's going to happen if he doesn't do the job well? Like, what is Buster Posey's standing? All I could think about is John Elway, Hall of Fame quarterback, Denver Broncos, helps lead them to the Super Bowl, and then all anybody wanted to talk about was how he couldn't find Peyton Manning's replacement, and he's got to get out of town. So it's just, there's a lot riding on this. I'm excited for him, and I hope it works out, but there are questions.
Wow, Chris, a lot of good stuff there. And I'll say this about what you just said in regard to Farhan and his tenure. He had a long time to get things done. With that, Chris, what's on your metric in regard to, in this new era of sports and baseball, how long do you give Buster before you say, you know what, we're going to give you a report card. We're looking. I don't see anything. Because I was telling my partner maybe 3 years, and he was like, no, that's too long. How are you looking at the Giants under Buster Posey to kind of give them a grade and see if things are going well?
Well, baseball is unlike any other sport because you could have a draft class next year that doesn't get here for 4 seasons, right? And so, I do think a full 6-7 year run when you're talking about management is appropriate. He just signed a 3-year contract. Does that mean the Giants have to make the playoffs 2 of the 3 years for it to be deemed successful? I don't know. I think it starts first and foremost with them being able to land somebody in free agency. And I'm not talking about extending Matt Chapman. That's a huge, huge pull. And I know that Buster Posey is the guy who came in and closed that deal. But from what I understand, Buster Posey has been in on those meetings at times when they've been trying to get that big fish in free agency over the last few years and haven't been able to get it done. Once again, that doesn't necessarily mean that, who knows what role he was playing during those meetings. But I imagine, as a guy who's won 3 World Series rings and is known universally by free agents, that he played some sort of substantial role. And now he might just say, hey, listen, back then I wasn't in control, so I was limited with what I could tell you. Now I'm telling you this, and it all starts and finishes on my desk, I am the decision maker. So maybe he'll play even a more prominent role in this free agent recruitment. But I think that's going to be the first thing that Giants fans are going to be watching for starting this November, is can we finally get that big guy? And maybe that starts with retaining Blake Snell, who I imagine is going to opt out.
Chris Rose is joining us. He's from John Boy Media. You can also watch him on the NFL Network. He's a host. We're talking baseball with him right now. It does feel like, and I was playing a little devil's advocate yesterday with Farhan Zaidi, because it seemed like everybody was pretty much done with him out here. But I'm looking at a guy who over 6 years, they were 453 and 417, so they were over 500. For his tenure. You could, if I'm going to make a case for him, I could say that first year, he had to still deal with Bochy, and they didn't know what to do with Baumgartner. Did he get an unfair rap in some ways? Because this is not a terrible team, but it is a team that couldn't really shed getting away from 500.
Well, I think you just kind of answered it. They're not a terrible team, but they couldn't get away from 500. Is that the way you want to live as a team that just within the last 15 years has kissed the commissioner's trophy 3 times? That's not how you want to be. You don't want to be just okay. So I actually applaud them for pulling the plug here. It's not easy, and I hate talking about people losing their jobs. Not fun. But I do think that it's the right move here. And I do think that record is somewhat inflated by a 107-win season, right? The rest of them were just okay, and he had one amazing year that was, now we look back at it, and it's somewhat of an anomaly. I've been told by a lot of guys, you need stars in this sport. And I don't know how many stars the Giants have right now. They have some really good players. Matt Chapman's a really, really good player. Logan Webb, who obviously is a part of our family at John Boy Media on the Rose rotation, is a really good player. But they need studs to compete with the Dodgers. The Padres have studs. The Yankees have studs. The Orioles are kind of growing studs and probably have to sign a stud pitcher. The Phillies have studs all over the place. That's what you need. You need a couple of them. And the Giants are right now a team of a couple of really good players, some guys who could fall into that category eventually. And that's that. And that, you know what that equates to? An average team.
Wow, Chris, you just stole, I mean, that was well said. You stole my thunder because, you know, we're out here and I feel like Giant fan is jealous or they have baseball envy. And there's nothing wrong with that when you just look in their division. You talked about it, Ohtani, Betts, Tatis, Machado, and they just can't get that. And I was going to ask you, how important is that? You just explained it, but I'm a little concerned, Chris, and I kind of hope your intel is off just a little bit because I hope Buster hadn't been in on those meetings trying to recruit a judge or, you know, Bryce Harper back in the day, because it's imperative. If they can't get that guy or guys, you know, it's going to be forever, Chris, before they can get back in contention.
Well, I don't feel that way. I really don't. I mean, I think that, but they're going to have to come up with a really good plan this offseason. Now, does that mean that you throw everything at Juan Soto? I mean, it's possible. I mean, if you're going to, if he wants to make a statement and swing for the fences, then you convince ownership this is what it's going to take. But I believe in that because look at the players that are left and look at the best teams that are left standing. Could you get, I mean, look at who won the World Series last year, right? The Texas Rangers, they paid $500 million for their infield. And then they went and they signed Jacob deGrom, who unfortunately because of injury didn't work out, but they went and traded for Max Scherzer. Like they went after the biggest names in the sport. And I mean, what a statement it would be for Buster Posey to have his first free agent signing be Juan Soto. I'm just saying, doesn't mean they have to go get it, but man, wouldn't everybody in the baseball world say, damn, that dude means business.
Yeah, Chris, do you think that that switching out a president of baseball operations can be the difference between landing a free agent and not landing a free agent? I'm talking about a big boy.
Well, what can make a difference is money. Let's call it what it is. You know, like that's a big difference. At the end of the day, you know, I mean, Juan Soto was up at the plate when Buster Posey was calling pitches. Like that's an advantage. I mean, who would you rather negotiate with or talk baseball with all due respect, if you're Juan Soto, Buster Posey or Farhan Zaidi?
Yeah,
and that's part of the deal here.
No doubt. There's a sentiment out here that the place itself right now is a tough sell to free agents. Whether it's the ballpark for hitters, whether it's the reputation San Francisco has, you know, nationally around the country, whether it's, man, they're in a division with the Dodgers and the Padres. I'm just trying to figure out if Posey can be kind of the great equalizer if those things are true.
Yeah, and I understand that. But, I mean, if you're a free agent and you hold all the cards, a la Juan Soto, right, those are questions that you need answered, and he would have to make up of his own mind. I mean, he's played in the NL West. He's played in San Francisco a bunch.
Yep.
And maybe it's not for him. Who knows? But he also probably saw... I always hate bringing up Barry Bonds, but what Barry Bonds did in that ballpark and things of that nature, asterisk, you know, just table discussion right now. But you understand my point. So who knows what floats around in a free agent to be's head. But once again, I don't think it hurts that he has a recognizable star against whom he competed for years sitting at the table so they can speak the same language. And I have no
thoughts that Buster can't get the rest of the job done. Like, I believe that he will surround himself with the right people, that he's super smart. I mentioned Chris Young earlier. Like, he went to Princeton. Buster Posey went to the Princeton of the ACC at Florida State. It's the same thing.
Oh, man.
I can't see you, so I don't know if you were tongue-in-cheek there or not. I'm going to assume yes.
Something like that.
Hey, Chris, you're a jack of all trades, man. I love your lexicon, so I got to do this while we have you on the phone and just give you a quick football question, if I may. I was skeptical of Brock Purdy, and he's done nothing but get better. Now he's using his legs. He's without weaponry, and he's just out there making plays. Can you just share with us in the Bay your thoughts from afar on one Brock Purdy who is due a payday next year? But, Chris, I'm not a hater. And I'm like, I need to see more. But every Sunday, the kid's doing and showing me something.
Yeah, at this point, I don't know the show me more crowd. I don't think they have much to stand on at this point. Right? I mean, like, he's shown it. He's played great virtually the entire first month, it feels like. And as you said, he's had, different weapons in and out. He hasn't had McCaffrey at all. I know that Mason's run the heck out of the ball, but he's not Christian McCaffrey, certainly in the passing game. To me, what's that number going to be? Is it going to be $60 million a year?
Yeah.
I mean, it might be. It might be, because just think of it this way. If he were a free agent after this season, I know he's not, but if he was a free agent, how many teams would be willing to pay him $60 million a year based on what they've seen?
That's a great question.
Man.
More now than a year ago, I'll bet you that.
Well, Chris, would you do it?
Would I?
Yeah, right now, if that, because a lot of people say, he's doing it with the system and it's Kyle, and I get that, but I'm like, man, could he go to Carolina and change their fortune?
Great. What if he went to Minnesota and Kevin O'Connell's system?
Yeah.
Right now, he would be great in that system too. In fact, he'd be significantly better than Sam Darnold, who obviously couldn't get on the field last year as Purdy's backup, and he's doing wonders right now. So my point is that it's a great system. It is a great system. Good luck, Niners, trying to find his replacement. Right. I mean, you lucked into Brock Purdy as is. I know that there's no way they want to play that game and be like, yeah, it's the system, guys. Like, they found him. They got fortunate that he was the last pick in the draft, and they found him, and it's awesome. They're going to have to reward him, and it's just the way it is.
Chris, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. And a lot of Giants fans very optimistic today, that's for sure.
Yeah, and I get it. They should be. I like it when San Francisco is good. I really do. I love the ballpark. I'm a fan of the city. I like the dudes on the team. I'd like to see them get back into this thing with the Dodgers, with San Diego, with Arizona, who went down to yesterday just being a spectator. Like, I wanted to see 4 teams in the race. I hated to see the Giants hit the you-know-what down the stretch. I hated it. So I hope that Buster's the answer.
Good luck to your Indians, Chris.
You mean my Guards?
Yeah, Guardians. Oh, boy, I'm in trouble, yeah.
That's all right. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. They just changed the name last week. It's no big deal. We're fine.
Look at my producer.
Thanks, Chris. Appreciate it, man.
Take care, guys. Thank you for having me on.
Yes, sir. That's Chris Rose.
Oh, boy.
Chris Rose Rotation Podcast, John Boy Media. Also works for the NFL Network.
The Guardians, Donnie, the Guardians.
Yes, the Guardians. All right, there's been you've kind of been bothering me a little bit.
Yeah, I feel the same.
Yeah.
It started yesterday.
No, you mean you've been
bothering me. It started yesterday.
No
I've been holding
chance.
on. Stop.
Please.
Go ahead. You first. You brought it up.
Okay. So I'm looking at the Giants' history. All right. Let's say since Bonds got here.
Okay.
And they don't have a history of signing free agents. They haven't. That's never been their philosophy, whether it was under Farhan or whether it was under Sabian, for the most part.
I hear you.
So why should anybody expect that Posey's going to be able to do that, or that they even want to go in that direction. When they won three World Series in 5 years, it wasn't through free agency. It was through the farm system and homegrown talent that became star players. So I'm very skeptical of this. Oh, well, now Posey's been hired to close a deal.
Well, that's all hope. And I got to tell you, Chris took a little of that away from me, Stoney, in regard to how much or how often Posey was in on those meetings, when they were courting the big fish. But in regard to, those 3 and 5 years, the game was different, I believe. And I'm not saying, as Frank Sinatra, do it my way. You play small ball and defense and good pitching, we'll take that all day. But even chasing that, you got to get the right players up under you, right? So it's obvious to Buster and to me, hearing him talk, that he felt like they want to be more prepared and have guys get the best out of themselves. But Stoney, look around. There's boppers everywhere, except here on 3rd and King.
Right.
And you only play 81 of the 162 here. So the signal to me is when you're in on a Judge or you're in on a Stanton or a Bryce Harper, you're telling the fans, hey, yeah, we did it this way back 10, 12, and 14, but we're trying to hit the damn ball over the park, and we're going to go in, and hopefully we can close it. So when you say to me, because I can't give you any data, Stoney, outside of hope that Buster Posey's presence can help them maybe have them close a deal more so than they had or didn't have under Farhan.
To me, if you're playing in this ballpark and you think you're going to compete with those kind of guys, Ohtani and Harper, and you look at trying to get those guys, I don't think that's the route to go. I really don't. I think there's absolutely something to the biggest of the big boys don't really want to play here. And I heard Hunter Pence on with Willard and Dibbs yesterday, and he said it.
What did he say?
And I thought, this is so simple. I just don't know why everyone tries to buck it, and that is try to be a good team by building on pitching and defense. I'm not saying you get 200 hitters and guys who don't hit for power. Do the best you can with your hitters.
But you make it sound easier. That's hard too in itself. Just look at the
how they won.
tenure.
But they hired Buster Posey to link to the past. The past was farm system, pitching, and defense. And the ballpark, like any great team plays to its ballpark. And for the life of me, I don't understand why you wouldn't just try to get pitching and defense and then try to get as many hitters as you can who fill that role. But I don't know. The idea of having a guy here who's going to hit 45, 50 homers, I just think that's asking a lot, because those kind of players, to me, do really take the ballpark into consideration. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Also, don't miss the kickoff show this Sunday with Evan Giddings and Lorenzo Neal. Live 2 hours before the start of the game. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay. It's presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com.
How's business?
Good. Are you...
Baseball operations for the San Francisco Giants. Farhan Zaidi is out. The announcement came yesterday. We did the press conference today, and I'm gonna make it simple because I can absolutely see how if you're a Giants fan, you've got to be ecstatic. It was obvious that a lot of people had lost faith and confidence in Farhan Zaidi. But here's a question I'm going to ask, and I'll answer it first. My answer is no. Do you really think if Buster Posey had been the president of baseball operations 5 years ago, that the Giants would be sitting right now with either Stanton, Bryce Harper, Ohtani, or Judge?
Oh, my gosh.
I don't.
I do, yeah. So one of them, man.
One guy could be responsible for somebody making that decision to come to play in San Francisco. See, I don't give a GM that much power.
Wow.
That's just me.
Yeah. And again, it's by committee, right? It's going to be...
Well, that's the other thing. I mean,
who's his GM? He could really be the real Buster Posey. You know what I mean? Like, that's a big deal. That's a big hire. But I guess, Steiny, you want a victory at some point. And to answer your question, is that too much power for one man? No. But when you talk about regime and what we were sold on about Farhan and all his little secrets that he got from the Dodgers, and I mean, there are successful guys at this job, and that entails a lot of other stuff outside of just acquiring free agents. So I kind of get your premise, but at the end of the day, all it takes is a yes. And again, I'm going to ask Bobby Evans, Steiny, who we'll have on at 1:15. I'm going to ask him what goes into getting a guy obviously a yes, but the pitch, how taxing is that? And how imperative is it that what Chris Rose, he said it, Steiny, they have no stars right now. And I get Webb, I get that, but I'm talking about a position player.
I mean, what would be unfair for me with me saying, okay, go out and get Soto? No excuses. You hired Buster Posey because you thought you had a GM who couldn't close, and Juan Soto's a free agent, and now you got Buster Posey in charge. Okay, so...
But when I hear
we should get Juan Soto.
But the only problem is he don't want to leave.
Well,
I believe.
Well, maybe Aaron Judge didn't either, but Farhan didn't get a break with that. 888-957-9570. That's why I definitely believe that's just a small part of this equation, the big name free agent thing. I think this is more of a top to bottom thing where the ownership group, Larry Baer, they just didn't like the way Farhan ran an organization.
And they still gave him a long time to kind of get the job done. And I was listening to the guys this morning, Steiny, Bonte Hashasky, and they posed a question. I'll throw it to you. What did Farhan do right and what did he do wrong?
Well, I think he left the Giants in a better situation than he got here. I mean, I'm looking at he got here in the winter of 18.
Right.
So in 2017, they almost lost 100 games. They were 64-98. Then the year after that, they were 73-89. Then Farhan came, and they've never won fewer than 77 games. And I get that it's still 77 games, but I'm looking at a team that was terrible the first 2 years before he got here. So I think he may have left this franchise right now in a better place than he got it, believe it or not.
Yeah, well, I just look at the Luciano debacle.
Well, he didn't draft Luciano.
Right, but he was overseeing what was going on in Sacramento.
And maybe he never liked him. Maybe he just never liked Luciano. And so I can't hold Luciano against Farhan Zaidi if Luciano never becomes a player.
But even the handling of, like him or not, he's on your team. He's in you're overseeing what's going on in Sacramento, and to find out or not come up with a resolution or a problem solved, to find out that this youngster who's supposed to have promise with the bat can't field, that happened on his watch.
I mean, to me, Luciano is small potatoes. He really is. He was a guy who was in the organization when Farhan got here. Clearly, Farhan wasn't crazy about him, but Farhan probably heard all the noise about, we got to get this guy up, we got to get this guy up, and he probably felt pressure, especially late in his tenure when he knew that he was probably under the gun. But he might not have handled Luciano well, but if Luciano can't play, I'm not going to hold that one against Farhan Zaidi. That's just me.
Yeah. Well, I think he can play. I just think he's got a mental thing going on now because of what's happening. But again, I don't know, man, Stoney. When I hear someone say he left him in a better position than when he got him, I'm like, well, damn, they did win 107, but you don't get fired for doing a good job.
888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Leroy. Leroy's in Oakland. What's going on, Leroy? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's up, Steiny? What's up, Goo? How
What's
y'all
up,
doing?
baby?
Ain't nothing to it, man. You know, lifelong Giants fan. And, hey, Steiny, your question is going to get answered about if Buster Posey was there, would we have a big fish? Oh, that question is going to get answered, and it's going to get answered real soon, and here's why.
Okay.
The only way a free agent is going to come to San Francisco now is if he likes and admires Buster Posey that much as a person and as a player, because nothing else has been able to bring anybody here. And we've always heard the two things. It's the city, it's the crime, it's nasty, or either it's Oracle Park. It's the ballpark. You can't hit home runs. So it's either one or the other, or it's both at the same time. So some free agent, some big fish is really going to have to like Buster Posey and admire him for them to come here. And another thing, before Buster Posey was given this position, he even talked about how bad it was in San Francisco as far as the crime. Yeah. And acknowledged that it was an issue. So now that he's got this position, he's going to have to remember what he said, and he's going to have to remember that he's going to have to go out there and do some canvassing and smile and use his championships and his likability to get big fish here. And one more thing, guys, there was a Forbes interview with Buster Posey, and they said that he was one of the most likable players in Major League Baseball by the fans and other players. Well, I hope that's true, because they're going to really have to like him to want to come to San Francisco and play, because nothing else has brought the big fishes here.
Thanks, Leroy. Appreciate the call. See, I look at it differently. I look at it as, it's not really a chicken and an egg. It's more that, to me, I'm not expecting Juan Soto to come here this offseason because this team's not great right now. And I think the first order of business is to start to turn around the reputation of the Giants.
What do you think that rep is now?
I think that nobody even thinks about them anymore. They're just a run-of-the-mill, mediocre team that doesn't have any cachet within Major League Baseball. And so, to me, the first thing you're going to have to do is what Posey, I think, is brought in here for, and that's to change the culture and to make this organization, it sounds like, more professional. That's one of the things I feel like I'm reading between the lines. And then you go out next year and you have a good year. Maybe you make the playoffs. And then maybe you make the playoffs again. And then that's when I think you strike with the free agent. But I don't think Buster Posey is, or anybody for that matter, is able to sell a free agent on, I'm telling you, we're going to make something happen here. I think it's easier to say, look, we're starting to make something happen here, and you will be the catalyst to take us over the top. So I think that's the way that it's likely to play out if it plays out that way.
Yeah, and it sounds like, I don't want to speak for you, Stoney, you're describing selling a vision too.
Definitely.
Selling a vision. And And it is funny that Leroy brought up the comments that we got into a little bit about Buster Posey. But what I like about it is to, if he deems that to be the truth and it to have merit, which it sounds like, he knows he has to overcome that when he's dealing with that portion of the job.
Or he knows he's got to go in other directions to make this team as good as it can be. And, I mean, like, that's the one thing I've always – and I get it. It's San Francisco, and we think highly of ourselves, but there's a lot of organizations in all sports that they're just not franchises where free agents are going to sign. I mean, the Oklahoma City Thunder are probably not going to be able to sign a $200 million free agent. How come? Well, nobody really wants to go to Oklahoma City. Now, I'm not saying it's the same with San Francisco, but they're places that are harder to sell than others. And if you can't count on signing free agents, then you got to skin the cat another way.
Wow.
And maybe it's rebuild the farm system. Maybe it's making savvy trades. But
you got a new chef in the kitchen, though, Steiny.
I just can't. I mean, I just can't see the Giants saying, well, now that we got Posey, we're going to change our philosophy and outspend the Dodgers and the Yankees and the Padres, because it's still the same ownership group.
Yeah,
that's got to decide what money to spend and on whom.
And he mentioned also Buster did scouting. Steiny, who's to say they don't revamp or turn that thing upside down?
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. Buster Posey, new president of baseball operations for the San Francisco Giants. And, I mean, if you're a fan, do you feel like you're back on the map? If you're a Giants fan, do you feel like, you know what, now we're in play again for any free agent that wants big money? Does Buster Posey in and of himself change the reputation of this organization and might even be able to change their philosophy a little bit, where you start to count on being able to sign free agents because it's an attractive destination? I don't know the answer to that. I think you still got to win first, and then people will take notice. But hey, it only takes one, is what Chris Rose was saying, and he's right.
Do you think this team that finished 80 and 82 underachieved? I do.
Well, that's kind of what I'm getting at, is if you think this team underachieved and you can make that case, well, then this offseason, you've got to work around the margins and see if you can get this team to 85, 88 wins and get into the playoffs next year. That to me seems very doable. I mean, at the beginning of this year, I think a lot of fans thought this team was going to make the playoffs.
I know. I was one of them.
So, by the way, you owe me.
What? Oh, my goodness. No.
Yeah.
No, that was when we put it in the cap. No, and you put Kyle Shanahan in the cap.
No, there's two things. Soler.
Oh, you're right.
Jorge Soler didn't hit 30 homers.
I got you a birthday drink. That was it.
Did you?
Yeah. Man, now that I got the whole round.
Really?
Yeah. I looked at the statement like, whoa.
Yeah, that's right. You did buy that round.
But I still owe you.
Before everybody came in. Brett's in Walnut Creek. What's up, Brett? How you doing, man?
Dude, I am doing so excellent right now. I mean, I don't think I've ever felt better.
Nice.
At the end of a season, spinning under 500 than I do right now. And let me tell you why. I'm going to give you guys three things.
All right.
First and foremost, Buster Posey is a champion, not just on the field, off the field. And off the field is where the Giants have been missing stuff. They've missed the field with the fans. They've missed the field with the connection, missed the field with the community, missed the field with identity. Like, right, who have we been since 2014? I'm not really sure. We defense, we offense, we hitting. No, we're nobody. So I think Buster's going to give us that. I think he's going to give us a sense that we have a community and a connection. Reminds me a little bit of Steve Kerr. And I give the Steve Kerr connection for this. Steve Kerr was a champion. Steve Kerr was a player. Steve Kerr was a general manager. Steve Kerr was an announcer. Steve Kerr was never a head coach until he was a head coach of the Golden State Warriors, and I'm pretty sure he did all right. I'm not saying Buster Posey is going down that route, but what I like about it is the feeling of connection and community. And what I like about it is what Buster's going to do. And at the end of the day, what really matters is, are we going to put butts in the seat and make a difference? It's funny this year. We didn't play very well. We did not live up to expectations. But here's a real simple thing. If the Giants win 2 games a month, just two more a month, the Giants win 92 games this year. Okay? They're going to be 92. It's not like they need to do anything crazy. So let's identify talent. And not only identify talent, let's let talent play. And I think that's Buster's going to do. Like he said, we're the San Francisco Giants, right? We shouldn't be looking up to the Padres and the Diamondbacks. We're the San Francisco Giants. Let's act like it. It's kind of like what Lynch and Shanahan done with the Niners when they were in their malaise. What Bob Myers did with the Warriors when they were in their malaise. The Giants have been in their malaise for 10 years. I love this new stance. I love this new direction. I kind of feel it is on par with what the Niners and the Warriors have done to take us in a direction of people that know how to lead. Let's go. Let's do it.
Yeah, appreciate the call, Brett. I mean, that's the one thing that hit me.
He's fired up.
Is that, and I get it, they're all different, but are they? John Lynch, Mike Dunleavy, Buster Posey. They're all the same.
Yeah.
They're kind of the exact same guy. All three of them. Now, Dunleavy wasn't quite the player that Lynch or Posey was.
He didn't get a ring.
They all,
as a player,
look at the game the same way. They all were smart players. To me, all three of those teams have a GM who is very similar to each of the others. Former player, smart, established career, classy, leader, all that kind of stuff. So I think there are similarities among Lynch, Dunleavy, and Posey for sure.
Yeah, and I don't even try to act like I know what the to-do list is for Buster Posey and the Giants, Donnie, but I'm excited out the gate that we do get to see how they proceed with Snell, a guy that was in your uniform last. Can you keep him in town? Or do you feel like he's not a part of the future? But if you say we agreed, they left some meat on the bone, well, damn it, he is a stud when he's on. What better way to start or send a message than keep him in the orange and black?
I'm not convinced they want him back. I have no idea whether Buster Posey wants Blake Snell back or not.
I wish somebody would have asked him at the presser.
Well, I mean,
he probably wouldn't have been able to.
I mean, he was asked, and he said, obviously, Snell's a beast, and we'll see what happens. But, I mean,
make it happen.
The other thing is,
how could you not want that on your team?
I'll tell you how.
If you got Logan Webb,
I'll tell you how.
Who's arguably your best player?
I'll tell you how. And it's this. And I'm not saying Snell isn't, but Buster Posey is here because they have a vision of this team. And I think the vision they have is to make this organization more like it used to be. Not just, we want to win 3 more titles like we did, but they went about their business in a certain way. It was a very professional clubhouse. It was a low-key clubhouse. It was chock full of veteran players. And I think one of the things that Posey wants to bring to this organization is he wants to sign players that are giants, like San Francisco Giants. And if he doesn't have, he may look at Blake Snell and say, that's not the kind of guy that I'm really thinking we want around here.
Astani, talent is talent.
Talent is talent, but it's about being a great teammate too. It's about being professional. I mean, Blake Snell's year, it didn't seem to me like Blake Snell was very invested in the Giants. And I know this is corny, but to me, that's what Posey represents. Posey wants people that want to be here, not just necessarily guys who you offer the most money to and they take it. I don't know. What do Giants, I mean, is Blake Snell their offseason big fish?
I think so.
I'm not convinced of that necessarily, but I'm not saying you're wrong at all. Yeah. I have no sense for how Buster Posey feels about Blake Snell. I'm pretty sure he probably thinks he's a hell of a pitcher. Mm-hmm. But there's also another aspect of it, and that is you want a guy who's a gamer. You want a guy who's dependable. You want a guy who's respected in the locker room. I'm not saying Snell isn't those things. I don't know. But I think that's a big part of why they hired Buster Posey. 888-957-9570 is the number. This is from the 415 on the Comcast Business text line. A player with no executive experience sure seems like a PR move. Championship pedigree is just talk. How did Jordan do running the Charlotte franchise? I think there's a big fundamental difference between those two. I mean, I listen, Buster Posey's a guy who stepped away from the game. And that's that's the other thing that's hit me. I think the reason Buster Posey has taken this job, and he was asked why a couple years ago he didn't seem keen on it. I think he's watched the Giants the last 2 or 3 years, and he just does not like what he's seen, top to bottom. He doesn't like the way they play. He doesn't like the way they've been managed. He doesn't like the way they go about their business.
Well, there's a big platter of that, but also, too, we got to talk about his home life. He had the blessing to raise kids, Stoney, and they're still doing that. But also, we've heard this before, men and women, they miss the game. They miss being around it. And he wanted another challenge, outside of fatherhood or whatnot. And he got his blessing from his wife. And I'm not saying you're wrong, but I just feel like he's got a new zest. And this will be the first time he's done or took on a challenge like this. And you're right, the Giants shouldn't be looking up at the Diamondbacks and the Padres and the Dodgers. But the fact of the matter is they are. And if you telling me, Stoney, you can do not a quick fix, but, get right back and get in contention. Man, if I got a 1-2 punch of Webb and Snell, that's a big deal. That goes a long way and ensured our chances of having some action next year.
I mean, you need guys who you believe are going to be able to make a start every fifth day.
Well,
I mean, I don't know what Giants fans.
Changes.
Giants fans, how big a priority is Blake Snell? How big of it is it? How big a priority is Blake Snell to Buster Posey? I mean, if Blake Snell's the first free agent that Buster Posey needs to retain, I guess he's on the clock. He locked up Matt Chapman. But see, I could see why
6 years for Chappie.
To me, Chapman really fits who the Giants are. I'm not sure Snell does.
A non-playoff team?
I'm just talking about clearly they brought Posey in because can you sit here and say, oh, but Posey loves Blake Snell? I don't know. Snell's got some baggage, and I don't know how Buster Posey feels about him.
But being one of to catch some of the greatest pitchers in Giant history, Stoddy, I would think on a good day, he knows that he's a badass.
Got to be more than a badass than just on a good day. What do you guys think Buster Posey thinks of Blake Snell, and do you think Blake Snell is priority number one for the San Francisco Giants? What's coming up on the game? It's presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
You're in hot water, mister.
What'd I do?
I told you months ago our utility bills were getting higher because of that old outdated tank water heater.
The move back honestly had nothing to do with what my future might look like with the Giants, which I think for us makes it all the more special because it truly was a move back because we enjoy this area and we enjoy the friends that we've made in this area. And I think just over the last few weeks, months, we've been kind of talking through some different scenarios, and it's where we landed.
It's the Guru, Steiny, Guru, Steiny, Guru, Steiny show. Let's go.
Buster Posey. That was at his introductory press conference earlier today. He is the new president of baseball operations for the San Francisco Giants. And first order of business, re-signing Blake Snell.
Well, I'm saying that we got a text from Shasky Butcher Boy. He said it's shortstop. So he said Kim or Aramis will be their target, as well as Eldridge, Steiny, first base or DH, show him the ropes. The youngster with power that's just, remember, I've been sending you those videos that he sends me. But shortstop, so we'll see. I'm just saying if it were me, that's which I wouldn't let a talent like that get out of town. Like, we would have a conversation, and you would think.
Hey, better get him then.
Well,
no.
Well,
no.
I'm not saying I'm not going to get.
No, if they lose Snell, that's a Farhan move, right? If he's a priority, then. Like, that's kind of what I'm saying.
Well, he's a talent, Snotty. I think he's probably a top 3 lefty in the game.
Probably.
When he's on.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's in your backyard right now. He works for you. He just finished the year, and you got this euphoria of new hope. Shout out Star Wars. And, man, I feel like the Giants with Posey and this new team that he'll put together, I hope they would have a head start if they identify how good he is. And if you're right, they're trying to win right away. Him and Webb, we saw it.
Yeah, I'd really like to know, and I have no idea. But for all we know, Buster Posey saw Snell not take the ball Saturday and was like, "See that these are the kind of guys that we've got. We can't have."
Yeah. But give me this.
I'm just saying, like,
we didn't like that.
We're not even allowing for the fact that may have turned Posey off, or Blake Snell's entire season may have turned Posey off. I don't know.
Right.
I'm just saying, if you're telling me that Blake Snell is either the priority or a big priority, well, then this is why you've been hired, Buster Posey,
right?
To keep him here,
and it's exciting and it's an opportunity, but. To that point about him not taking the ball, you and I didn't like it, but nothing to see here. But Steiny, we got to get Snell.
We don't know there's nothing to see here.
And that's why I was going because, I mean, he's been here a whole year. We got to give him the benefit of the doubt. Nothing's ever been reported that he was a bad teammate or was a malcontent.
Well, he didn't like the way he was being handled apparently early in the season with their athletic department or their athletic staff.
Well, I bring that up to say, what if he was a good soldier, him not taking the ball Saturday before the Sunday final game, I don't think would supersede him, him being labeled as a
I don't know. Guy. I don't like that's and I'm being sincere. I have no idea how Buster Posey thinks about Blake Snell. I mean, if he's, if Buster Posey's, I don't know. He may love Blake Snell. He may think that we're going to keep Blake Snell here no matter what. I'm just saying, like, that's like I saw the other day, Farhan Zaidi was talking about Mike Yastrzemski. Mike Yastrzemski, and he said, I have a soft spot for Yaz. And I was thinking, oh, okay. Well, it doesn't matter anymore that Farhan has a soft spot for Yaz.
Right.
What does Posey think?
Right.
Like, what does Posey think of all these guys?
And Snotty, it's been forever and a day since they've actually won anything. So this is just how I move. I want talent. I know everybody's not going to be a Cub Scout. So even if you got some Richard to your personality or whatnot, but you go out there and get it done on the field, rest in peace, Pete Rose, because that's what I'm thinking about, Stoney. Man, what are you bringing to the table as far as play and production? And that, to me, supersedes is he one of our type of guys? Is he nice, but goes out there and with his gas can to the mound and gives up the game or whatnot? So I'm about talent. And I just feel like this is
that's
awesome
not necessary
opportunity.
I'm not saying the Giants want to turn down talent. That's not what I'm saying, but that's not been their MO. When Posey was here, their MO was not, we take talent over character. It was, We want guys who are professional about the game, who know how to handle winning and losing. I'm not saying Snell's not that guy. I'm just saying this has never been an organization of let's just acquire all the talent and we'll figure it out and we'll take talent over other aspects of the game. I mean, of course, if you can get somebody that does it all, but I don't think, like, Buster Posey to me isn't let's get all the talent we can get in here, and if they're good guys, they're good guys. If they're not, they're not. I see something far more regimented going on here, and it is they want guys who really want to be here, who want to play a certain way, and who all share the same philosophy. And I don't know. We have no idea who fits the bill for Posey or not in that regard.
415 sends this, Steiny. Blake Snell should not be the Giants' offseason priority. His availability is always in question.
I mean, and it could come down to that. I mean, Posey could say, Blake Snell's the best pitcher in baseball, but we got to have more than 20 starts out of a starter if we're going to pay him crazy money. I mean, for all we know, Buster Posey hates the idea of having to pay guys who can't last the season. I don't know. That's all the stuff I think we're going to find out about Posey in his new role. It's going to be fun. 888-957-9570 is the number. Buster Posey, new president of baseball ops. What do you have your eyes on for Posey? What are you looking for? What are the signs you're going to try to delve into and find out what he's all about? And if you are a San Francisco Giants fan, what do you want him to attack first? Is it retaining Blake Snell? 888-957-9570. And if priority number one is retaining Blake Snell, then you better retain him, because ostensibly, that's one of the reasons you hired Buster Posey. 888-957-9570. Let's go out to Austin is in San Jose. What's up, Austin? How you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
Listen to the conversation. Hey, what's up, Guru? It's just more for me. I'm intrigued by the organizational management part of it, Steiny, more than, it's baseball, it's Buster. But really, the intriguing part for me is some of the things he said. And I will give Buster this, man. A great player, but I think he's also a guy that thinks before he talks, which I think is real important. He doesn't feel like he has to say something just to say something. I also noticed the inference that he made, kind of in some of the things he said. I'll use the word nuance, which you like a lot. He said that, I think he said, and I'm paraphrasing, that you got to treat players differently. In other words, each player needs to be handled a little bit different. I think that. And he talked about how things are done today versus when he played.
Yep.
So I think there's a lot of this guy. He impressed me with the way he thinks. I think he's a lot smarter than people think. I think a lot of times people think players that transition to management roles aren't always, the smartest guys in the world. But I think Buster, he comes to the party or comes to the job with a little bit different thought. And plus, he's had a lot of time to think about it, guys. He's been around the organization. He's seen things. So he knows. I think he knows right. I think he knows what he wants to do. It's not going to happen right away. I think Steiny's right. I think people should not expect everything to change overnight. They've got to rebuild the culture, number one, I would think. Blake Snell, I agree with Steiny, is not part of rebuilding the culture, I don't think. I think you got to look at putting guys in the locker room. He talked about playing better. So clearly the product on the field is not up to standard. So that's something that you got to watch. Whether you love the guys on the team now, I don't think Buster loves all of them. So I think you can expect a significant change on the field, right? So, and then the other thing is I don't believe that Chapman. I know he retained Chapman because you got to have some stability. That's the reason why they kept Chapman. They didn't want to break down everything to complete studs. They said let's keep at least one guy. But damn, I think Chris said it, man. If you come to if Chapman and who's the pitcher? You guys keep saying is the guy, and those are the two guys you're rolling out there as your stars. Nah, man, that's not going to get it done. They got to go get somebody that's more of a marquee player. So those are kind of my thoughts, man. But I thought for first press conference, wow, man, the fans should be excited, but they need to be patient because things aren't going to change right away. It's going to take time. That's what I got, guys. Thanks.
All right, good call.
Thanks, Austin. Appreciate the call.
And like I said, Stoney, I'm looking at the standings. Nobody's going to give you an award for this, but the Giants were not, the 2024 Giants were not the Chicago White Sox losing 120. They were 2 games under. And you're right. If Posey feels like they could have been better fundamentally, defensively, pitch, all of it, I mean, maybe they're playing today. But with that said, you know, I love Austin, but on one front he said you don't need to retain Snell, who is talent, and then he ended the call saying you need to go get talent. And I understand it's not going to happen every day, but if this team is not in the coffin, and I don't believe it is, I had them as a playoff team. I was wrong. I'll take that L. Man, a couple tweaks, you can be right back in the thick of things. And a guy like Blake Snell, for me, is a couple tweaks if you can retain him and get, you know, like, man, sign me up.
I think one of the things that Posey didn't like, the fans didn't like, and maybe members of the front office didn't like was, and I heard Hunter Pence refer to this yesterday with the afternoon show, of the idea of the constant shuffling of players back and forth to Sacramento. And I never really thought much of that. But when I heard Hunter Pence talking to Willard and Dibbs, it starts to become obvious when you read between the lines that was a problem. And it...
For the players themselves, the youngsters?
Yeah, I think for the team, too. And he referenced the one time in the middle of the season when Birdsong made a start and he pitched really well.
Struck out a lot, I remember.
And then they sent him down to Sacramento, not necessarily as a demotion, but to get another player up here who could help in the next day or two after Birdsong made his start. And what I heard Pence say is, you know, everybody gets why you would send Birdsong down after that, but the reality is Birdsong had just pitched well, and like that does a lot for a team. He doesn't go back to Sac, and now he's got 2 or 3 off days, and he's around the team, and they start to like him, and you develop that camaraderie as opposed to, wait, who pitched for us last night? He's in Sacramento today, and who's this guy who's up for him? Like I think that really took a toll on chemistry in that clubhouse,
and that's already a positive, right? Assuming that won't be the course of action under Buster Posey. And I got to say this because I know you think on my list I'm excited about Snell and his future with the Giants because I'm rooting for him to stay. But before that, Stoney, I'm telling you, I want to see who Buster deems his GM. And, you know, that can go so many ways. I can't come up with a name now, but the reason I'm so fixated on it is whoever has that job is going to be a key cog in helping the Giants get back.
I wonder if the GM will speak more than Posey speaks.
Because it happens.
Well, because like the general manager now is Pete Petula, and they said they're going to reassign him.
Yes, I heard that.
Patella. And, I mean, I couldn't pick him out of a police lineup.
Right.
It was always Farhan.
I couldn't even make his voice out.
Yeah, so I'm sure this GM, I mean, I don't know what kind of role he'll have in terms of out in front of the public, but Buster Posey, the new president of baseball operations. I'll tell you the one part I found very interesting was
I'm trying to guess.
The part when John Shea, my main man, John Shea,
our guy,
talked about the contracts and the transparency, and he talked about how that Farhan only had, Melvin only had a 2-year contract, but anyway, Johnson was talking about how he doesn't think there should be transparency when it comes to the contracts of GMs and managers and front office people. And I thought that was interesting because he talked about how if everybody knows what Melvin's contract is and what Posey's contract is, then questions become obviously more likely to be asked as their tenure starts to come to a close.
But you could tell there was some,
I mean,
it was
clearly, I mean,
tennis going on.
Like, clearly there was something going on there. I don't know why they didn't tell it like it is, but they said Posey's got a 3-year contract, so he's on the clock. Yeah, he's on the clock. Let's take a listen to some of what Buster Posey said from earlier today. This is on the Giants' identity and what it is.
I wouldn't say the brand's been tarnished. I mean, again, I think that's a lot of discussion we're going to be having over the next weeks and months is about our identity, and again, I want to be clear, like our identity really boils down to the players on the field and the way that they play and the type of players they are and how they handle themselves, not only on the field, but in the community. So I think that's going to be a big part of discussion is like what really is important to us as an organization and what are we going to hang our hat on at the end of the day.
So
something to run by Bobby Evans, Donnie.
Well, I mean, he doesn't know what the identity is right now.
But how long does it take one or a team to develop that? And the fact that you don't have one, where are you really at? But again, 80 and 82 is. I'm not selling you on that, Stoney. It's not the worst ever, especially if you think you left a lot out there on the field.
I mean, the identity's pretty obvious to me. Should be pitching and defense with this park.
Yeah.
And so if you think Snell's part of the pitching solution, then you got to keep him.
But when they won 107, I felt like platoon, Charlie Sheen, shout out to him. I think that was a big part of that team, but it was successful. That was Farhan's best. That was a highlight of his tenure here. The fact that he could use whatever spreadsheet or data, Excel sheet and platooning, that the Darren Russ of the world, everything came up smelling like roses. Like you can do a 30 for 30 on that season on how that team with that talent won 107. Stoney, everything kind of just broke their way.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. Buster Posey, the new president of baseball operations for the San Francisco Giants. Why did you let Farhan Zaidi go, Greg Johnson?
I think Farhan still is one of the greatest baseball minds out there and brilliant and EQ and everything. But the reality is 6 years of one playoff and we can point to all the things that didn't work or unlucky here or injuries here. But, the reality is we need to be in the playoffs. And this year we put a lot into making sure we were going to get to the playoffs and we didn't get there.
Yeah, I like that.
My question is,
we spent a lot. He did.
Was this, looking back at the Giants this year, was it a play? I mean, obviously it wasn't, but should they have been a playoff team? And if they weren't, and because they weren't, why? Why? Did they have the talent to be a playoff team, but they didn't reach their potential? Because that sounds like a Melvin issue. If they didn't have the talent to compete, then that's a Farhan issue. I don't know what the answer is. I don't think they got enough out of their big boys. But, again, what's the first order of business for Buster Posey?
But when you have a $200 million payroll, Stoney, I'm with Greg. You better make the playoffs. Like, if you say you asked me why they didn't, but just underperforming. And I don't think Melvin had his best year. Blake Snell starting the season, not being able to, whatever was going on with him, that didn't help. But at the end of the day, no excuses. You're right. The players got to be accountable. The bats were in hibernation at the most inopportune times of the season. And, they get hot once they get eliminated, right? So maybe the lipstick on a pig is the fact that they ended up 2 games under 500, but it got away from them way before then.
I mean, if you look at some of the guys they brought in,
Chapman got a deal.
Well, Chapman was probably their biggest success story. Jung-Hoo Lee unfortunately got hurt. I thought that obviously looking back was a pretty big blow.
How about Snell?
I mean, that's the other thing. I don't know. I mean, what grade would you give the Snell signing? Like, wow. I can't blame.
You're taking everything in totality.
I don't blame Farhan Zaidi for Blake Snell because it's clear that at the end of free agency, they felt like they needed to do something to upgrade. They went out and got Chapman and Snell, and you got Snell so late that you knew he wasn't going to be a factor early in the season. So, I mean, I don't know. What grade do you give the Snell signing? Can you give it more than a C at best? Because he only started 20 games. Robbie Ray obviously was hurt most of the year. Who do you blame the injuries on? The players, the coach, the manager?
They had a Carfax report on a couple guys, coming into this season. But, man, you got me thinking about Snell, Steiny, and I'm looking at a 3.12 ERA. I'm like, yeah, there was some turbulence, but good God, when you were going, the numbers are, I'll take that all day, every day.
Well, yeah.
Imagine had they kept going into the post. They didn't, and you could hand him the ball or Webb back to back. Like, that's a problem. But it did manifest.
I mean, I'm looking at, let me see. Can you get Blake Snell for, I don't know. I mean, to me, he's risky. He'd be a risky long-term signing. Maybe you have to do it because you're the Giants, and the way you keep guys and the way you acquire guys is to overpay them.
Well, I'll tell you what, Stoney, there's going to be a line for his services, Blake Snell. That I believe.
And that's why I don't see it here. I just don't see it here. And that's why, that's where I do wonder about Buster Posey. So we got a new president of baseball operations in here. In theory, we want Blake Snell back.
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot of competition. You've already gone into the luxury tax, so you've proven you're willing to spend a lot of money. And that's why I'm convinced the Giants aren't going to say Blake Snell's our top priority
by any means necessary.
They're not going to do that because then if you don't get him, we're back to exactly where we've been for the last 5 or 6 years with not being able to get the guys that we want for big money.
But then who do you have behind Logan Webb going into next season?
Well, who'd you have?
And you can add, but I'm just saying that is sexy as all outdoors right now when you think of Webb and Snell.
Can you really sign a guy to that kind of money who's only going to start 20 games?
See, I guess that, hey, you know what? You got me there, but I'm being proactive. Like, that's going to be more than 20 games this go-round with the spring training. And you're right. Maybe they're like, no, Posey's running away from that. Yeah. You can't ignore when he's on how phenomenal he is.
And
like, I'd give him the ball before Webb if the game was for my life. My life is on the line. I'm giving the ball to Snell before Webb. And I like Webb.
Is Webb healthy? I mean, on the day you want to give him the ball, is he healthy?
Obviously, if I picked him, he had to be.
I mean, see, that's the other thing. I mean, you can't pay a guy
for half the year,
top line money for half the year.
But that was their reality, Sonny.
I mean, here's the other thing, and maybe
that's what the Giants did.
I've been downplaying this too. I mean, the Giants ended up 9 games in back of the third wild card.
Yeah, it got ugly.
That's a lot. Like, that's a lot of games to be behind you're 9 games behind the 6th best team in the National League.
It got ugly.
So, I don't know. Buster Posey's got a big challenge ahead of him, and he's on the clock as far as Giants fans are concerned. I don't think there's any doubt about that. 888-957-9570 is the number. Here's Buster Posey talking about his philosophy on analytics.
Most definitely going to use analytics. I mean, I think that analytics are here and they're here to stay, and it would be a mistake to say that you're not going to use that information. You know, as far as general philosophy, I think it's, as many of you know me, a lot of my basic principles are pretty simple. I want us to be known as a team that's, the ultimate prepared team, one that's fundamentals are held at a really high standard. And ultimately, this is all about the players. It's all about putting great players on the field. And I think our job as a front office, with Bob here as a coaching and the coaching staff, is to be able to identify those players and then get the most out of them.
Buster Posey. Analytics were a big part of the Farhan Zaidi era, and Buster Posey's going to use him as support, obviously. I don't know if he's married to him like Farhan, but that'll be another thing that we all keep an eye on. 888-957-9570. Coming up on the other side, we got Bobby Evans at 1:15. When we come back, I want to jump into some Niners talk because the San Francisco 49ers, they can have some peace of mind right now, as far as I'm concerned. Something good happened to them, and they can now attack the next month or two. I'll tell you what that's all about on the other side. Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer.
Don't miss the Lazy Boy Inventory Overstock Sell-Off event. For a limited time, save up to 50% on select closeout.
866-3783. What are you waiting for?
Can't do it. It's the Guru Steiny Guru Steiny Guru Steiny Show. Let's go.
All right, Buster Posey's the new president of baseball operations for the Giants. By the way, just want to mention this. I think the 49ers got a little closure the last couple days.
How so?
I think we can all acknowledge that Christian McCaffrey won't play in October.
Wow.
So we can move forward talking about him without mentioning him. He's not going to. He's not going to play, and Mason's going to get the next 4 or 5 starts, and we'll revisit it in November.
Yeah, and it might be December,
maybe,
and it might be January. But what's on my radar, and I know we'll get in it tomorrow. Steiny, is that video from Friday with Ayuk and Kyle. I don't think it was good. What did you say yesterday? Norm liked it. Guru, I don't think it was a nothing burger. But Devontae Adams is kicking up dust in Las Vegas. I mean, could he be wearing the red and gold? So I know we'll get to that later on this week. But man,
I don't.
Wow.
We'll get back into the Giants, but I got to tell you, I'm watching the
games yesterday.
I'm watching the Lions and the
all black uniforms were sick,
and Seattle. It's like, come on. Eye test. It's so obvious, the eye test.
Well, Seattle's I like them, Steiny. They had a lead on you a couple years ago in a playoff game at half, but you're not saying they're better than the Niners now. We know Detroit had their foot in the Niners' ass for a half in a playoff game.
What I'm saying is I saw 2 receivers, and Brandon Ayuk ain't in their league. He ain't DK Metcalf or Amon-Ra St. Brown. Come on.
His money's up there.
Come on now.
Well, Steiny, no training camp. Blake Snell.
Come on now.
Oh boy, you are down.
Please.
Yeah.
Let's just be honest. Goo, I can't help but think under different circumstances that if another player had done what Blake Snell did Saturday, you'd be like, "Oh, Steiny, I don't want him I don't want him in our clubhouse."
No, but he followed up with the perfect addendum. He said,
he quit.
"You know what, Steiny?"
He quit.
Dude, come lay off. He said, "Why? Because pitchers are like fine china. It's the end. We're not playing for anything. Okay. Let my back or whoever go throw the ball. Come on. What you want me to? Tommy John on the last day for nothing. I kind of understand it. And when he said if it were a playoff game or had ramifications, he would have pitched. I'm like,
oh boy, that makes it worse. That makes it worse. I mean, to me, that's a guy saying, you know who that is?
What?
That's Draymond Green saying, I don't like to get up for games in March. It's hard for me to get out of bed in March.
No, well, Draymond saying that is worse because March games count. This was the last one. You know what I mean? Give a brother a break.
Why?
Because I don't think it resonates.
You better hope
amongst the Giants to where this dude's
here's what I can't wait.
Sorry ass lazy. He don't want to finish.
I can't wait till Snell signs with somebody else and Buster Posey says we need guys who want to pitch.
If that were to happen, I'd double back and give you all the love in the world. But I think you're overreacting.
Yeah. I don't know.
It was odd. Remember I told you I didn't like it. But man, that 3.12 ERA after all that went into him getting off to that rough start. What was Norm Nixon, the great point guard for the Lakers, Steiny? What was his number, 10? His ERA was in the 10s early. And he got that bad boy down, pitching his ass off. And Buster talked about how those last 10 or 12 games, it was incredible to watch.
Yeah, he made, that's right, records don't matter anymore for starters. Made $6 million. He got $6 million a win.
That's a problem.
He did.
Snell, man.
He's 5-3. $6 million a win for Blake Snell. No, I do think there's something to, especially. Listen, to me, if Buster Posey was being truthful, and I think he was, when Willard asked him, how long he's been thinking about this, and that a few years ago, he wasn't thinking this way. He made a reference to, I'm telling you, I think Buster Posey watched this team the last 2 years and just despised what he saw. I don't think that's hard to do. The fans were right behind him. I think he didn't like the way Farhan maybe didn't treat people like people and treated them like assets or trading commodities. I think it probably really bothered him if there was, and it looked like there was, a Posey problem in the clubhouse a couple years ago. I think he probably is somebody who was in that clubhouse, and I don't know who was professional, who wasn't professional, but I'll bet he could walk through that clubhouse and say, yeah, this ain't it. Wow. This ain't it. This ain't how you win in the big leagues. And I think, to me, Buster Posey's going to be the kind of president of baseball ops that, he's going to want talent. Of course he's going to want talent.
That's how you win.
But he's going to want people that he feels are San Francisco Giants. They want to be here, and they are here for a long period of time. Like, that's the other thing. I mean, to me, his first order of business is developing some kind of continuity. Who are everyday players right now on this roster? And can we increase the number of those everyday players?
And are they good enough? You can be an everyday player by default, but are you good enough?
Well, I don't know. I mean, this team's been about 500 for the last 3 years. Have they underachieved? Have they overachieved? Or have they achieved?
Last year, I thought it was underachievements, Donnie. And I'm not even bringing up the payroll, which was over $200 million. But I told you, and I felt it. I told all you guys, I thought they had enough with that 1-2 punch of Snell and Webb to go into a series that might shock somebody, So that didn't happen. But I just felt like for whatever reason, their offense was stale, and they had the same at-bat and same sorry approach with runners in scoring position. So when we hear Buster Posey talk about what you alluded to, you got to play, better and sound and be focused. Stoney, the right on the table to me, brought to you by Atco, is I felt like that wasn't Farhan. That was coaching. You were talking about coaching.
I actually think injuries hurt him. I mean, Blake Snell missed half the year. If he started 20 games, if he starts 12 more games, maybe they're 8-4 in those games instead of 5-7. Robbie Ray was hurt all year long. I do think the Jung-Hoo Lee thing really hurt him. I think he's pretty good.
Then maybe they're not as far off as we think.
Bona fide leadoff hitter. I mean, look, I think what's going to happen is I don't think we're going to see drastic changes with this team.
So there's not a full reset.
Not right now.
I don't think Posey would have took the job had it been. That's just me.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he would have or he wouldn't have, but if the Giants don't feel like this is the offseason to make a big splash, well, then you got to try to get an 80-win team to win 88 or 90 games. And then it comes down to how you do that and whether or not Blake Snell is kind of the focal point of the San Francisco Giants offseason.
And what happened to Lamont Wade? He got hurt, Stoney. Remember, he was off to a good start, and it got hurt, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Estrada got hurt, and then they designated him for assignment.
Too. Yeah.
Bailey kind of fell off in terms of his hitting.
Yeah.
And so we'll see. I mean,
but this is exciting to me if I'm a Giant fan. I'm sorry.
How much time are you giving him?
You know what, Stoney? I'm gonna say a cool, quick 3 years before I get behind the microphone. Hopefully, I'm still here and tell you, you know what's going on. I've been waiting. The pizza's not here. I'm waiting. So I'm gonna say 3 years.
So Farhan Zaidi in year one, the Giants won 77 games.
Okay,
it was Bruce Bochy's last year.
Not good.
And then Gabe Kapler was hired.
Infinite outcomes.
And it was the COVID year. And I know
we had people saying he would have got fired had it not been that COVID year. Remember the short season?
Why would he have been fired?
Because they would have had more losses had they played the full season.
They missed the playoffs by a game.
Yeah, they lost their home series against the Rockies.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So they were one game from making the postseason in 2020.
But the point is, they were only in it because it was a short season. They said if you played the 162, he felt like the Giants would have lost way more, and your boy wouldn't even lasted. I can't name him. A friend of ours.
They were 29-31. That's almost 500. See, that's what I'm saying. I mean, they've had like 4 years where they're 500 or almost, and I get it. That's not the goal, but I think we exaggerated just how bad things were. I really do. And they want to,
the 107, man.
3 years. So Buster, in Farhan's third year, they made the postseason.
Yeah.
So I think that's fair to give him 3 years. From the 415 on the Comcast Business text line, I feel like Buster will be the type of president who will actually be in the clubhouse from time to time, interacting with the players. Farhan would never do that. Yeah, you know what? To me, that's always interesting, is how much time should a general manager of any team spend in a locker room?
I mean, I'm Jerry Jones, Tiny. If I'm overseeing it, or Mark Cuban or Ballmer, I'm around, Not trying to be nosy or throw you off your game, but this is my baby. I want to be around. I want to smell it. I want to feel it. And I want to be a part of it.
Because it was funny, like last night or yesterday, we had Dunleavy on. I asked him that question about Curry, and boy, how easy. Like, would you just bump into Curry and you said, well, you want to get it done, or did he come up to you? And it was really funny. The first thing he said was, well, Matt, as you know, every player's got representation. And so we reached out to his representation. So that tells me, obviously, you never talk about business with the player.
Wow.
In that kind of environment.
Gotcha.
But I do wonder, because I know there's a lot of GMs out there that don't think they belong in a locker room or clubhouse a lot, because that's for the players. And GM's got an office, and if you want to see the GM, you can go see the GM. But I don't know. I've always thought it's kind of interesting, because I do think it's a delicate balance between. I don't think you want your GM in the clubhouse or locker room day in and day out.
Well, I wouldn't be like, it's
you said you'd be Jerry Jones.
Yeah, and this is what I was going to say, Stan. I'd come talk to you, pat you on the shoulder after the game, but I wouldn't do business out in front of everybody. I would, go in there, what's up, let's go. Did we win or lose? That type. I would go in there to the emotion aspect of it. I would be a part, but I wouldn't go in there talking your business in front of Evan or other teammates. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, you'd be.
How's Joe Lacob? Would you say I'd be like Lacob. He gives them their privacy, not all in the videos.
No, but we don't know how much Lacob goes into the locker room, for example. I don't think he goes into the locker room after every game.
Right, that's overkill.
Certainly not in there before the game, or
that's the coach's dojo.
Yeah. So, in other words, if let's say I was a coach and you were the GM, I'd be like, "Goo, hit the pike, get out of here."
And I would ask you, do you got a problem if I come in after said victory? I would
just keep it to a minimum. All right? And let me coach the team. Go get us some players.
Yeah.
All right?
Blake Snell.
Go get us some players who play.
No, that's pretty good. What about Dunleavy saying, enjoy Curry? That hit me. He's right. I come in preaching that, man. Somewhat of a prophet. Enjoy it, man. Dude ain't going to be here for 10 more years. He's incredible. Your bestie.
He's all right.
You ran into him.
Goo.
I'm irritated.
Goo.
Something told me to get off my keister and go mingle.
You're so...
And I didn't. I sat there and just on the laptop. Yeah.
Goo.
Missed the action.
Evan, I have nothing to say. I can't.
Where?
I can't.
It's all good.
Also, if a GM is a former player that knows the room, I'm sure it's okay most of the time. Yeah, gotta be. Yeah, it's something I think you got to balance. But
that I believe, Steiny.
Dave Fleming was on with Bonte and Shasky this morning, and he was talking about how everybody should love this move. Take a listen to Dave Fleming.
The fan base is obviously going to be energized by this. It's no secret that the fan base, and I understand why, has been very cranky over the last year or two. And I think there's a couple reasons why. Number one, the Giants just have not won as many games as they expected to or believe they should have. So that gets everybody cranky when you feel like you're underachieving, when you feel like you're not making progress. Number two, it's just an incredible contrast over the last few years of what's going on with the Giants' main rivals down in L.A. And so I think those two things together have made everybody really unhappy around here. And, probably hastened the decision that got made today.
That's Dave Fleming talking about Buster Posey.
Yeah. And, he joined the roast all year long, and he kept it real, Steiny. You could tell when he was wearing it, and the losses were getting to him. But the one thing that I don't think I've said to you that I'll say to the fans as well, Steiny, and the listeners, I just feel like when you talk about San Francisco Giants and their rich history, losing is not acceptable. And maybe somehow it became acceptable. But the fact that they removed Farhan, to me, just excites me for Giant fans to where they said enough is enough. We've given this man more opportunity than not, and it didn't happen. It's time to go a different direction. And how do you go that different direction? With one of your own, one of your favorites. And that in itself, and you said it kind of all show long, Steiny, that's exciting in itself. Jordan, he did that in Charlotte. Imagine had he been doing that for the hometown team. That just takes on something way different if he was trying to bring the Bulls back. And maybe he would have failed at it, but before he failed, that would have been an earthquake of excitement.
Who? Jordan?
Yeah, had he been overseeing the Bulls.
Well, I just want to caution that this stuff doesn't last. Like, the good feeling doesn't last.
Oh, no doubt.
The Warriors did something exactly like this. 2004. They brought Chris Mullin in to run the team.
Good call.
And he was fine, but he only had one playoff season in 5 years. And then he was unceremoniously run out by Chris Cohan. So
I totally get it.
I get the excitement.
Because that's where you start, right? That's where you start.
You don't have to start with excitement. There have been a lot of press conferences that have been duds, and then those
we could
coaches
call that
or
one
GMs,
a dud because of his personality by nature.
Right. There's two different things. There's the excitement that it's Buster Posey who's now going to lead your organization.
But hold on, real quick.
But there's no excitement. There's no
change.
There's no excitement over him doing a press conference.
Oh no.
I mean that's he's not dynamic.
The real questions are going to be answered.
What do you mean?
Like, we're going to find out if this team, what they do, how they do it, who they get, who they don't get. That's natural. That's going to happen. But right now, not only is it the fact that they ran Farhan, it's who they replaced him with. So you're getting the 2-for-1 to me, John fan is.
And I'm just saying that
honeymoon.
This has been tried before with varying degrees of success. So I get the excitement for sure, and I think the Giants are absolutely going to go in a different kind of direction. I mean, I don't think Farhan had very much of a personal touch.
No.
I don't think he had a connection to the fan base. I don't think he had a real connection to the players. So you hire Buster Posey, you get all that right off the bat.
Right off the bat.
But that's all you get.
Yeah, it'll go away.
That gives you no wins.
Yeah, no doubt about
it. Gives you absolutely no wins.
Or acquisitions.
Exactly.
You're totally right.
Exactly.
I hope you know I know that.
888-957-9570 is the number. Oh, here.
What you got? The below. You're beautiful.
This will make him a contender.
I think the ballpark is definitely a detriment when you're talking about the historic level talents, the guys like Harper, Ohtani, Judge, who want to go to the Hall of Fame and put up record-setting numbers. I do believe when they have choices that they choose to go to a place that can help their numbers more. And that's just a fact. And maybe Buster's going to actually consider, moving in the fences or reconfiguring Oracle Park a little bit to account for that. I think it's at least worth considering, because I do think it's it's not just attracting free agents. It's also like, are your own homegrown players becoming less productive than they would be because they change their approach to the ballpark, or they get discouraged because of the ballpark?
Oh, seriously, Steiny. No, that Flim, that was phenomenal. Just the fact that they've made some changes a couple years ago, but the fact that you would think about how it affects your own players. Like, I feel like something might be in the works.
Yeah. Because 12, 11 games.
I told you
That's
sales,
what's got in the works.
When the person that didn't hit quota, these leads are no good. You can't use or live that way.
You do realize
these leads.
that if another team's got more power hitters than you and the fences are short, that you're probably still going to hit fewer homers than the other team that's got more power than you.
But
bringing in the fences is an absolute gimmick.
No, it's not.
It absolutely is.
It could be something
and you know
they're
what?
really looking
if you
into.
You're not going to get
I'm all for it.
The fences could be 300 down the right and left field lines. You still weren't going to get Harper or Ohtani. I really don't.
Now, the question to that is that when you got Buster Posey running, the show? And that's what you hope. Like, you're right. It didn't work with the past regime.
I'll tell you what.
But now with BP.
I'll tell you what.
At the helm.
I'll tell you what. If Posey really wants to be smart, why doesn't he and he's really concerned about signing big name hitting free agents, just move the team to Williamsport. Is that what everybody wants to do? Move into a little league park. For the life of me, I don't understand why
they lost the game in
you
Birmingham.
have a stadium that's a little bit different than all the other stadiums, and it's not a cookie cutter like 80% of the other stadiums. Why not try to use that to your advantage rather than, let's just play the game everybody else is playing?
Well, don't you think they
don't get it.
For 10 years?
No, I don't think they've had great pitching and defense since their big run.
No, I'm saying trying to build your team around your ballpark. How's that got you since 2004? Where's that got you since 2014?
Well, they signed a real good pitcher, Gosman. They let him go. Yeah. Then they signed Rodon. He didn't have a good year, but then he left. Now he had a real good year.
I can't argue
now
that.
They got Snell. I don't know. Figure out a way to get big-time frontline pitching, because that's what the ball. It's just like the Cardinals in the 80s.
But you still got to hit now, Stoney, especially in today's baseball.
I get it, but it's just like the Cardinals when they were playing on turf and they had to steal a ton of bases to make their impact. It's just like it's just like the Orioles when they had 420 game winners. I just think you got to It's like old Yankee Stadium. What did you want? You wanted to try to get left-handed pull hitters to take advantage of the short porch.
Yeah, you didn't ask me, but I'm going to tell you, and I'm sharing it with you, Stoney. If you ask me why the 2024 Giants didn't reach their ultimate goal, it was the hitting more than the pitching. And I'm not telling you the pitching was perfect. It was not. But when it was all said and done, Stoney, it was the bats that let this team down.
Well, you better figure that out, because you better start bringing up hitters from your farm system who realize this is the park they have to hit in, because guys who aren't here apparently don't want to come here. And the question is...
Ooh, I hate hearing that.
I know you do. But I'm going to play this one more time, and then we're going to go to break.
All right.
But I want you to hear it one more time.
I think the ballpark is definitely a detriment when you're talking about the historic level talents, the guys like Harper, Ohtani, Judge, who want to go to the Hall of Fame and put up record-setting numbers. I do believe when they have choices that they choose to go to a place that can help their numbers more. And that's just a fact. And maybe Buster's going to actually consider.
That's just a fact.
And I love Flim.
Okay. Oh, so you disagree with him?
No, I'm hoping...
So
under
you ain't
Buster
getting
Posey, he's never not leaving New York. Well, and I got to say something to you about how you think about Judge.
Everybody wants to leave.
Judge didn't go somewhere else. So, yeah, it hurts you didn't get him. but he played you. He never was leaving.
Well, that's even
relationships.
worse.
Well,
that's even worse. Coming up at 1:15, we got Bobby Evans, former general manager of the San Francisco Giants. But Soto should want to leave New York now that Posey's here.
No, stop. See, now you're not going to.
I know it. I know what's going to happen here.
He's living his life during the playoffs.
I know what's going to happen here. Our loyal fan base will not hold Buster Posey his feet to the fire like we did Farhan Zaidi. That's what I'm seeing on the horizon, but that may be just me. All right, that segment was brought to you by The Veranda Concord.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi.
I think it's right away. I think we get going on this right away and get some potential candidates in and get interviews going. As far as qualities, I mean, I want a leader. I want a servant leader. I want somebody that, again, is going to empower the people that are working with them and for them. You know, ideally somebody that does have somewhat of a scouting background, I think will be important for me as well. You know, and again, having in mind that today's game is so much about meshing what your eyes see and your instincts are with what the data is telling you.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Is that one of those new corporate terms? Servant leader?
Man, my first time hearing that.
Because you're good with corporate jargon.
Right.
You know, like here, there's all these words that come up that are, now I can't think of any. Oh, here's one. You're being intentional. That's one they're using now. Oh, Guru, you're being intentional.
Oh boy.
What are some other of those corporate phrases that make me want to knock somebody out? Like, oh boy,
give us one.
Oh, outsourcing. That's a big one. Come on, people. Rick Barry voice. You know what I'm talking about. Those
safe space.
It's not
quota.
Yeah.
Oh, I hate that word. Close the door.
How many of those did you hit?
Oh,
what do you think your percentage was on quotas?
No, dude, I'm serious. I went to Mexico. They sent me to Mexico because I was a top salesman, so I used to get down. But I was on a PIP, not Scottie Pippen, performance improvement plan. That's a quiet way of saying you better get it going or it's a wrap. And I've seen many people pack up their desks, having tears. Hey, where you go? Oh, it's a wrap, Evans. They walked them out.
I was waiting for Buster Posey to say, well, that's an action item. You know what I'm saying?
Action item.
Be something like,
Give me a couple more.
How about we got to take a deep dive into our minor league system and see if we're doing anything there. How about, let me see. We're not trying to reinvent the wheel here in San Francisco.
See, that's old, Stardy.
Okay. Top-down approach. You think Buster Posey will employ a top-down approach?
I just know he better do a Blake Snell
He's got
approach.
plenty of time.
Yeah, I can't wait for Willard and Dibs. I'll be in here about 40 minutes.
I hope that Mark Willard says, Guru, I've already talked to Buster. Snell's not in their plans.
I got to tell you, Lubman out-questioned Willard. I got to bring that up.
But you won't say that to Willard.
Oh, I'm ready. I'm locked in.
You will not say it like that to Willard.
Sam was getting
Sam out-questioned you, Mark.
I'm scared of Willard.
You will not.
Dude, that's nothing. I'm not scared of any man but Norman. But I'm going to tell him, hey, Will, great question.
You're scared of your brother, the fireman.
Oh, no. We got into it before.
At Jeffries?
No.
I'm out.
He almost broke my sternum, but
yeah, you know what, Buster Posey, if you ask him about what he's going to do with Snell, he'll circle back to that. It's a good one from the 415.
You really got me thinking. Had woulda, coulda, shoulda, right? I can't wait for Bobby Evans and 115s, Downey. But I mean, how close were they from really just qualifying for the tournament? Had he been available early on or pitched better early on? And Lamont Wade looked like he was going to the All-Star game, and I'm having fun here after 2 weeks, and he got hurt, Stoney. Like, yes, what's his future here? Lamont Wade Jr., how long are those guys going to keep getting the opportunities? I'm not saying they don't deserve it. Yes, he got up off the mat, but what are you really trying to build, Stoney? A competitor.
Absolutely. Bob's in San Francisco says, this is something right out of Mark Willard's playbook. He says we're missing the main point about the Farhan decision. What's up, Bob? How you doing?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Hey. Doing great, Bob.
Good. So, you guys are my favorite duo on the station.
Oh, thank you.
You guys get into the human. Yeah, I'm serious. You guys get into the human element a little bit more nuanced than some of your colleagues.
Oh.
And I got to say, 5 years ago, I was saying to my sports fan brothers and sisters that marketing-wise, leading with, hey, I'm an analytics data guy, is the silliest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Wow.
You know, it's like anybody who's run a business in a modern era, any era, is using data to help inform, right? And so as technology advances, you should be using it more and more and more. I mean, so it's like to lead with that, it's just so damn boring, guys. You know, I mean, it's like we're used to the San Francisco Giants being entertaining. That's not entertaining. Buster Posey coming in as president of baseball operations is entertaining. And then all the solution and stuff, a lot of you, not you guys, I love what you've been saying today, but a lot of your colleagues are going for these, you know, one issue things, you know, and really it's a Venn diagram, right? We haven't been able to attract any stars here over the last years in the Farhan era. Nobody. And some of that has to do with leading with analytics, a boring front office, all these kinds of things. We had the pandemic and things like that, but Buster will be able to draw those people. Now, it's like we crazy sports guys aren't what puts, you know, butts in the seats either. And my friends and I, every game we've gone to this season, I've been noting, wow, I've never seen it so empty here, you know? So, I mean, it's basically, I think that it's entertainment, it's clubhouse, it's drawing the people. And then when you get down to the nuts and bolts of baseball, in this era where there aren't many power hitters that are hitting 320, it becomes even more important to protect, you know, that batter or those couple of batters. And the best hitters that we have right now are the guys who should be protecting, not the guys who should be the star hitters. So without that element, you know, like this year, I think the pitching has been fine. Do we need Snell? Okay. Or other people? Do we need to improve the bullpen? Do we have a closer situation? Yeah. But you know what? It really wasn't the pitching. You know, it's just basically we have not been putting an entertaining product on the field to get that enthusiasm going and having somebody like Buster in there to draw people. And by the way, he was named president of baseball operations, not for sure general manager and president of baseball operations. He's going to have a team around him.
Correct.
So his inexperience, for me, is far outweighed by his knowledge and, you know, about baseball.
Okay.
And he'll work with a team.
No
You
doubt.
know, so anyway, the whole Farhan thing, man, you know, it's like
9-9. Yeah, it's 9-9.
Yeah.
You know what it's going to come down to, Evan? Deliverables. It's going to come down to deliverables with Buster Posey.
We'll see.
Hard stop. See what I'm doing?
I don't.
I'm using corporate speak.
Yeah.
It's all about the deliverables. And will he be able to ideate with other people and come up with A1 solutions?
I like that.
Do we know if he's, how is he with Excel and an email? Will, for example, will he be able to ping the manager down in San Jose if he's got a problem with the way they're doing things down there? Will he be able to leverage his strengths with his inexperience and still get the job done? It's all about corporate speak now.
A little overkill a little bit.
So what are you saying, Goose? Should we table this?
That's a 4.
You want me to table it?
That's a 4.
Because you don't think there's any value add that I'm giving you right now?
Yeah, we'll see. We're not there yet.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, boy.
We'll squeeze in Rick in Pacifica. Rick in Pacifica, and then we'll go to Bobby Evans, former Giants general manager. Hey, Rick, how you doing, man?
Doing well, boys. Thanks for picking me up.
Sure.
I just want to say one of my takes from, you know, the conversation that why we didn't get free agents. You know, a lot of people point to the ballpark. Yeah, you know, I never bought that. But honestly, I kind of felt like it was the yo-yoing of players and no real, constants. We didn't have a set lineup for any more than a day or two, it seemed like. And, you know, in the end, they're going to come. They're going to come if they know that they're going to be in a lineup. They have a set job position and definition. And I think it'll be different with Buster. I think he gets that. I think that's literally what drove Farhan out of here, is yo-yoing prospects and no-namers that came up for a minute, and occasionally a sign that we all went, yeah, that sounds good. But the thing was, they just never really stuck with him.
Thanks for the call, Rick. Yeah. Appreciate it. Circling back to the
now I feel like that's
Buster Posey.
Yeah.
There's a lot to unpack with the Buster Posey hiring, don't you think? Lots of moving parts.
Bottom line,
do you believe he'll try to empower those under him?
That was one of my words. I like that. But the bottom line, Stoney, is Giant fan is excited.
They should be.
Yeah.
I want to make that clear. You should be excited.
Now, the report card will come. It's the first day of school, right? And then you'll judge accordingly.
Yeah, exactly. It's all going to be about Buster Posey's ROI.
Return on investment.
Yeah, I don't like corporate speak. All right, Bobby Evans is going to join us momentarily. He's a former San Francisco Giants general manager, World Series champion executive, and it's been a big day with the San Francisco Giants. They hired Buster Posey as president of baseball operations, introduced him at a press conference this morning at Oracle Park. Willard and Sam Lubman were a part of that press conference and just did a super, super job putting those guys on the spot. And now the question becomes, what's Buster Posey's philosophy? Who's he going to hire? Who's in his inner circle? All right, let's head out to the River Islands guest line. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Let's welcome in Bobby Evans, former San Francisco Giants general manager and a World Series champion executive. Bobby, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
No, great to be with you guys. It's a great day for Giant fans and front office and the organization as a whole. Just awesome news, and enjoyed the press conference, and I think Buster did a great job.
Yeah, and let me ask you this. What's going to be maybe the first or the biggest thing that he's going to learn, taking a page out of, obviously, your book when you were the general manager of the San Francisco Giants? What's he got to figure out first?
Well, there's a lot of relationships out there that, in the front offices of other clubs that, are new to him, and many of which will be new to him. So really trying to understand each guy, each front office, to make sure as you're talking to them, you can understand, where their needs are and where they're coming from. And if you're making deals, you need to know, who's playing you and who's shooting you straight. And he'll figure that out pretty quickly, but that'll be one of the first things he deals with. Next will be the agents. I mean, the agents, there's a lot of good agents out there, but there's a lot of different kind of styles, and you're going to have to figure out, how to work with people who never got a chance to represent you, and maybe even competed to sign you out of high school or out of college, and now you're having to negotiate against them or with them to try to bring in a player. And so he'll have to learn a lot of new faces, a lot of new names, a lot of new styles between agents and clubs. I think that'll be one of the first things that he'll see as he takes on the saddle of this role.
Yeah, Bobby, always a pleasure to talk to you. I'm excited, but I got more excited when I found out Buster was actually going to be the president of baseball operations. Can you share with us, from what you know, working with Buster, what part of his personality is going to make him successful in this role?
He's a competitor, and he's driven, and he's hardworking, and he understands the game. He understands the nuances in a clubhouse. He understands, what it means to have an edge when you walk on the field, and he also is a huge supporter of the organization, and he's a Giant through and through. And I think that passion, for the game, his own on-field experience, as well as, there's no doubt for a second, all of us in the front office at different times worked with Buster, thinking through decisions that we were making back in, during his tenure, and even in the minor leagues, going back to when we signed him in 2008. I mean, he's got a plethora of experience, which I think will bring a lot to the table when it comes to player development. It'll come a lot to the table in terms of how to navigate a 40-man roster. He'll have a great feel for being able to navigate how to work with a player who's in that up and down situation. He's just got a great feel overall, and I think nobody was more prepared when they went out to the field than Buster. So he's going to have a very good eye on what our guys are doing to prepare both offensively and defensively and on the pitching side. So there's so much that Buster already has that will make this job, that much easier. But then the hard parts will be new, but, he'll pick it up quickly.
Bobby Evans joining us on 95.7 The Game, former San Francisco Giants general manager. One of the things that obviously is a talking point when it comes to Buster Posey is, well, he's a former player. He's got, he's got those connections, and he can walk into a clubhouse and look at these guys eye to eye. I'm looking at the previous people in charge, and it's Brian Sabian, yourself, Farhan. You guys weren't big league ball players. Did you ever feel like you were at a disadvantage being in charge because you weren't a player?
No, you look at it. I mean, from Brian's perspective, a longtime scout. I mean, he knew players as well or better than anybody. So I think it gave him a huge advantage. I think, from my standpoint, I knew every club. I knew the makeup of their front offices. I knew every agent. From the guys that we dealt with in the draft to the guys we dealt with as minor league free agents, major league free agents, arbitration. So we had our own advantages, and we used those things to our advantage that helped us navigate the baseball decisions and the baseball competition. And so I think that as a player, though, it does bring some distinct advantages as well. And as I've talked a little bit about, especially when you're working with your manager and you're working in the clubhouse with players and game prep.
Bobby, let me ask you this, because the Giants it's no secret under Farhan, were in on a lot of free agents, but unfortunately they couldn't solidify the deal. What do you think Buster's bringing to the table in that regard, the ability to go try to recruit a free agent to come here in San Francisco?
Well, I was in the room with Buster when we sat with John Lester, and I saw the awe, in John and having Buster there. And I think I saw the similar awe, even from Shohei Ohtani, both of whom, ended up choosing different scenarios. I think in Lester's case, it was the Cubs. He was familiar with the front office and Theo and Jed Hoyer. And I think in Ohtani's case, he wanted to go somewhere where there was a DH for obvious reasons. But I think Buster's familiarity with, what he looked for as a player and his ability to explain where we are as an organization will really go a long way. He never had to have those parts of the conversation necessarily in our meetings, but now he'll be the front of those conversations in terms of where we are, where we're at, and ultimately what players are looking for. They want to know not only where they'll hit in the order, but who's going to be around them and what are our chances to win and what's the roadmap. And that'll be something that Buster will be able to easily communicate. I think the credibility alone will make a difference.
Bobby, there's a lot of talk about the ballpark and how some hitters anyway, don't want to come here. And if that's a case, if that's a built-in challenge of let's say your organization and you can't count on signing a big-name hitting free agent, why wouldn't you just concentrate on pitching and defense? And can you still win that way in Major League Baseball? Assuming you've got some power, but can you win with pitching and defense these days?
Well, timely hitting with runners in scoring position, knowing how to play small ball when you need to. I mean, a lot of our success wasn't always the home run. I mean, it was, Buster Posey didn't have to hit 30 home runs for us. He knew how to hit with runners on base. He knew how to hit the other way. I mean, we looked for those kind of hitters oftentimes in the draft, oftentimes in a Scudero or a Freddie Sanchez or other guys who could come to our club at the trade deadline. We knew we needed contact hitters who knew how to put the ball in play. If we could get a guy on base, we had a chance to score. And, I think there's other ways to win the game. We obviously don't play all our games at home, so we need power away from our ballpark as well. And I think that, anybody that can hit a home run in our ballpark, they'll certainly be able to do so, on the road. And as hitter friendly as pitcher friendly as it is, it's more hitter friendly today than it was when we won those championships. I think that, players know that. And, fortunately we don't have a live ball anymore, which kind of creates another layer of offense and challenge for pitching. But, for our advantage, we can, make pitching and defense a priority, but we also obviously have to get the right guys in the lineup to make sure we keep the line moving and bring in some some runs so that the guys have a cushion. You know, our pitchers always pitch better when there's a little cushion, whether it's the starters or the relievers.
Bobby, in today's presser, the word, and I found it interesting, identity came up. And I thought to myself, you know what? I want to ask Bobby that. Do you feel like this version of the Giants have an identity? Because they had one when you were with them. And how long if they don't, how long does that take to develop one?
I think just alone today, you know, a new identity begins. I mean, when you have a legend of the franchise running the franchise or running the baseball ops of the franchise, I mean, it totally has a different feel to it. I think, you know, around the ballpark, around the city, or on the radio or on social media, you can see already a different response from fans. And this is the beginning of Mr. Posey era 2, because he had the previous era when he was on the field. Now he got the era 2 where he's in the front office. And I think it'll be easy to see, you know, the imprint of Buster in a short time. And then as we get into spring training and the start of the season, you'll continue to see his imprint as he builds this roster, as he builds this front office, as he makes decisions, as he communicates on behalf of the franchise, as he communicates to the front office, communicates to the players. You'll see that imprint. It'll be very evident, no question.
Bobby, let me ask you this, because sometimes things happen with pro teams, and I always wonder if it makes a ripple inside the organization. And, you know, I'm just thinking about Brandon Ayuk in San Francisco on Friday, wore the wrong shorts, and it became something that was public, and then everybody discusses it, and we try to figure out if it's a big deal or not. Can you give us any perspective on if it was unusual that Blake Snell just said, you know what, I'm not going to pitch on Saturday because we're not playing a playoff team and it's somewhat meaningless? Is it fair to say that could rub some people the wrong way inside the organization?
Yeah, potentially, but I think that for the most part, in the front office, we know when guys are going out in free agency, there's really, outside of extraordinary circumstances, you really understand in advance that they don't need to pitch in a certain finish of the season in this case. And even in a Logan Webb case, you know, I don't know if he was slated for Sunday or not, but I mean, you need, you know, you want to finish the year healthy. Why take any further chances, you know, with a guy who's a core to your rotation in Logan's case or in Snell's case, going out into free agency? It's not uncommon. It's unusual for the player to speak up. Usually it's probably already done behind closed doors. Maybe it was or wasn't in this case, but often it is. And it wouldn't rub me the wrong way in the front office. I think that as a guy going out into free agency, you got to respect that. There's a lot on the line for him.
Yeah, and you know what? He's probably a free agent they might want to re-sign. So I guess you got to play that way. Thanks, Bobby. Appreciate it. Really a lot, man.
All right. Talk to you guys. Thanks.
All right. That's Bobby Evans, former San Francisco Giants general manager. You know what? See, that's why we get guests like that on.
They said no big deal.
But he brought up something that I hadn't thought about. Snell's a free agent. So you don't want to say, no, you have to pitch Saturday.
The courtship's already started.
If you want it, yeah. I mean, just say, hey, Blake, whatever you want, we'll give it to you. Mm-hmm. And even if it means we're going to not have to enforce the rules. All right. Coming up on the other side, we'll talk about some stuff Bobby Evans said. Then we got the crossover on 95.7 The Game.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
What do you say, Goo? You and me drill down a little more on the Buster Posey hire.
My boy Gerard's listening. He's giving you credit thinking this is coming off the top of the head. I'm like, he's on a website.
No, I'm not. I'm not.
He's on a website, Gerard.
One of the things we've done today, unfortunately, is we've overpromised and underdelivered on.
Please, we just had Bobby
49er
Evans.
talk.
Oh,
49er talk.
Could be a trade brewing.
Do you have, one of the things I wanted to do is I wanted to talk a little bit about the Sharks today. Do you have enough bandwidth to do that intelligently?
Your boy scored. Scar.
Let me tell you something else you do all the time when you and I get into debates.
All right.
You move the goalposts.
You're the captain
all
of that.
the time. All the time.
You're the captain of that. What are you talking about?
And you know what you're the king of? You're the king of what they call blue sky thinking.
You better be careful.
Blue sky thinking. It's just when you think everything's fine, nothing will be wrong. Buster's here. Save the day.
No, it's called
here.
hope.
Steph's here. We'll win it all.
Well, stop, please.
Oh, Jordan Mason, best running back in the league.
Oh, dude.
All right, I'm done.
Yeah,
I don't have any more.
Yeah, you were running on E. I see Willard looking at you like, what's he doing?
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
What are you about to say about Willard?
Yeah, we're going to see what you're made of in about,
we got it.
about 7 minutes.
Yeah, we got it. I got one waiting on him. But listen, this is hope is eternal. It starts right here, and Bobby Evans just told us. Who better to lead, this comeback per se, or
Theo
get the
Epstein?
Giants? Well, he's busy.
Brian Sabian?
No, but they're not Buster Posey.
Exactly.
Sabian is different.
Exactly. You know why? They're proven. They're proven.
I'm being proactive because I'm being optimistic. You're being pessimistic. That's who you are at heart. But Buster Posey, man, this is going to be great. And it starts with Snail.
It might be great.
Yeah.
It might be great. It might be.
And it might not, right?
Right. So that's why I wouldn't say something like you just said where this is going to be great.
No, I don't work in definitives. I said,
you just said
the
that.
possibility is this. He could bring him back to prominence.
Hey, just allow for the fact
we
that
could get a Farhan. But even if it was a Farhan, wouldn't you feel better that it's your guy?
Not really.
Derek Jeter lead it.
No.
Yeah, to me, please.
Yeah. And you thought Michael Jordan running the Charlotte Bobcats was because it was Michael, it was fine.
That was another guy. That wasn't Michael.
No.
That was another guy.
You ought to be ashamed.
Yeah.
You really did.
It didn't stain his legacy.
Yes, it did.
I just love how Evan came in here and slam dunked on your ass because Bobby Evans said you talked about Snell missing the start Saturday. And then Bobby says it's a nothing burger.
He didn't say nothing burger. He said it wouldn't bother me. And you know why it doesn't bother Bobby Evans? Because he never played the game. He never played the game.
Yeah,
Let's see if it bothers Posey. I did say it to him. I said, if you look at who've run the Giants, it's Brian Sabian, it's Bobby Evans, it's Farhan Zaidi. Those guys didn't play. We had some success with non-players.
No.
Just because he caught a baseball behind home plate doesn't mean he's going to succeed.
Thank you. You're on a whole other avenue. The bottom line was the courtship of one Blake Snell allowed him to miss that game Saturday.
I wouldn't cross the street to sign him right now.
Please.
And I got a feeling Posey's feeling the same way.
No, that's priority number one.
If Mike Singletary were the manager of the Giants, he would be, can't do it. I want winners.
And you got one.
Did you notice he didn't say, I want quitters. Exactly.
No.
650, I disagree with everyone who's saying this is just for PR. I think Posey knows what's at risk. I don't think it's just for PR.
Oh, not at all.
I agree with you. I think the PR is a nice little side piece.
And he's competitive. Bobby said he got the juices, Steiny.
We'll see.
No, we already have saw.
Give me Zach Taylor.
No, that's
seriously.
Bottom line is, it's why he took the job. He's ready to take on this challenge. That's what I'm talking about. You want the final result so bad, you gotta wait. You gotta chill. We'll find out.
First of all, if there's one thing I came away from that press conference thinking is he's not ready. But that's okay because he knows he's not ready. That's why they got to go get a real baseball guy in there
Troll
at
Mets.
GM.
Matt Troll Mets.
By the way,
you're on fire.
You know what made me laugh
I'm just
yesterday?
watching. Go ahead.
I was in my car listening to Willard and Dibbs. It just made me laugh.
I want to see if I was listening to
Dibbs goes, I hope I say the guy's name right. Yeah, I'm very interested to see what happens to Pete Patella. Dibbs, nobody was interested to see what happens.
You won't bring that up to him.
Oh, I will. I will.
I won't let you
because that'll make him laugh. That'll make Dibbs laugh.
Oh, man. P double.
No.
Yep.
I can't say it enough. If I were a Giants fan, I'd be absolutely excited about this. It's a class act running your organization. It's a smart guy. It's a guy with ties to the past.
And you can't fall from the floor. The Farhan.
They're not at the floor.
You don't for Giant baseball, forget the stat. Like just for where they've been.
They're not on the floor.
When you don't win a playoff series in 10 years, you are on the floor.
He's not responsible for all 10 of those years.
No, I'm just the franchise in itself. It's time to bring some
453 and 417. Farhan Zaidi
in 6 years.
52% winning percentage.
Well, do the math on 1 divided by 6, bud.
That's like 16.7.
Oh my, you gave me the number.
Exactly.
But stop. Joe Montana.
You know I'm right.
No, you're not.
You don't.
Not rock bottom in regard to standards, Steiny. 3 and 5. I'm not asking you to win it all.
10 years ago.
Get to a series.
That's the problem. That's the problem with this organization.
Win a series, bud.
How about getting to the postseason and winning a series before you say 3 and 5? See, you're falling prey to it too. And I thought
you stole my material.
I thought you would be into that.
No, you just stole my material. Now I'm really agitated.
I've never been that desperate.
You just took my material.
Which?
I'm not saying win it all. Just get to
of course
the
not.
playoffs and win a round.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to put that kind of pressure on a local hero. Of course not. Hey, Buster, you got plenty of time.
Please.
No pressure, Buster.
I said 3 years, Donnie. Big 3.
Yeah. Farhan had 107 wins in his back pocket after 3 years.
Where'd that get you?
You think Posey's going to win 107?
Win 90, but get to the World Series. I'll take it.
Please. Go 500 like your predecessor did. How about starting there? Let me give you those numbers again.
And they mean nothing.
I love it. But they had 107. Yeah, that's in here. Farhan Zaidi's record is complete. 453 wins, 417 losses.
Can we get the postseason
Buster
record?
Posey, you're on the clock.
Yeah.
Mouth.
He can get that easy.
Oh, really? Really?
Stop, man.
I can't wait till he kicks Blake Snell to the curb.
Blake! Dude, that's it. That's operation number 1, man.
All right. We got crossover next. And if you want to see Goo shrivel, I'm messing around.
We know you are.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, I do.
Uh-oh. We're doing that thing after the break.
It's better over here. If you're 55.
The move back honestly had nothing to do with what my future might look like with the Giants, which I think for us makes it all the more special because it truly was a move back because we enjoy this area and we enjoy the friends that we've made in this area. And I think just over the last few weeks, months, we've been kind of talking through some different scenarios, and it's where we landed.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Boy, did Posey shut Willard's theory down.
Will.
That was the game within a game this morning.
Look at Willie.
Boy, I got served.
No, what happened?
No,
that's not you getting served. What happened was
no,
Shout
I'm
out
kidding.
to
I thought that was, yeah,
Cannon.
that was a
you
great
threw
answer.
up. It was like skeet shooting, and Buster said pull, and then you sent up your question, and Buster said chka chka, and he picked it out of the sky. But at least your skeet was in the air for a little bit. It was a good question, and he answered it the way he answered it.
I think Steiny was kidding. Could we not present it this way? There was absolutely nothing wrong with that exchange at all. What are we talking about?
There's the story before the story.
Okay, hold on a
and
minute.
you got yours coming too at some point.
Bring it. You won't.
I'm listening to Willard yesterday, and I heard him say, you know what? Looking back, we should have saw this coming when he moved out here.
I did say that.
Yeah.
And then,
that was a setup for today's question.
Exactly.
And then, and by the way, just because he said it doesn't mean it's true.
Calling him a liar?
Well, no. I'm saying that he is now a big face at a big press conference, and he'll tell us what he wants to tell us.
Yeah.
Similar to if we had said, hey, is Bryce Eldridge starting at first base next April? What do you think he's going to say?
That's more of a question for Bob.
Baseball minor league player of the year.
Yeah,
what Mark is calling him right now is Bluster Posey.
That's a one. Dan's not your best work.
I thought it was great.
He
I
came
built
in
up to
earlier.
it.
The guys were talking about the buzz in the room, and I said Buzz Posey, and you gave me a one. I think that's better than Bluster Posey.
But Willard, I'm down on you.
It's Bluster Posey.
You're down on me?
Yeah.
What'd I do?
You took a shot at us at Chase yesterday.
Before that. No, but it wasn't at you. It was at the situation.
I drove out the lot like I had a good day. Shout out Ice Cube. Then I thought about, hey, breaking news, Farhan's fired. What better way than Steiny and Guru is changed?
I didn't
like it, dude.
I was making fun of the situation
And that's what
that
I
you
told
ended up
Steiny.
in.
You're right.
I'm like, this is what happens in
defended
life.
you. I said he was making fun of, we're here for hoop.
This is what happens in life. 3 weeks ago, you sat down and someone went, hey, Warriors Media Day. And all of us are like, dude, who doesn't want to be at that? And then you arrive. Farhan's been fired. The Niners have won a football game for the first time in 3 weeks. Right? And you're sitting there with Buddy Hield going
I told you, Steiny, he was making fun of the moment.
The moment.
And you never know.
It's not your fault.
I want to take you guys back to, might have been 2014, could have been 2013, and our old boss, Jason Barrett. Yeah. Remember he had that contest where he asked listeners to book a guest for us, and whoever had the best guest, whatever listener,
I was on the weekend.
you might have been at nights with my favorite. Whoever booked the best guest would get a prize, and so I'm doing Rise Guys with Whitey and Crides, and we're live from the Olympic Club, and it is a Thursday or a Friday, I can't remember which one. We did 2 shows from there, and on the line is David Price. And we're about to go to David Price, and a listener had booked David Price for us.
Yeah.
And this listener was going to win. All of a sudden, the word comes in. Matt Cain is on hold, fresh off his perfect game. Ooh. This was June 14th, and it must have been 2013, because I was fired by 14. So 2013, we're live at the Olympic Club, we're not doing a whole thing on golf. We're doing, Matt Cain. Well, Matt Cain, perfect game. But David Price is coming on. So we're going to ask David about Matt. And then Matt calls in. So it's like, tell David, sorry.
Hold my
sorry,
beer.
David Price. We're going to Matt Cain. So in this business, you never know where the pivot's going to come from.
Speaking of which, Matt Cain in 40 minutes.
I must have.
That's partly why I told the story.
Clearly, this was when I was fired because I just would have gotten Steph.
You didn't have
Game over.
You didn't have that.
It's out of control.
You didn't
right
have
now.
that gravitas in 13. But you know what? I think that actually you got fired before me.
Yeah.
And then you got rehired back before me.
That's true.
Because when I got when I got rehired back, you were there in the conference room to greet me, and I remember that in February of 2015.
Can I tell you a line that Dibley had yesterday that I swear to God I was laughing out loud in my car?
Because you got to call him out.
LOL?
I did.
No, he will.
I did. He goes, talking about Posey, and, hey, who do you think will hire? And Tibbs goes, well, I got to tell you, I'm really interested to see what's going to happen to Pete Patella.
Yeah. I mean, funny at the time, not so funny now.
Yeah, reassigned.
Right. You know what that means.
He's not been fired.
Correct.
No,
but
they're finding stuff for him to do.
He's going to clean the bathroom. I was there today. It needs some work.
I'm trying to remember what show it was where somebody got reassigned and their new office was in the basement. And
that
it's
was
like,
Office Space.
Yeah, thank you.
Movie.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you're
Great
reassigned.
movie. Oh,
now
my
you're in
God.
a windowless basement, Pete, and you get to go ahead and look at video of, let's look at the history of the split finger fastball.
Let that be real. If they wanted to fire him, they'd just fire him.
Right.
They're gonna have him do something. They must value him on some level, or they would just let him go.
Yeah.
Right?
True, but
it's not like he's like, oh God, you can't. We're buried underneath the Pete Patella contract.
Right.
Like, just let him go if you don't want
And if the demotion is so ignominious or embarrassing, he can always leave.
Yeah.
You know, he doesn't have to take whatever demotion he's getting.
I mean, he just got here, so whatever. Yeah,
I spent 4 hours trying to convince him at the top of the to-do list for Buster, Operation Snail.
See, I don't agree with that.
Thank you. Looking forward to
Hold on. And that's not my opinion. That's his opinion, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Based on, did you hear?
Yeah. We listened.
Granny, do you have, let's let the listeners hear exactly how Buster answered Susan Slusser's question toward the end about Blake Snell.
I mean, Blake's one of the, premier starting pitchers in the big leagues, has been for a while. And the run he went on the last 12 or 14 starts, I think I saw a quote from Bob. It was really like nothing you'd ever seen. So he's obviously somebody that's going to be a priority for us to take a hard look at and, make a decision as a group.
So I can only tell you what I did when he said that. I leaned forward in my chair.
You were in the room.
And then I leaned back in my chair.
Ooh,
because as soon as he said he's obviously someone who's a priority for us, I leaned forward in my chair. And then after a quick pause, he goes, to take a look at and then make a decision as a group.
Okay.
And that means to me he's gone.
All right. Shout out Twitter. Follow me here.
Okay.
If he did somehow retain the services and bring Snell back, wouldn't this thing get off to a bang?
Here's what I'll agree with you.
You know what I mean?
I'll agree with you on the concept.
That's a foul.
I'll agree with you on the concept, not the player. I'll agree with you that Buster, it would be very good for him to take a big swing, but somebody has already brought Blake Snell in on free agency. That was Farhan. I would do something that Farhan hasn't done, which is grab some of the young players in your farm system, send them out of here, and get a shortstop. Like that's like right now, Doval and Matos for Bo Bichette.
Okay. All right. Wow.
I would do that like as quickly as it is available to me.
All right.
I would do that.
Because I'm calling Eldridge Jasky's favorite guy a phenom. He got to AAA. I know it was in September. Is there a chance in this new baseball that he could be on the big club in some form or fashion?
Dave Fleming told us yesterday, like an absolute yes, that he will make his major league debut next year.
If I set the over-under at June 1st.
I'll take the under.
Exactly.
Man, that's exciting in itself.
No need to go get Soto.
He ain't leaving New York.
Not Soto, but it does.
Alonso,
it does eliminate.
He got to play.
Yeah, it eliminates Pete Alonso unless you want to sell Pete. Then on the second half of his career, he could just come be a DH. You could do that.
And you need one of those. And the thing about Blake Snell that hit me from Buster today is he talked a lot about Matt Chapman and what Matt Chapman did, which is show up every day and play every day.
Yeah.
And Blake Snell, when he got healthy, he showed up every day and he was dominant. And then he had one more start to make, and he said,
Bobby Evans said it was a nothing burger because they're
Did not use that term.
But I'm telling you.
What did Bobby say?
He said,
Tell him.
that's something that...
And I love Bobby. We talked to him at Michael Urban's funeral.
Yeah.
He
Look at my
basically
man.
said, and when guys going into free agency,
It's okay.
It's okay.
Like, they still want to keep him here, so that was allowed.
I get it, but if you're Buster, and I think that the one thing Buster wants is some everyday players. Like Matt Chapman played, 150?
Incredible, man.
152.
I don't know what
it was
the
a big
was up
number.
there.
He had a great
It was
year,
up
man.
there. And I think that Buster wants those types of guys who are going to show up every day. Patrick Bailey, even though he didn't have a hit for about 5 weeks, he showed up every day and went out there and played. And so for me, that's one of the messages I took from today.
Yeah, I think the best part of today, and I would say there was a lot more good than, and I wouldn't use the word bad at all of it, but the best part of today is that Buster Posey talked about how they're in the business of making memories.
Oh, I
thought that was his.
That hit me.
That was his best quote.
Where?
We're in the business of making memories so that fans can go out there. And
He
then
said that.
he drew a line directly to, obviously he didn't use himself, but he's one of these people. Lincecum and Mad Bum and Matt Cain, 230. And right, and before him, Will Clark and Barry Bonds, and you can go on and on.
Times.
Like, he basically said, we need a lot better players.
And it's fact.
We need a lot better players. And that doesn't mean you have to win free agency or spend the most money or whatever. Like, in fact, almost all of those guys he mentioned were homegrown players. So I don't know necessarily where they're coming from, but he needs to be very aggressive very quickly in getting players on the roster who people want to see, obviously.
Here's the way I looked at it. It's very vague, but when the Giants were winning in 10, 12, and 14, I feel like there were certain players and you could say, you know what, they're Giants. Like they fit the profile. And I think that's kind of what they want to get back to. Like, let's get giant players here who are going to be here for a while. That's kind of why I don't see Snell being really a fit. I don't know. I think Posey wants guys who are going to be invested here, who are going to be here for a while. I'm not saying Snell wouldn't be.
But it sounds like it, though, Stan.
Does Blake Snell feel like a giant to you?
But he has no IU on video or anything in the paper of not being happy here.
Well, that's not true. He had that issue with the athletic staff early when he thought they were pushing him and he wasn't quite ready. And I don't know. He just doesn't feel like Buster Posey's kind of guy.
He's a little bit of a quirky guy.
I like him.
Yeah, he's a great pitcher. He's a little bit of a quirky guy. And again, if you're Buster and you're thinking about like allocation of resources, I don't know that that's necessarily the place to do it. Like there are a lot of good free agent pitchers available. Do you need to go to the top of the market when you already are looking at a Logan Webb and a Robbie Ray and you like Hayden Birdsong and I don't know about Kyle Harrison, but like that's not probably where I want to break off my biggest contract. I would much
Everyday
rather
player.
Yeah. They need, as they said it, they need cleaner, professional baseball
So
players.
you think the days of Yaz, and I'm just bringing him up because he showed the pulse late, Lamont Wade Jr., you think those are coming to an end?
They could be bench guys, but I think you need a real everyday first baseman and you need a real everyday right fielder.
Yeah.
If Yaz is your fourth outfielder and Lamont Wade Jr. is your DH / backup first baseman, that's okay to me. But you need a shortstop, somebody you can rely on for 145 of those. And, Brandon Crawford was a guy who didn't hit a ton all the time, but you put him out there and you knew that he was going to catch everything from second to deep short, and he was going to be the dude. And I think Buster said today the phrase pitching and defense more than once, and that's how they won. And so I do think that he's going to build this thing in that same way.
You think they regret the Correa non-signing or seeing the medicals? Because he had a batted 314 homers.
But that was 13 years until he was 41. Like I don't. Yeah, I don't.
I mean, he
don't
was
know.
hurt too.
Yeah, I don't. And he wasn't that good last year. I don't know that that's on the Mount Rushmore of things that went wrong with the Giants in the Farhan era. I do like the players you just brought up. We were just talking about this in the other room, and this is unfortunate for these guys. It's not their fault, but the fan base is so angry with Farhan Zaidi that I think that there are 3 players in the system right now who sort of just have Farhan residue.
Name them, man.
Farhan residue.
Luciano, clearly.
Yep.
Let me do this, Mark, and then we'll try to guess.
Go ahead.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I would say Luciano, even though he didn't draft him.
That's not one of the people I'm thinking.
All right.
That's not one of the people I'm thinking.
These are the guys that are out there daily.
Yaz.
Absolutely.
Because I saw yesterday or 2 days ago, he said, I have a soft spot for Yaz.
Well, here's the thing about Mike Yastrzemski and the other 2, which I'll name in a minute, which is they are quintessential Farhan Zaidi players because, and this is, again, it's not their fault, but what this organization was defined by for 6 years is, hey, look at the guy that I found that's actually a little bit better than he was supposed to be. Doesn't mean he's a great player.
Wow.
But hey, look what I found in the bargain bin that actually should be on the main aisle.
Wow.
And fans are done with that.
Conforto.
It's not Conforto. He's gone anyway.
Matos.
No, it's Yaz.
Let him
Wisely.
Let him come.
No, I want to guess.
No,
That's so bad.
You've
guesses.
missed 5 times.
Exactly.
Take a play
You've
off.
had 3 strikes.
Yeah.
All right.
You're out.
Man.
It's Yaz, Wade, and Tyro Estrada.
There we go.
Because all 3 were acquired in the exact same way, which is, look at this player that I got for nothing.
That's real.
Who can actually kind of play.
But
he can kind of play.
I get it.
But it's not what you really want out of first base or right field.
No doubt.
Yeah, he's a really good defensive player and is solid enough to be on your team. Wade, like you didn't hit for any power, and I don't know what the hell happened to your leg, but it never got better. And
After 2 weeks, you're into All-Star
and you're not
game.
very good defensively over at first, by the way. But we found you for Sean Anderson, so that's cool. Tyro Estrada, do y'all remember this? Cash considerations.
Yep.
That's a cash considerations deal. That's a win, but is it? Yeah. Because if he's hitting 220,
he fell off. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
Can I tell you who I want out of here?
Is it me?
No, it's a giant player. I don't want to ever see him again, believe it or not.
I'm trying to guess.
Kurt Casale. I want him out.
Why the hell would you?
There's something about
him.
I just don't like him. I don't like him.
That's terrible.
He's like the Giants version of Stephen Vogt.
Exactly. No, he's not as good as Vogt was.
He doesn't hit as well as Vogt.
No, but he can receive, and he's a beloved backup
catcher. You hate him for no reason. That's what's wrong with us.
That's what he does about Kyle Juszczyk, too.
For no reason.
Best
Juszczyk's much better than Casale.
Best interview on the team by far.
Casale?
Oh, God, it's not close. He is a gem of a dude. Kurt Casale.
Exactly.
Do
it right.
Let me down today.
Huh?
Let me got 2 questions in. You got 1.
No, he didn't.
I counted 2.
He did?
Another mistake.
Let me got 2.
He got 1.
I had 2
I think
from
he got
up.
1.
Well,
I had 2 on the score.
But whatever, he can win. That's fine.
And the lady was like, "We'll go 2." I'm like, "Willard, number 2."
The top 3 it went Slusser, McCauley, Willard, and Slusser and McCauley each doubled up, which is fine.
I got it wrong. Will, I heard love it twice. I go, look at Sammy.
Willard on the podium, which was an upset. I set the over under yesterday at 10.5.
Yeah.
Now, when you say podium,
like the top 3.
Oh, you're saying I got a bronze medal because that was the third question.
He was the third questioner.
I caught Chiz's eye early.
Sluss went 1-2, and then Janie McCauley from the AP went 1-2. And then and I loved it. I'm in the car coming back from dropping off the baby at the park. Let's go to Mark on the right side.
Where do you get off jumping in before Baggerly and Pavlovich?
I was sitting next to Bags, and he didn't want it yet.
No.
He didn't ask for it.
He didn't want that smoke.
He didn't ask for it. Our phones were sitting on the chair in between us together. And
the great ones do assess first.
That's right. He wanted to lay back. He wanted to sit back. He said, "You go and take the mic, buddy."
Yeah.
He goes, "I know I'm here every day. You take the mic."
Kawakami in the weeds as well.
Kawakami, I think, was 4.
Yeah.
He was pretty quick.
Might have been. And Johnny Shea with bombshell.
Well, he waited and then he showed up with a big sack of sandbags. He
had receipts.
Came up a little combative. It was a little tiny bit combative.
He's friction.
Now that you have a new regime, are you guys going to be a little bit more transparent.
Hold on, the
Are you
answer
gonna lie
started.
to us less
Dude,
now?
And he said, let me finish. he finished his thought.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, they start answering, and he jumped in like, I got to finish this.
I actually thought that's an interesting concept that Brian Johnson wants. No, he does not want contracts of coaches and GMs to be.
Greg.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah,
Brian Johnson
Brian's the
hit a
catcher,
wonderful
big
home run for the
run.
Giants. Yes,
the stick.
And I was thinking about that because that to me is interesting. Like he thinks that's unnecessary. Like he doesn't want that out there.
It's a distraction.
What if I give a point to both sides on this one? If Greg wants that to be private, that is totally allowed for it to be private.
But why?
But Shea is saying, if you want to be private, be private. You told us something that actually wasn't true.
Right.
Oh, boy.
Right? You said, and it wasn't Greg, it was Farhan. You said that it was a 3-year deal. And it's not a 3-year deal.
He came with it.
So I think his point was, like, you could either not say it, but if you're going to say it, how about if it's true?
And then the follow-up was, what about Bob's extension? And Greg started to jump in, and John said, I'm actually asking Buster. Because Greg said, that's a Buster question.
Yeah, Greg gave it to Buster.
And no, Greg said, that's a Buster question.
Yeah.
And John said, that's who I was asking.
That's who I'm talking
John
to.
wasn't playing this
John, and then Buster said a whole lot of stuff without saying anything at all, which is that Bob does not have an extension.
No, but he will, I would bet, within a week or two.
Oh,
I think so.
I'll take the over and bet you anything you want.
Do you think that he'll get an extension before the start of the year, or will he enter as a lame duck? I'm not going to make a bet.
He said that.
And John used that phrase twice. I'm not going to make a bet on timeline, but I would bet you that he gets extended before the year starts.
I love that Shea used lame duck.
I'll take that bet.
How about no extension? We'll go ahead and pick up that option on the 3rd year.
That's fine. That's
what
splitting the baby, and I'll allow that.
And then we're going to see how the year goes, and if it's going well, and you're in first or second place in the All-Star break, now we're going to add some years on.
That's a fair way to put it.
That's what I would bet.
And Buster with a 3-year deal. How soon until his feet are held to the fire?
Well, all I know is Farhan won 107 in his year 3.
Stoddy asked me how long I was giving Buster. I said 3 years.
Dude, Farhan.
And this new baseball, 3 years.
Well, I did this yesterday. I mean, his record. Yeah, you can play the record game all you want. How many years was he here? 6.
6.
And he made one playoff. So yeah, it's wins.
Those are tiddly wins. Give us the postseason. 1 for 6.
0 series wins.
To hell with the regular season numbers.
You know what? Mouth.
Yeah.
Judge Posey the same way.
I will.
When they go 75 and 87 next year,
I'll take the over.
Just know that's worse than any Farhan year. Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
Well, what was Mark Jackson's record with the Warriors? Do you know that?
Hand down,
probably
man down.
Better than Farhan. And he won a postseason series.
And turned the culture around.
You ought to be ashamed.
You should be ashamed.
No, you should be ashamed.
No, because you're cherry picking.
Please.
And you're supposed to be coming at me.
Let me tell you something else.
Come at me, dog.
I did. I was telling you I laughed at the Pete Patel.
That was it.
Oh, that's cool. I liked it. Never mind.
Let me tell you.
You're a funny guy. Laugh.
And I got to get out of here. But feel free to pick up on this conversation.
You actually don't.
It's 2:09.
Let me tell you, I have no proof of this, but Bob Melvin, he didn't do Farhan any favors from inside that building.
What does that mean?
He gave him the job.
What does that mean?
That means...
What does it mean?
It means I think there was some...
He threw him under the bus.
Yeah, there was some stuff behind the scenes.
Do you think that Bob was alone?
The conversation with Bags Willard when he was saying all of this stuff all come from you, and he was
but is that throwing Farhan under the bus, or is that an admission that there was stuff there?
Yeah, there was stuff there.
Yes, agreed.
And I guess I'm just not fast to jump on Melvin's side all the time. That's all.
I don't know that side
He's
has been created. I'd also say that that it felt like this in the room today. Today was a reboot for Bob Melvin. Last year now doesn't count.
Yep.
Oh. Now listen.
It all counts.
You can feel that way. I'm telling you.
It didn't cost him.
I'm telling you that's my read on the organization. Is that last year is now going to be wiped clean on Bob Melvin, and the same way that we sort of did that with Farhan. Because remember, year 1 was with Boach, and it was just like...
he said, I'm not going to count those.
I'm going to retire. And then now we're going to start reviewing Farhan. I think the same thing's going to happen with Bob. They're like, okay, now you get a different president, different philosophy.
Right.
Now let's see how it looks, Bob.
Same with Shanahan. those first 2 years
I
after
think
Kelly and
year one is often
Sewell.
just kind of like year one. Like, figure it out, get your feet.
So we had
sort of on the ground.
Draymond v. Osler yesterday, and today Shea versus Johnson.
Yeah, it was a little quicker. It was just a brush back. The
Bob
bench just didn't clear.
Bob Melvin, third all-time in managerial wins without a World Series championship.
Who's the first two?
Facts. Gene Mauch.
Wow.
And Buck Showalter. Take that to the bar today.
Yeah.
Buck got to one, though.
Did he win it?
No.
Yeah, no rings.
Yeah.
Bob Melvin, third all-time among ringless managers in regular season wins.
But it's
These
Melvin.
are just facts.
He's a local guy, so that's okay.
I love Bob. I love Bob. We had him on a weekly back in the Rise Guys days.
When I threw the fastball. Remember he told me I heard Andretti.
That's going to do it.
And Dibs goes, Guru with no class.
I want to hear about his first pitch for the 19th time.
And you
Mark.
talk to us about
us.
Man, Willard.
What? I'm just saying.
I threw so many first pitches at Major League games, they had me on a pitch count.
Don't start taking your equipment
He said
apart.
I did.
Three.
Have some class.
I threw
dude.
3.
I threw a heater.
It was like 73. No movement.
They called me BP in high school.
Yeah.
I could throw a strike. I could throw a strike.
Was it slow?
Didn't have a lot on it. But
So I wouldn't be afraid of you.
Oh, God.
That is
You'd
my
have ripped me in the
right
gap. You'd have ripped me in the gap big time.
Get out of here.
All right, are you leaving?
Yeah, I mean, Lucas coming in here solidified that.
Why? What do you got?
We're going to the Miami
He's like the
Countdown,
right
Luke.
fielder in Parenthood. He has no business being out there.
Are you going out there for game day?
I'm going. I'm going to meet Nash, Earl, Lucas.
You going to game
All right,
day?
yeah, and the boss goes, oh, you're not going to go. Him and Bonte.
Dude, let me just say this, and I'll do it quickly as Steiny's packing up.
No, he can. Yeah,
I went to game day at Texas A&M, College Station, Tennessee in town. I got there at about 7. It was one of the more fun days I've ever had at college
That
game
solidifies
day.
it. I'm
was
going.
incredible.
Yeah, a
So
little
much
difference
fun.
between College Station and Berkeley.
What's the difference?
On 95.7, the game. Stick around tomorrow. I'll give you the answer.
There's a tease.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
LFG. What's going on? Willard and Dibs, fresh off of the Buster Posey press conference, ready to rock all afternoon long, and Matt Cain and Ryan Vogelsong will both be a part of the show today. Matt Cain coming on in 15 minutes. Am I doing the show solo for a little bit?
No, you're good.
Oh, look at you.
I'm going to go Bob Barker
It's
handheld.
Lounge Act Dibs,
Totally.
ladies and gentlemen. Get over to YouTube and watch Dan Dibley do the whole show on a wireless microphone.
Fly me to the moon. Hey, everybody, thanks for coming in.
Dude, you really broke that sucker. That
No,
sucker's...
no.
Or who did?
It has been broken, and I don't want to point fingers,
No,
but I will.
It's like you can see the whole crack in that thing.
It's been dangly for a couple of weeks, and I can tell you this, that the two people who share this workstation are both much more aggressive with the grabbing and the moving of the microphone.
They're emotional people.
Joe Shasky
and Guru
and Daryl Johnson.
Yeah, they're very emotional people. I love that about them.
When you watch me do the show with you, I am seated 100% of the time.
Yeah.
I very rarely will move this up and down or all around.
Well, I've actually talked to the office to see if you even need a microphone.
You've tried.
I talked to Matt about that, and he so far has been resistant to the idea. Just an idea. I threw it out there.
Yeah.
Just to see what people think.
I feel like I've been on a little bit of a heater for about 3 or 4 months.
You're doing
much more
great.
active. Feeling good about the show. I'm loving the show. The audience has been very involved in the show. But about 2 weeks ago, I noticed that the dangle was dramatic, and I tried to fix it. There's like 3 or 4 different things you can twist and adjust, and none of them seem to work. And now it is all over.
It's one of the big differences between you and me. You see something wrong, you try to fix it. I call someone. I'd have called someone about 3 weeks ago and been like, this thing's messy. You should fix it.
I feel bad. Tim Jordan and Tak Leong, two of our great engineers, they're running around doing everything. And Tim Jordan yesterday was out at Warriors Media Day. And so sometimes I feel bad about, hey, can you come in here and adjust my headphone volume?
It is their job.
I know, but
their
job is... And I've never...
What if they got home and wanted to talk to their wife and they're like, hold on, like, I'm going to call Dibs. He's a talker. Dibs, will you come talk for me?
I'll do it.
Yeah, I know.
I'll do
I know
it.
You will.
I'll talk to Mrs. Jordan or Mrs. Leong.
Do your job.
It's what I do. Anyway, this thing's broken.
Matt Cain in 15 minutes, 888-957-957 is the number. You know what I thought coming out of today? And great to see the assembled media. I will tell you this. There was a little bit of a buzz in the room. There was an excitement. And this is not a room that was filled with fans. Sure, a lot of the people there worked for the San Francisco Giants, so they're excited. But even the media, like, there's just one of those things. When you walk into a room, what's the feel? I can remember being in the room the day that they hired Gabe Kapler. And the feeling in the room was...
It was anger, yeah.
I'm not comfortable with this. And like question 1, 2, 3, and 4 was like, so about that pass with the Dodgers.
Totally.
You know what I mean? And then you have various Farhan press conferences at different times throughout the last 6 years. And you walk into a room and there's a vibe, right? After 107 wins, you walk in and everybody's peacocking. And then a couple years later, you walk in and you're like, what the hell's going on around here? And like, why does that guy not have a job and this guy has a job or whatever? You walked into the room today and everybody was just smiling.
Giddy.
It felt like everybody had just taken a shower after a hike.
Right.
That's the best way I can describe it. It's not like, okay, we're done, everything's wonderful, but that's how it felt. You sit down on the couch with a drink after a shower, after a long hike.
When you take your shoes off that first time and you peel, and you have to peel your socks off, and then your feet are like, starting to cool off, and then slowly you hop in the shower, and after that first like 60 seconds of rinse, you're like, oh my God. Yeah, I didn't realize how dirty I was.
So that's how it felt walking in.
That's a good call. I'm going to give you a 4.
Thank you. And then Buster's first few comments, I think, are going to land well with fans, which to me, I would summarize by saying, look, this is we need good baseball players, like really good baseball players who will create memories for you and your family. I thought that was a great way to start the whole thing. But then after that, the rest of the way, and this is not a bad thing. This should have been expected. He's 37 years old. And at least if you listen to him tell the story, he essentially thought of this as an idea about 4 or 5 weeks ago.
He's 37?
He's 37 years old.
Oh my God, he's a baby.
He's a little pup.
He should still be playing.
Yeah, he's a cute little thing, and maybe he will.
Pete Rose, rest in peace, played till he was 45. Right. Buster, what are you doing?
37.
Yeah.
37 years old.
Quitter.
So, exactly.
Sorry.
So then the rest of the press conference happened, and I went, oh my gosh, I love that you just called him a pup. Buster Posey is the Bryce Eldridge of baseball executives. And so the excitement is warranted. The good feelings, the good vibes, it's all warranted. I think the optimistic predictions, they are warranted. But make no mistake, he's green.
Green.
That is a green banana. As far as this role is concerned. And he's Buster, so he's not going to just go out there and be like, all right, we need a shortstop. Like, that's never the way he's been. So I get why his answers didn't sound like that. But as you got deeper into the conversation, there's a lot of answers that he either doesn't have yet or he's not willing to share yet. And that is because I think you could feel that Buster's like, look, we're taking this job, and then we got a lot of things to learn here and figure out in the next few months. I don't think they tried to hide that. That's a good thing. But fans should also know that. Buster is not going to come into this all seasoned as if he's built franchises before.
And he hasn't. And so really what it comes down to is what Tim Roy might call a delegation sensation. Because as the president of baseball ops, you need to surround yourself with good people. And he said already, what's the first thing you're going to do? well, I'm going to look to hire a GM, and I'm going to get off the phone here. I'm going to get off the stage today, and I'm going to go out and find candidates and start interviews and find my right-hand man or woman. He said, I think he said girl, but he meant, person, man or woman, doesn't matter. Somebody with real GM experience. So he's going to find that person. Then you're going to look for scouting, and you're going to look at what you want to do with your scouting department. And it seems to him that scouting is more important than maybe it was for Farhan Zaidi. I don't know what the scouting was like. I do know that he recently fired 4 scouts within the last month. And so it sounds like Buster Posey's more interested in scouting than the previous regime. So you hire a GM, you look at scouting, you figure out what you can do to get your talent evaluation better, and then you set about looking at this roster. And then you get into the offseason, which will be in about a month after the baseball playoffs are over, and you make decisions about your players, and you look at other players, and then the winter meetings and all the rest of it. So I love what he said about approaching it the way he did as a player, which is day to day. So today is October 1st. What can he do today to advance his franchise, advance his cause as the new Pobo?
Well, this is one of the questions that was thrown to him. And it was, I think, as things were developing, it was a question in the room of like, okay, you're in charge. You want to hire a GM quickly. Like, are you down in the clubhouse most days? Are you going on every road trip? Are you on the plane? Are you making every decision? Or are you handing some of that stuff off? So that was asked of him. Here's what he said.
I think that remains to be seen. Again, I mentioned empowering. We're gonna bring in a GM, and I think once that comes in, some of the delegation will take shape a little bit more. I want to be as useful as I can to be with all the people that I'm working with, but also having in mind and understanding that it's somewhat of a delicate balancing act to where I don't want to be the type of leader that is constantly feeling like I'm looking over somebody's shoulder as well. So I think a lot of that is going to be handled over these next weeks, month, as we start to have more conversations and get synced up more.
So I think what you can hear there is, for instance, this is almost like Kyle Shanahan hiring an offensive coordinator. That's what Farhan did with Pete Patilla. Oh, Pete Patilla's the GM. And then you never heard his name ever again.
That's a good call.
That's like Kyle Shanahan like hiring an offensive coordinator. We know who's in charge. Buster Posey's actually going to have an offensive coordinator. Like, and you mentioned man or woman. I'll tell you one of the very first names that comes to mind is Kim Ng, who is no longer with the Florida or Miami Marlins, whatever you want to call them. Yeah. She is tremendous. She is sharp. She is experienced. She has had the role. That, I think, would be, and I think there are a few names out there that are interesting to me. That's just one of them. But I like that kind of a GM, like actually a GM.
Right. Somebody who knows baseball, somebody who's been in baseball, and somebody who can oversee all parts of an organization from scouting, roster management, salary management, and all the rest of it. And somebody that Buster Posey can lean on for their expertise, because you mentioned it. Buster Posey comes in with no experience, zero, other than coming in and making the Matt Chapman deal happen. And, whether or not he played a huge role in it, it seems like he stepped in at the last minute and talked to Matt Chapman and said, you want to be here, we want you here, let's do this. And so he kind of closed that deal based on the reports that I've heard. And so that might have been his first act, but the fact that Matt Chapman is here, Matt Chapman is probably as close to a guy as Buster Posey as there is on this team. I mean, a guy who's going to show up every day, a good, solid dude, somebody who loves baseball, plays it the right way. So I'm looking for Buster to build this franchise, build this organization in the model of himself and Matt Chapman.
Okay, so that's a fun question, by the way.
Yeah.
And I know the media and Scott Boras sparred over who signed Matt Chapman.
Right.
Well, let's put a couple puzzle pieces together on some things that I heard today. Matt Chapman's new extension was signed on September 5th. Obviously, that means there had been discussion leading up to September 5th. We also heard it came together rather quickly. So maybe, I don't know, go back about a couple weeks before that. But September 5th is when it was signed. I sat next to Greg Johnson. This was after the whole press conference was over. because everybody splits off and
Totally. A lot of those today.
Well, it goes to their corners, and I eavesdropped on Greg Johnson talking.
You eavesdropping?
I was part of the assembled group.
You're hustling.
And Kawakami asked him, when did this become a thing? Because everyone's like, oh, Farhan, are they going to, like, when did they decide? When was Buster Posey going to become the guy? Greg Johnson goes, about a month ago. About a month ago. Today's October 1st. So what's about a month ago? A month ago would be about September 1st.
Look at you, puzzle pieces.
Matt Chapman was signed on September 5th. So who signed the deal? Farhan was already gone.
I'm going to call you Rubik's Cube.
It's not that complicated. Didn't really do much there. But
no, that was impressive.
Thank you.
You brought it home.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? And guess what? We're going to use that guest line now. Coming up here in just a second, Matt Cain. He's had a Buster hug before. I wonder if he's going to give him another one now. The Caner is next on Willard and Dibs.
I love it. I can't wait for that. But meantime, I'm here to talk about Fremont Bank, which, as you know, is my bank. And I'm standing here holding the microphone, knowing that I'm going to get a chance for 60 seconds to brag about Fremont Bank. It's my family-owned bank with that family-owned feel. And just today, Mark, I was down there in Oakland, drove by the Fremont.
but now looking into Buster Posey. 1 ball and 2 strikes. On the ground, Arias from deep third. Got him! And that's a perfect game. And the Giants mobbing Matt Cain on the pitcher's mound.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Summer 2012, and I would rank that grounder to Arias. I would rank that among my top 5 split-second bleep moments as a sports fan. When Arias grabs the ground ball and then looks like he's going to trip and fall.
Yeah. And still has time to make the throw.
But he's wobbly. It looks like he's going to fall. Then it looks like he's going to huck the ball over the first baseman's head. But somehow it got into the glove before the runner got there.
And Kipe's description echoed your feelings.
Totally. Crap! And then you know what I liken it to? World Series 2014. Mad Bum, pitch all the innings, was up there in the 9th, and the ball goes into the gap in left center field. Correct me if I'm wrong, that was Juan Perez. Is that who that was out there? Was it Juan Perez?
He was in the outfield. I think he was in left field.
Yeah, I can't remember which outfielder it was, but remember the ball goes deep to left center. He's got a 1-run game.
Game 7.
And he's rounding second, and people start fumbling and bumbling the ball out there. And remember, he took forever to get the ball to Crawford in mid-left, and there was that moment where your stomach dropped and went, oh, my God, they're going to inside the park this thing and tie it. And then the third base coach put up the stop sign. Put up the stop sign, which was the right thing to do. Crawford would have thrown him out by 10 feet. But he put up the stop sign, and we got the
pop out to third.
Salvador Perez.
Yep,
is that right? With Mad Bum throwing the fastball,
the only one who had gotten an earned run against him the entire series. He had a solo home run.
Yeah. So those are 2 of the moments that popped to mind right away of things that ended well, but a split second before they happened. Oh, Schmidt.
Totally.
Yeah.
No doubt. That whole game when he came in and got the final 16 outs was like nail biting and white knuckling after white knuckle, because it was pretty clear the Giants weren't going to score again.
Oh, I don't even know how they scored to begin with.
Exactly.
Michael Morse hit a ball, exit velo 12, that went over the first baseman's head, and the Giants scored, and then that was it. And we've got, Joe Panic over at second base, and we're making plays, and we're doing reviews, and Mad Bum for 6 innings or whatever it was, 5 innings. That whole thing felt like it took 4 hours.
And this whole thing with Buster now becoming president of baseball ops allows all those things to flood back. And yes, it feels like it's been 10 years since it happened, because it has, but it also feels very fresh in our mind, and it feels appropriate to have these emotions again, because one of those guys is now the guy.
I have those emotions. I tried at the press conference to run up and do a Buster hug. Almost got arrested.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it was close.
You get the Heisman.
Close. Yeah. They were like, that's too soon.
Be a no from us.
It's a little too much. How about just maybe another question?
Right.
We're not doing Buster hugs today. But anyway, sure. Like, I'm all in. Everybody get full excitement. You could feel that in the room. It just felt right. You're just looking at this, and it's like coming home after your first year